evening and welcome to Notre Dame Day 2024, a global celebration of all things Notre Dame. I'm Gary Siebert, class of 1981, the best class ever at Notre Dame. Joining me at the anchor desk this evening is Colleen Wilcox, Director of Engagement Communications here at Notre Dame. Colleen, though, you're no stranger to broadcasting, right? You used to be an anchor over at ABC 57 right here in South Bend.
Yeah, absolutely. So good to see you, Gary. It is true, I left broadcast journalism to join the Fighting Irish family.
Smart.
And now I am on campus. I feel so lucky to be able to tell all of the stories about what makes Our Ladies University distinct. But it is fabulous to be in front of camera with you here tonight and part of this broadcast team. We are so happy to welcome everyone tuning in as we share the many unique stories about the University of Notre Dame and really the people who make this place so special.
Over the next 2 days, we'll bring you excellent Notre Dame stories through one-on-one interviews with students, professors, student athletes, alumni, university leadership, and performances by Notre Dame student groups. We'll even have a cake decorating contest, and how about a lip sync contest
Nice.
too? Love it. There's just so much to look forward to.
Yeah, there really is. And we are asking you to join us by making a gift to any of the more than 900 areas of interest at Notre Dame. We're talking student clubs to residence halls, Notre Dame clubs to research funds. Click on the green Make a Gift button on the Notre Dame Day website. Type in any cause at Notre Dame that you would like to give to complete the giving process.
Go Kavanaugh Hall, that's all I have to say. Our broadcast continues until midnight tonight, then we return live with shows tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Guests throughout the entire day, including the Glenn and Stacey Murphy head men's basketball coach, Micah Shrewsbury, Vice President of Research, Jeff Rhodes, ACC Rookie of the Year and Mishawaka native Marcus Burton, Dick Corbett football coach Marcus Freeman, Karen and Kevin Keys family head women's basketball coach Neil Ivey, and Balmer family head men's lacrosse coach Kevin Corrigan. We really do have a great lineup for you this first hour. You'll hear from Notre Dame President Father John Jenkins, enjoy performances from the world-famous Notre Dame Glee Club, and a special dance by the Vietnamese Student Association. Plus, learn about K-Lees, what could those be? And Notre Dame Police Force's newest star officer. Just so much more.
Cannot wait to bring that one to you. But before we get to any of that, Jonathan Ratartha is going to give us a giving update. Jonathan?
All right, thank you guys so much. Welcome to the first floor of Duncan Student Center. We are here in the Social Media Lounge, and a huge thank you to every single one of you who is on our way to making this the biggest Notre Dame Day of all time. You know, if you were here with us 11 years ago, you remember how thrilled we were to raise 4,000 gifts in a single day. Already in Notre Dame Day 2024, we have received over 15,000 gifts. We cannot thank each and every one of you enough for going to notredameday.nd.edu, clicking that green Make a Gift button, and finding that area of Notre Dame that means the most to you. Maybe it was your formal residence hall. Maybe it's the great work of your local Notre Dame club. Maybe it's an academic initiative or student club that relies on you every single year for the support that you provide for Notre Dame Day. There is so much opportunity over the next 2 days to hear amazing stories, to see amazing student performances. We've got the Glee Club coming up, and to hopefully be inspired to act and inspired to push others to act to support this incredible Notre Dame experience. So go to notredameday.nd.edu, click that Make a Gift button. We'll be following leaderboards all night long to track how the residence halls and clubs are competing against each other. For now, let's send things back up to Colleen.
All right, thank you, Jonathan. It will be very exciting to watch how these numbers really grow over the next 2 days. Just remember, the more you give, the more impact Notre Dame can make. And now we're going to kick off our Notre Dame Day programming. Here's an inspiring message from University President Father John Jenkins.
Thank you, Colleen. And thanks to everyone for joining us today. Welcome to Notre Dame Day. 2024 marks our 11th annual Notre Dame Day. Each April, the Notre Dame family comes together to share informative and inspiring stories about Notre Dame's impact on their lives and on the world. Through this event, we celebrate the contributions and talents of our incredible students, faculty, staff, and our alumni, parents, and friends. During this broadcast, we will do our best to capture the spirit of Notre Dame, to highlight what gives us purpose, to see the wide range of activities, and to strengthen the connections we have with one another and with our mission. We hope that these stories will not only inform, but but also inspire each of us to consider how we may be a force for good in the world. Your participation in this event helps make a meaningful impact on the causes, student clubs, and residential communities that make Notre Dame distinctive and special to so many. I'm immensely proud of the stories that we will share with you this evening and tomorrow, and I'm deeply grateful for your continued dedication to the University of Notre Dame. And now I'd like to share this blessing. Lord, you are the source of all that is, and your Spirit works in our hearts to do the good works we do. On this Notre Dame Day, we ask your special blessing on the lives and the works of the Notre Dame family. Inspire our thoughts, guide our actions, and draw us together that we may be more powerfully a force for good in the world. We pray this through Notre Dame, Our Lady, and through Christ our Lord. Amen. God bless, and go Irish.
And thank you, Father Jenkins. And now, for our first guest on this year's Notre Dame Day, I hope you guys are ready for this. Carrie K. Shibata is the Chief of Police at NDPD, and Paul Foley serves as their manager for outreach and engagement, as well as the handler and caregiver for our very special guest here today. And Carrie and Paul, first of all, welcome to Notre Dame Day. Can we please introduce our friend here?
Yes, definitely. This is Orla. She is NDPD's first therapy dog.
We are very happy. A lot of people snapping photos around here. And Carrie K., first of all, can you tell us a little bit about what's the purpose of a therapy dog?
Orla is here to be a calming presence and a comfort to our students, faculty, and staff in whatever situation they're in. Maybe they're interacting with us because they've been a victim of a crime. Maybe they're just having a stressful day and need a study break. Orla is here to provide that presence.
And Paul, what makes a good therapy dog, other than being cute?
Yes, definitely calmness, being very sociable and very obedient.
Absolutely. And why is a therapy dog program something that is so important, so good to have on a campus like the University of Notre Dame?
So our students come to us, it may be their first time away from home, maybe the first time away from their own furry friends, and they also, they may experience mental health crises or have had trauma in their lives, either before they came or after they came to Notre Dame. And so Orla can help reduce their stress in those situations and help them be able to interact and to go through the things that they need to go through.
And I understand she has already been so popular. And Carrie K., as I understand it, you're currently fundraising to add another dog to the program. How much are you trying to raise, and what is that money used for? And most importantly, how can people donate?
So we're trying to raise $15,000. That's the cost of purchasing a therapy dog and the training, which is almost a year for full training for the dog. So that's what that cost covers. And people can donate by
scanning the QR code.
Scanning the QR code or going to notredameday.nd.edu.
And tell us more about her training specifically. How much training does a therapy dog need? You talked about maybe it's a year-long process. So talk kind of about the timeline.
So it depends on the dog. We started out right as a puppy, but it can take between maybe 12 months to 18 months, and currently she's nearing the end of her training.
How do you know when she's at the end of the training?
You'll know when she becomes she'll be very sociable with the community, and she has that idea of being very obedient too.
All right, well, let's talk about impact. So Carrie K., if you can talk a little bit more about Orla's impact so far on campus.
So she's already in high demand, and if people see her walking across campus, they want to come up and meet her. She has interacted with students who've won a visit for her in a raffle, and other like Moreau classes have invited her to come visit. Can you talk a little more, Paul?
Yes. So just interacting, just getting around very high population areas with students, faculty, staff, they all gravitate to her very well.
Oh, absolutely.
Yes.
I totally believe that. And
Yes.
Paul, if you could talk a little bit more about what is required of a therapy dog owner. Is there a special way that you handle her?
Yes, so there are two things involved. Patience is big, and obedience. So those are very big. Patience, being very obedient, and you yourself being sociable too.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I have one really important question.
Yes.
Can I pet her?
You may pet her,
It is
please.
killing me.
Yes,
I'm like
go for
a
it.
foot away.
Yes.
And so what typically is the process? What's proper kind of protocol when students or faculty or staff do approach her?
Yeah, just that they asked, that if they could pet her, and I will never shy away from that. She's always welcome to be petted. She's out there, so definitely ask, and you shall receive.
Yeah, and she absolutely loves it. I just want to say thank you guys so much. You're going to have to stick around for a while for all the students and everyone around, because she is just such a blessing to have. And again, I want to thank you both for being here, for providing this service to the university community. Remember, follow the link to donate and raise funds in order to give Orla a friend. I've already done that myself. You should go ahead and do it as well. All right, now we're going to head over to Shannon at the performance stage.
Thank you so much, Colleen. Performing for us now will be the Notre Dame Glee Club under the direction of Professor Dan Stowe. Hit it.
Why don't you swing it on child, come and let me ride? He wasn't so picnic about the chariot. He just wanna see how the chariot feels. Why don't you swing on chariot, come and let me ride? Swing on chariot, come and let me ride. Rock me, Lord, calm and easy. I've got a home on the other side. Swing on chariot, come and let me ride. Swing on chariot, come and let me ride. Rock me, Lord, calm and easy. I've got a home on the other side. On the other side. Rally, sons of Notre Dame, sing the glory and sound of fame, raise our gold and blue and cheer with voices true, for Notre Dame. We will fight in every game, strong of heart and true to her name. We will never forget her and we'll cheer her ever loyal to Notre Dame. Cheer, cheer for old Notre Dame. Wake up the echoes cheering her name. Send the volley cheer on high. Shake down the thunder from the sky. What though the odds be great or small, old Notre Dame will win over all. While her loyal sons and daughters march on to victory. Onward to victory. For Notre Dame.
Beautiful singing, gentlemen. Thank you so much. Coming up after a short break, we will learn more about the Notre Dame Crucifix Initiative. Come on back.
Notre Dame Day gives the Ara Parseghian Medical Research Foundation the resources to save children's lives.
We found out our son Parker had Niemann-Pick type C at just 4 months old. It was devastating to find out because not only is the disease fatal, but there is no cure. And so we sat there wondering what we might do and how other families cope with this. We got connected with the Parseghian Fund and were amazed by all of the researchers and people that came together to support our children and Parker.
Each year, we use funds from Notre Dame Day to support high-impact research, develop therapies for a cure for Niemann-Pick type C disease, a cure for children like Parker.
It's thanks to the Parseghian Fund that Parker is now thriving, and he is doing better than anybody would have ever expected. I just hope they realize that they make our lives and our children's lives, and especially their quality of life, better each and every day.
Thank you for giving to Notre Dame Day and the Ara Parseghian Medical Research Fund. And thank you for bringing hope to families and children.
Family is everything, so when you go off to college, it can be scary. So much change and so many new faces. That's why in Howard Hall, family is our mission.
Notre Dame Day funds have enabled us to build an inclusive community.
Whether welcoming new and returning ducks back from summer with family reunion,
celebrating the entirety of our community with the Tunnel of Love,
or coming together to break bread and give thanks to one another, the Howard Ducks always fly together, whether you're in need of a laugh, a shoulder,
or just someone to spend time with.
Your generosity empowers Howard Hall to grow closer every year. Thank you, and go
Irish!
And welcome back to Notre Dame Day. I'm Gary Sieber, and joining me here is Mark Roach, a professor of German language and literature and the committee chair for the Notre Dame Crucifix Initiative. He's accompanied by May Harkins and Elijah Mastillo, two students who were recently recognized for their exquisite submissions to the student art contest. You'll see them, the Crucifix Initiative recently put on. Welcome back to Notre Dame Day. And Mark, thanks for joining us here. We appreciate it. Tell me, if you would, first, what is the Crucifix Initiative? Where did it come from, and what is its intended purpose?
Yeah, we started about 5 years ago, and it was my idea because as a Catholic university, we have crucifixes in every classroom, but they're all the same. And as you said, I'm a German professor. I was familiar with the beautiful hand-carved crucifixes from Oberammergau, Germany. And I thought, why don't we augment the crucifixes we have on campus with wonderful crucifix artworks, if you will, from around the world? So there were two conceptual principles at the forefront. One is the deep connection between the arts and Catholicism. The historical connections are very, very deep. And the sacramental vision of Catholicism is the idea that the transcendent is partly visible in this world. And artists play a mediating role in bringing that transcendence to our consciousness. And Notre Dame is a global university. So we wanted to underscore the internationalism of Notre Dame and of Catholicism by acquiring crucifixes from around the world, from Ukraine, from Angola, from Australia, from Chile, from Peru, etc. And the idea was not only to underscore the diversity of Catholicism, but also to create a welcoming environment for our increasingly international student body.
What a fantastic idea. And then I assume that the contest itself probably arose from that as well, to sort of cultivate that in students of art.
It was. There are actually three principles at play at the origin. One was arts and Catholicism, the other internationalism and Catholicism, and the third was undergraduate research. It's been a priority at Notre Dame for now 10, 20 years. We've done very well in that realm. And in the arts, undergraduate research is creative work. So the idea was there from the start. We needed to create a track record, but we opened it up this year for student submissions.
And May and Elijah are with us. We introduced you a little bit earlier, but we haven't heard from you yet. So what prompted you to get involved, and why did you think, yeah, this is something I'd like to participate in?
Yeah, so I was so excited when I saw the contest because, like Mark said, as an artist, my research is making. And so I'm in a great course this semester called Afro-Latinidades, where we've learned a lot about the Black identity of Latino people. And so one thing that I was so interested in is how Black people aren't really represented in society and in the church in particular. So I grew up in a church that was primarily white, and I saw all these white representations of Jesus. And it wasn't until high school that someone pointed out to me that, well, Jesus wasn't white. So when I saw this contest arise, I was so excited to be able to submit my work that kind of goes to show and goes to represent Jesus. And you know, it's just so important to see ourselves in Christ and to see Christ in others. So that was why I chose to do the contest.
Wonderful,
Yeah.
wonderful. Elijah, how about you? Is similar kind of experience, and are you also an art student?
I'm not an art major, but I am an artist. I do a lot of religious art, especially a lot of icons. And I guess when I saw the flyer just for the contest, I was interested because it is reflective of a lot of the art that I do already, and it, I think, gave the opportunity for me to express the concept that the contest was asking for, but in, like, I guess kind of like you said, like in a way that is unique to like how I understand the faith and my faith, and
sure.
Especially like the humanity of Christ was kind of what I was focused on. Like mine has the inscription "Jesus wept" on it, which is a phrase that I come back to a lot, and I was just wanting to kind of put my personal touch on like what the Crucifix contest was asking
Absolutely.
for.
And if I could we have you hold up and I'll talk with Mark here, and so we want to be sure to get pictures of these wonderful crucifixes that you've designed, and we'll get pictures of those from our camera. Mark, what was the criteria that you used? I mean, it's hard to say that something is the best or not or whatever. I mean, it's a contest, it's hard, but what were the criteria you used?
Yeah, we discussed the criteria in the committee and published them with the flyer announcing it. And if I were to simplify slightly, I would say there were three main criteria. The first is that the crucifix be original and unique, but at the same time not challenge a capacious concept of theological appropriateness. So different, but also fitting in some capacious way. Second, the work should be formally impressive and technically of high quality. The third criterion was meaningfulness. A crucifix tells a story. It accentuates a dimension of Christ. And we were looking for crucifixes that told us something about Christ that we might otherwise overlook. And both of these recipients do that in abundant way.
Wonderfully, yeah, absolutely. Where will they be displayed, Mark? Are they going to go in classrooms? Or
yes, they will be in classrooms, and I believe these two are slated for O'Shaughnessy. We were looking for high-traffic classrooms that bring together a wealth of departments, and we prioritize the spaces where most students are. So it will be a short time, and with every crucifix, we have a statement, and the artist statements will be integrated into that statement. So students will see why May and Elijah did what they did.
Well, any alum of Notre Dame would remember O'Shaughnessy Hall. I mean, it's been a lot of time and agony there over the years. I remember the doors all opening out into the hallway, which was one thing I hope they've corrected. I don't know. But May, you've got to be ecstatic. I mean, what was your reaction when you heard that you were selected?
I mean, I was so excited. I received the email and at first I didn't believe it. And I just felt so honored too, you know, to be part of the Notre Dame Permanent Collection is such an honor as an artist and as a soon-to-be Notre Dame alumna. And I'm just so grateful that this crucifix, which represents representation itself, will continue to inspire students.
Right. Elijah, were you surprised when they I assume they either called or emailed. Maybe they texted you these days. I don't know.
Yeah, they emailed. Yeah, I was very surprised, but also excited. It means, I guess, as a queer Catholic artist especially, it means a lot to me to have my art represented on campus, especially my Catholic art. So I was very excited about it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and do you intend to continue to do this kind of work, or are you kind of moving into other areas and want to do other pieces and different themes?
Yeah, so I actually am making a few other crucifixes as well as some holy water fonts that will be for sale at the annual pottery sale, April 29th to May 1st on South Quad. So
that's what we call a plug, May.
Yes.
Perfectly
Shameless
fine.
plug.
Perfectly fine. Mark, do you intend for this to become an annual event?
Yeah, we have a committee meeting soon where we will discuss it, but the submissions were so excellent that we do think it's fitting to have an annual competition.
Right.
So that's
and
the plan.
I can only imagine that over a number of years that all of these crucifixes will fill up a number of the classrooms. And will you then donate, I imagine, the old crucifixes to something?
Yeah, we have a plan to make them available to Catholic organizations that are looking for opportunities to receive such a crucifix. But there are hundreds of classrooms. And once we finish with the classrooms, there'll be other offices where people are very eager to have a distinctive crucifix.
Absolutely.
So it is a long-term project, and we're not in any rush. We want to find the right pieces.
Wonderful. Thanks all three of you for joining us, and wonderful work.
Thank you.
Can't say enough. It's just fantastic. And so we're going to head over to Jake Irons in the Student Center right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Gary. What beautiful crosses up there. I'm now hanging with my new friends, Rosario and Natalia from Ballet Folklorico Azul y Oro. And Rosario, can you tell us a little bit about your club?
Yeah, of course. So we're a traditional Mexican folkloric dance group. So we dance different regions of Mexico, anywhere from Nuevo León, Veracruz, Jalisco, but we just want to spread that tradition of the folkloric dancing on campus.
Now, it is ND Day, Natalia. What are you guys fundraising for?
Yeah, so one of the things we're always fundraising for is new wardrobe. So in order to dance these traditional dances, we need wardrobe to be able to represent the dance fully. And each state from Mexico has its own traditional dance and its own way of dancing. So that ranges from different wardrobe for each state. So that can be long skirts, short skirts, cowboy boots, cowboy hats. So it's all very different, and that's one thing we're fundraising for, as well as having our own event, hopefully next academic school year.
Awesome. That's so exciting. One of the beautiful things about what this fundraising does for you. And what's one thing you're proud of, Rosario?
I think one thing we're probably proud of the most is this year we did come out with our very own merch for the first time ever. So we came with hoodies, t-shirts, and tote bags. So that's super exciting that our members get to show their pride not only at performances but outside on campus, out in public as well. So.
Awesome. That is so good to hear. Thank you guys for popping in for ND Day. We'll take a quick break. Before that, Colleen will talk a little bit to Matthew Morrison, a professor from the Computer Science and Engineering Department. But a break first.
Notre Dame has this class called Philanthropy and the Common Good. It is funded by the Philanthropy Lab and Notre Dame Day funds, which we give in grants to deserving local nonprofits.
How it works is we split into different site visit groups, and we get to visit various nonprofits in the Michiana community, and then we come together as a class and decide which nonprofits really need our help the most. It's really fun and really rewarding to be able to help these nonprofits through the generosity of others.
This class is special. Over the past 5 years, we've had 115 students award over $342,000 in grants to local Michiana nonprofits. And as students engage these nonprofits, they learn valuable lessons about how they can promote the common good throughout the rest of their lives.
what makes this class so valuable is an awareness of the needs and awareness of how those needs can be met, but maybe at even a deeper level of the satisfaction you can get from being involved with the community. I think people who are engaged in this way are better citizens, better partners, better members of any community they belong to, and frankly, more fulfilled in their lives.
Notre Dame Day provides a huge boost to our efforts. We appreciate all that you have done and will do for us.
We are philanthropy and the common good.
Through the generosity of Notre Dame Day, our team spreads the spirit of the Fighting Irish.
Whether constantly finding new and exciting ways to show off the blue and gold,
or learning and creating exciting new routines with innovative choreography.
The mission of the Palm Squad is always to ignite the passion and enthusiasm of the Notre Dame faithful.
In the stands and in the community, we strive to inspire, to show the next generation what it means to be the Fighting Irish.
We thank you for the constant support and energy you bring to Notre Dame.
Go Irish!
All right, welcome back to Notre Dame Day 2024. My name is Jonathan Ratartha. I am joining you from the first floor of Duncan Student Center in our social media lounge, and the excitement is building. We are over 15,400 gifts on our way to an historic 35,000 gift plus total this year, but we can only do it with your help. So please go on to notredameday.nd.edu, click that green Make a Gift button, and act now in the middle of all this amazing student performances and interviews that we're having. Speaking of amazing interviews, we've got in the social media lounge right now Betsy Quinn, a colleague of mine in the development office, senior director for advisory councils and Notre Dame parent, as well as John Stodd, the executive director for the Alliance of Catholic Education, who taught my wife and I Moby Dick about 20 years ago. But does amazing things now with ACE. So I'm sure a lot of our viewers are familiar with ACE. They know the work that our ACE alums do in schools around the world, but it's grown so much over the years. So tell us about where ACE has been growing over the past few years and where it's headed.
Thanks, Jonathan. Yeah, ACE started 30 years ago in response to an ad in the Observer that said, "Tired of getting homework? Give some, be a teacher." And hundreds of students showed up, and we've been really moved by the growth over the years. And so ACE now has over a dozen programs that seek to strengthen Catholic schools across the United States in places like the Bronx, Brownsville, Texas, Santa Ana, where your daughter serves. And our mission really is to serve under-resourced Catholic schools that serve historically marginalized communities.
Tell us about the students that are attracted to ACE. What do you look for in those students, and what do you think are the markers for these? Gosh, this person would be a real success in the ACE program.
Sure. Well, the ACE teachers tend to have a real giving sort of spirit of service for sure. They're talented. They're people who are interested in growing in their faith and sharing that. And they like community because they live together in houses of 4 to 7 and support one another in the process.
That's awesome. And certainly that living in community, such a hallmark of the Notre Dame experience, and extends to the great work of our graduate students in ACE. Also one that your daughter, I believe, Betsy, is super involved with now. Tell us a little about your daughter, how she was attracted to the program in the first place, and what she's up to now.
Yeah, so my daughter, Addison Quinn, which goes by Addie, is a 22 Notre Dame grad in the College of Business. So she started actually her first interactions with ACE was a Forsati internship between her junior and senior year, where she got to use her marketing skills that she was building in the College of Business to serve a nonprofit out in California as well. So then she became an ACE intern and then decided to apply for the Teaching Fellows program and to serve in that way for the next 2 years and kind of discern her vocation as it is if teaching was a route she wanted to take.
That's amazing. And what has she thought so far? What has been the experience when you're talking to her on the phone? Like,
Yeah.
what's her reaction to all of it?
So, well, she's going back. She's graduating this summer from ACE and going back to the same school. So she definitely has found joy in teaching. It's a vocation she's I feel like she's totally found her calling in life to serve, especially these underserved communities and some of these students with unique challenges. She's focusing on ENL learners, so she's even going to continue her education with the Hernandez Fellows program this summer and for the next academic year. So she has definitely found joy. You can see it even despite some of the little challenges as a new teacher, and especially in just coming out of business school, she sees joy, and a lot of that is attributed to ACE. I think the staff, the faculty, the resources that she's given, the community as well.
That's awesome. Well, ASA always has such an amazing presence on Notre Dame Day. You see the impact it has both on the students that experience it and then the students that are lucky enough to have these teachers. So if you are still thinking about ways to support Notre Dame on Notre Dame Day, ACE is definitely an amazing one of those. Thanks to both of you for joining us, John and Betsy. For now, we'll send things back upstairs.
All right, thank you, Jonathan. All right. Our next guest serves as Associate Teaching Professor in the Department of Computer Science and Engineering and has made it a focus of his to ensure that as the semiconductor industry in the U.S. grows, there will be a skilled workforce to meet its demands. Dr. Matthew Morrison, first of all, welcome to Notre Dame Day. Very happy to have you.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, first of all, we all want to know, what are semiconductors and why is it so important to manufacture them here in the U.S.?
Semiconductors are everywhere. They're in your cell phones, they're in our laptops, they're in our vehicles. A typical vehicle nowadays might have up to 3,000 semiconductors in it. And in order to ensure that we have a steady supply of semiconductors that can meet our needs, we have to make sure that they are built and we can maintain supply chains as our customers need them. So we need a skilled workforce in order to be able to meet that, and that's one of my passions.
Yes, no, that makes sense. That's wonderful. And what factors will hold back semiconductor design and manufacturing in this country?
Frankly, people. We need more people who are capable and interested in being able to do this. And one of the things that's really important is breaking down the barriers, whether it's access to the educational materials or breaking down people's beliefs that they simply can't do it. There are a lot of people who have the talent, the capability, and the passion to do it, but they don't believe they can. So one of the things that I really want to do is help break those barriers down.
Yeah, and you are a proponent of electronic design, automation, or EDA education, and you think that it should be implemented at all levels of education in this country. Can you briefly define EDA and tell us what type of education might look like given high school and here in the U.S.?
Absolutely. So electronic design automation, EDA, is software that is used to design hardware. So being able to design semiconductors at different levels of abstraction helps somebody be able to understand the computer from the ground up, all the way from basically shooting electrons into rocks and making them think, all the way to the applications and websites that we visit in databases. So when we want to design a computer chip, we need to understand the logic that makes these processes go and be able to do them securely, safely, and reliably.
Absolutely. And I know you recently joined Apple's Racial Equity and Justice Initiative, partnering with several HBCUs to then, of course, develop EDA curriculum, which is incredible. So what is your goal with these partnerships, and can you foresee similar partnerships then with universities really all over the country?
Absolutely. So that's our goal. And it's one thing that ties in really well with Notre Dame's mission as a Catholic institution, and one of the reasons why I believe that it should be done and should be done here at Notre Dame. So being able to get these tools in people's hands so they can demonstrate their skill and their talent. Working with HBCUs, for example. So I have donated curricula and worked with professors and students at 10 historically black colleges and universities. This summer I'm going to be a visiting professor at Howard University, and we're working on it with Apple. So Apple facilitates this because they understand that, and I'm a Navy veteran myself, so we need to have an all hands on deck attitude. We need everybody. Even if every single Notre Dame student graduated as a semiconductor engineer or technician, we still need 70,000 more in order to meet the workforce demands. So this gives Notre Dame students an opportunity to be leaders in this area. I have 2 students who are going to be working with me at Howard as research assistants to help implement these curricula so that way they can take this and go forward and continue on. So using the HBCUs as a template to be able to go to R2 institutions, universities, and community colleges, and at the high school level, being able to engage students at that level so they understand the joy and interest in that lifts all boats so everybody can contribute who has the talent and skill may do so.
And how important would you say? I mean, you've probably seen a lot of the work that's happening in outcomes. How important is it to be involved with HBCUs?
It's incredibly important. I want to make sure that anybody who wants to be able to do this work can. And with HBCUs, you see the talent and you see the passion, and they just need the tools in their hands. And I know I'm sounding a little redundant, but it's really important that we get the tools in their hands, partially because EDA is an EDA tool flow, so it's kind of a pun, but also it gives people this joy. Like when we designed the chip in class, the 50 students who took the class last year, they designed a chip and Google funded it, and every time they got their design on the chip, their eyes got really big. I love being able to help students do that, and I want to do that all over the country.
Yeah, that's why you're doing this work, correct?
Absolutely.
Let's talk a little bit more about your work and your background. It's quite impressive. So prior to your academic career, I know you've served as a nuclear electronics technician. Did I have that right?
Absolutely.
In the United States Navy. So how does the experience of your career transition affect the way that you developed curriculum? And this especially considering that many workers may soon be seeking new jobs in a potentially booming industry.
Absolutely. So as a nuclear electronics technician, I learned from the ground up how the nuclear reactor worked, and that you powered this fast attack submarine that I was on. So what that taught me is I transitioned from the Navy into getting my degrees at the University of South Florida and then becoming a professor here at Notre Dame, is seeing everything at different levels. Computers work at different levels, so it's hardware or software, and it teaches you how to treat people with respect at different levels, or whether it's somebody who's working at a technician level, or they're an engineer, or they're a project manager, or they're a CEO. If you learn how to design computers that way, you will also learn how to treat people with respect in that way as well. And that's something that I believe is a hallmark of a Notre Dame education.
Yeah, and I can tell you are just so passionate about the work that you do. Thank you for breaking it down for many of us, and we're really excited to see what you do next.
Well, thank you so much, and I believe that I'm glad I was able to break that down for you, and I believe that anybody who really wants to try and has the talent and works hard can do so.
Well, thank you again. I want to thank you for spending time with us. We really appreciate it. And coming up next, what is an Irish ceilidh anyway? We talked about it earlier. And later, get ready to learn about patient advocacy. We'll close out this hour with an amazing dance performance by the Vietnamese Student Association. But first, a short break.
At Keenan Hall, Notre Dame Day has enabled us to follow through on our motto, Brothers in Christ.
As Keenanites, we put an emphasis on brotherhood and community, using our Notre Dame funds to put on events that bring people together.
With our Great Pumpkin event, we've even managed to bring back a tradition once thought lost to the pandemic. Because of Notre Dame Day, we were able to come together as brothers and give back to our community, giving children from the local Boys and Girls Club a chance to have some Halloween fun.
Through every event, every activity, our brotherhood grows stronger.
And none of this would be possible without your support on Notre Dame Day.
Thank you and go Irish!
Notre Dame Day gives us the opportunity to do tons of fun things together and create an environment where myself and the rest of my teammates really become a family.
We ensure that anyone who's interested in water polo is able to join the team without worrying about expenses or dues or anything like that. Our goal is to create a holistic Notre Dame experience for all of our players. Through this program, we are able to go on spring break training trips to California, compete in the CWPA, and even attend the national tournament. Last year, we were able to place 7th at nationals, and we're hoping to head back this year to do even better. With Notre Dame Women's Water Polo, you really become a part of a family. This has been one of the most empowering experiences of my life, and I think my teammates can say the same thing. I think that the community and camaraderie that we have here is something really special and something that I haven't really found at any other clubs at Notre Dame. This upcoming year, we'll be celebrating the 30th anniversary of Notre Dame Women's Water Polo, and we are just so thankful for all the generous donors who have allowed us to get here and to keep this program going and keep it super strong.
Thank you for giving to Notre Dame Day and allowing us to become a part of something bigger than ourselves and having this be one of the most impactful Notre Dame experiences of our lives.
Thank you!
Welcome back to Notre Dame Day. I'm Gary Sieber, and our next guest joining us here in the SOFA studio is Sarah McKibben. Sarah is an associate professor and chair of the Department of Irish Language and Literature. And you know, what better way to get into Notre Dame Day than to talk with someone who's really, you know, Irish literature and Irish culture, and you teach the Irish language, right, Sarah? So
yes, we teach Irish language and Irish literature here in the department. We're the little department that could. We're just 7 faculty, and we've been around for 20 years. And we have wonderful programs that reach students from across the campus who've done minors or majors with us in Irish language and lit and in Irish studies. And I can tell you about some of the neat things we're doing with our students.
Yeah, let's talk about that. So we've talked about, just during the break leading in, we were talking about immersion programs and things like that. So what do you consider to be some of the premier things that you're doing with your students?
It's so wonderful to be able to tell students about the incredible opportunities we give them in the department, and with our partnership with the Keownocton Institute for Irish Studies. We have summer language immersions where we send students to the west of Ireland for about a month, and they're completely immersed in Irish. They stay with an Irish family, an Irish-speaking family in the West, and they come back just so much more fluent. We also work with our students and students across the campus doing internships in Ireland. Notre Dame has fully funded 8-week-long internships in any field where a student has an interest. And we place students in the Department of Foreign Affairs of the Irish government, in museums, accounting firms, business, NGOs, all kinds of activities, and those are life-changing experiences. And some of our students in IRLL have had internships and then have been hired after graduation to work with Irish language institutions. And so that's just amazing. They came to Notre Dame not knowing a word of Irish, and they left able to get a job and work in Ireland in Irish. So that's pretty
fantastic.
Amazing.
That's fantastic.
We're really proud of them.
Right. Now, you're originally from Boston. There are a lot of Irish people in Boston. Notre Dame, interesting, the relationship between the campus and the culture, because Notre Dame was founded by French priests back in the 1840s.
But a lot of Irish priests with them.
But a lot of Irish priests with them.
Right.
So talk about that history and the culture of Notre Dame and how that interrelates with the Irish culture itself.
Well, of course, I think, what is the number? Is it maybe 8 of the 10 founders of Notre Dame were actually Irish, even though it's of course a French mission. And in fact, some of the earliest instructors in Irish were part of that. Were in the very early years of Notre Dame. We know that someone called Brother Patrick and Brother Simeon, those two CSC brothers, taught Irish in Notre Dame as early as around 1850.
Right.
And then by 1868, Brother Simeon was also teaching Irish. And we know this because in 1852, there was an oration in Irish at graduation. So someone was learning Irish well enough to give an oration that early. So Irish has actually been a part of Notre Dame tradition for a really long time, and we're really proud to continue that by teaching Irish today.
Wonderful. So now let's fast forward to 2024, from 1842, 1850. Are most of the students who get into your program Irish themselves, or do you find there's sort of a diverse group of people who just want to study the Irish culture?
It's a real mix. The way I think about it is that there are many different paths into Irish studies and into the Irish language, for that matter, but more broadly into Irish studies. Some students come because they have a family member or ancestry. Some students come because they're interested in Irish history. Some students come because they fall in love with the language. They hear Enya or someone singing, or Hozier or somebody singing in Irish, and they fall in love with it. Some students are fascinated by Yeats or Joyce. Some students are interested in archaeology or anthropology. And so our broad Irish studies program, of which we are a part, offers many, many routes for students to learn about Ireland in a really rigorous academic way. And so that our students, it's not just sort of the fighting Irish and leprechauns, it's genuinely knowing about Irish history, culture, language in a multifaceted way.
Sure. At the start of the broadcast, for those who were watching at that time, we said that we were going to talk about what a céilí was, or céilís, okay? So, I don't know the language. I wish I did. It's beautiful, but explain to us, Notre Dame has hosted some of these social events called céilís. What's that?
Right. So a céilí is an Irish dance party. And when I became department chair 3 years ago, I had met an amazing Notre Dame alum called Shannon Dunn, 98. And she's a dance and a music instructor and incredibly wonderful teacher. And I thought we have got to have her teaching our students. So we started offering 1-credit dance and music classes, and that enabled us also to put together what has become the juggernaut Notre Dame Ceilidh Band, which plays as 42 members, plays now for our Ceilidhs, which are these dance parties. About 250 students come. We teach the dances on the spot. You can walk in off the street, not know a thing, and you'll be dancing with people the entire night. We have everyone wear a name tag, so you meet lots of people, and it's just a huge party and just a blast for everyone.
Right, and I will tell you that looking at the word Ceilidhs appears to be C-E-I-L-I-S with some diacritical markings above, but I had to use the phonetic pronunciation
Right.
to understand that it's pronounced Ceilidhs.
Ceilidh.
Right, so can you talk a little bit in the Irish language for us? I mean, I'd love to hear it.
Oh, is féidir, is mis sorchan na gibún, is all of cúnta le gaeilge mé, nó le litreacht na gaeilge mé, agus tá mé an seo le níos mó na fiche bliain ag Ollscoil Notre Dame, agus is bralam a bhean seo. So I just introduced myself in Irish.
I heard little bits in there.
Little bits of it. So Ollscoil is the Irish for university. Oll is big, skull is school, so university, big school.
Right.
And olive is the Irish for professor, and it's actually the word that used to be used for a master poet or an expert, a master in something. And so it's the modern word for professor.
Well, it's a beautiful language. I'm so glad that you and your students are doing things to preserve it and extend it into the future. So what's coming up going forward in this program?
Well, we have our last Ceilidh a week from tomorrow, Be There, Be Square, in Downs Ballroom on the other side of this building from 8 to 10. And we have a wonderful lecture being given by Pádraig O'Shiel, visiting from Halifax on Thursday, and lots more events in the fall.
Sarah, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you
We
so
really
much.
appreciate
and
it.
Diaboo.
Yeah.
My pin says it means go Irish in Irish.
I wondered if that's what it said.
I'll give you one.
I will be the hit of the stadium. I tell you, what a proud connection Notre Dame shares with Ireland. But now let's go over to Jake Irons at the Student Corner.
Thank you so much, Gary. I'm now down here in the Student Corner with Chris Sanger and Diane Medina from the Notre Dame Club of Naples. And Chris, we'll start with you. Tell us a little bit about the Notre Dame Club of Naples.
Yeah, the Notre Dame Club of Naples, we're a club that connects families, friends, alumni, and other affiliates of Notre Dame in the greater Naples area. Yearly, we have over 40 events, which range from game watches, semester kickoffs, and various charity events. So it really is a neat organization to be a part of.
And for you, Diane, what is your favorite part, and maybe what do you love about the club?
I love that it's so extremely welcoming. I mean, the first time that I met the president, he was just walking on a leisurely stroll throughout town, and he saw my mother, and immediately he was like, "Oh my gosh, you have a Notre Dame shirt. I'm from Notre Dame," and he immediately introduced himself to us, and then started inviting us to all the events that the Notre Dame Club hosts without me even graduating. So it's really exciting to know that the Notre Dame Club is so welcoming and that I'm able to take Notre Dame home with me and that Notre Dame doesn't just end at graduation.
So one of those beautiful things about Notre Dame is the connection. Tell us a little bit about how many people you serve and maybe some of those upcoming activities you guys have on the docket.
Yeah, definitely. We have over 1,000 attendees each year, again, for over 40 different events. 100% of the proceeds will go to in-state Notre Dame accepted students who, unfortunately, just for financial considerations, often vouch to stay in state for college. So 100% of those proceeds will go to scholarships around the greater Naples area.
Awesome. Your club is doing great work. Thank you guys for being a part of ND Day. When we come back, Colleen will sit down with some great people talking about some great research from the Notre Dame patient advocacy here at Notre Dame in connection with rare and neglected disease research. But first, a break.
On a weekly basis, our souls proclaim the greatness of the Lord as we fill the Basilica of the Sacred Heart with the power of the feminine voice.
We are so blessed to minister in such a sacred space, and we also get to extend our mission when we go on tour.
Touring not only empowers us to bring people closer to Christ through prayerful song, but it also enables us to bond as we faithfully serve the communities we visit.
We were able to work at St. Andre House of Phoenix, a hospitality house dedicated to providing crucial aid to those who most need it.
The funds raised on Notre Dame Day last year amplified our voices to reach the faithful across the country. This year, we'd like to expand that reach to the world with another tour and our very own album.
Thank you for your continued support and empowering us to be a force for good.
Go Irish!
The Brian Hatterman Trophy. It's not just our goal, it's our reason for being.
Brian was an engineering student known for his kindness and generosity to his peers.
Although Brian only spent a year at Our Lady's University before his tragic passing, a spark from his creative mind ignited a legacy that carries on.
A simple yet imaginative sketch of a robotic quarterback would go on to inspire the creation of our sport and even the design of our trophy.
Robotic football brings together some of the essential passions of Notre Dame, marrying our drive for innovation and problem solving to the game we love.
Thanks to Notre Dame Day, we've become the premier robotic football program in the country, winning 4 national championships and appearing in every championship game since 2011.
From keeping our robots on the cutting edge to increasingly spirited designs, your generosity has empowered us to succeed, and for Brian's memory to live on each time his trophy is hoisted.
Thank you, and go Irish!
And welcome back to Notre Dame Day. I'm Colleen Wilcox. Notre Dame has established itself as a training ground for future doctors. Nearly 1% actually of all doctors in the United States get an undergraduate degree right here from the University of Notre Dame. And the university has also become very well known for rare disease research, thanks to the efforts of the Buller-Parsegian Center for Rare and Neglected Diseases, the Era-Parsegian Medical Research Fund, and many research labs on campus. Notre Dame's newest contribution to healthcare is patient advocacy. And joining us next to discuss the Patient Advocacy Initiative is Barbara Calhoun and Sean Casson. Barbara is the Reisenauer Family Director for the Patient Advocacy Initiative and the Director of the Minor in Science and Patient Advocacy. Sean Casson is the Director of the Era-Parsegian Medical Research Fund. First of all, welcome to Notre Dame Day, Barbara and Sean. We're very happy to have you.
Thank you.
And first of all, Barbara, what is a patient advocate and why are they so important?
So in general, a patient advocate is a professional who provides services for patients and families as they navigate through the healthcare complexities, whether it be insurance or otherwise. But what we're focusing on is rare disease patients. So there is an incredible burden, not only with all the unknowns, but generally what they go through. So like a rare disease is any disease that affects less than 200,000. And there are 7,000 rare diseases, but very few people have a rare disease of each of those. So there are a lot of burdens that they have, including a long time to diagnosis because the doctors have never seen the disease. We have limited number of researchers and limited number of specialists, and oftentimes families have to go out of state to get the care that they need where the specialists are. And even after all of that, there are only 5% of all rare diseases have an approved treatment. So they are up against a lot of roadblocks. And so we have strived to get students at Notre Dame trained to be advocates for rare disease community.
Yeah, that is very important work. Thank you for everything that you do. Can you talk a little bit more about the Patient Advocacy Initiative at Notre Dame and how you're really training students for this really important field?
So it's the Patient Advocacy Initiative was established on the foundation of the research that was going on at the Buller-Parsegian Center for Rare and Neglected Diseases. And in 2008 or 9, it started researching one rare disease, Niemann-Pick type C. Currently, they study 21 diseases. So we have in our lab the opportunity to increase patient engagement with students. So we started a minor in science and patient advocacy in 2021. And we have multiple entities that comprise this minor, but we teach students to read patient medical records in order to understand the symptoms of disease and how they progress over time. We have students partner with patients and learn their experience of living with the disease and raise awareness through storytelling. We partner with patient service organizations. We have guest lectures in class. I mean, patients are the experts, so we have them in class to actually, teach the students what it really is to have a rare disease. So we have clinicians, all these other entities that come into class. We also have two events, one in the fall, the Patient Advocacy Summit, and then we celebrate Rare Disease Day in February. And I just feel like with all of that, we are training and providing students with the skills they need to be effective patient advocates.
Yeah, absolutely. And Sean, Cindy Parsegian has appeared, of course, on our broadcast for many years, talking about Niemann-Pick type C disease and, of course, the impact on her family. And this year, we're running a special spot about the impact on how funds raised for the Ara Parsegian Medical Research Fund will be used to advance NPC disease research. So on the topic of supporting research, what does the Parsegian Fund do in the area of patient advocacy?
Well, what I think is important to know is that Cindy and Mike Parsegian were patient advocates first. Here you have this couple young couple with 3 children just diagnosed with this very awful rare disease. And, they have to navigate that in a world where this is back in 1994 and nobody knew anything about NPC, Niemann-Pick type C disease. So even before they founded their foundation, they knew this was going to be critically important for the research effort. So when they founded the foundation, it primarily is focused on research, but we definitely have an advocacy arm because we know that's part of the process. And so now today when patients and families are diagnosed with this rare disease, they can look to us and other organizations and we can help them guide them on, this journey that they're going to have. And one thing I'll just always say is it's important to keep the patient voice first. So whenever we're looking at things that we're going to be supporting research-wise, is this going to advance treatments for patients with NPC, and especially, advanced treatments for, what is most important for those patients.
Yeah, and then continuing on from that question in your response, so how does the Parsegian Fund work with the Patient Advocacy Program initiative here at Notre Dame?
So we work with multiple ways. Barb is phenomenal at her role there. And, first, as she mentioned, just engaging families and patients with the students is critical. Mm-hmm. So there's opportunities every year to be able to do that. And so what we do is, at our class, we just, bring families in, they engage with them there, they engage with them at some of these advocacy events that she mentioned. They also work at some of the clinical data that Barb was mentioning. It's going to be very important for them to learn that going forward. And every patient that's diagnosed, that data that they have is extremely valuable. And so we try to teach students that that's really important and just giving them that real world experience. And then of course we partner on multiple advocacy events throughout the year.
Oh, that is wonderful to hear. And final question, Barbara and Sean, rare disease groups do very well at fundraising during Notre Dame Day. So can you tell us what each of your organizations are raising money for specifically?
Well, I guess I'll go first. Yeah. First, thanks to everybody that's supporting us. It's been absolutely phenomenal, the turnout. But it's simple. We raise money to find treatments and ultimately a cure for this disease. So every dollar that we raise not only is going to be matched, but it's going to go right back out to support research. We're very hopeful that we might have 1, possibly 2 therapies approved for the first time in the United States. Hopefully in the fall, we'll have a big party.
Wow, that's incredible.
And, but also we're supporting that, trying to get that over the goal line, but also the next generation of therapies that we think will be that game changer, that cure that families need.
Yeah. And I'm here to represent the Buller-Parsegian Center for Rare and Neglected Diseases, as well as the Patient Advocacy Initiative. And I just want to say that I'm here for all rare disease patients that need us, and we're so grateful for the funds and donations that they have given, as well as the donors. And without them, we would not have this program. So we are really excited about the future, and we're here for them.
Yeah, well, I just want to thank you too so much for all the incredible work that you do. And thank you for joining us here at Notre Dame Day as well.
Thanks for being here.
All right, thank you. And don't go away. Coming up next is an exciting dance performance by the Vietnamese Student Association. Stay with us.
Hey Notre Dame, I'm Alice O'Brien. And I'm Lauren Whitlatch, and we hope you've been enjoying the ND Day festivities. Today we're going to be walking around the campus and asking where people's favorite spots are on Notre Dame campus. Let's take a look. What is your favorite spot on Notre Dame's campus?
I'd have to say my Air Force Lounge in PC.
Awesome, thank you. What is your favorite spot on Notre Dame's campus?
I would say library lawn because you can do everything while you're there.
Yep, studying, relaxing,
Yeah.
all of it. Thank you. Well, that was super fun learning about everybody else's favorite spots on campus, but I have to ask you, Lauren, what's your favorite spot?
Good question. My favorite spot on campus is definitely library lawn because it's super beautiful and it's right next to my dorm, Flaherty Hall. What about you, Alice?
Mine would probably have to be the edge of St. Mary's Lake. It's a really pretty place to watch sunsets every night, and it's right by my dorm baden hall.
I love it. Well, make sure to keep on donating and happy ND Day.
Go Irish!
Man, I'm just like so hungry, bro.
Dude, so am I. Did you guys hear?
Hear what?
It's back.
What's back?
Can't you smell it?
It's back. It's back?
It's back.
Dog pizza is back and better than ever. Thanks to Notre Dame Day, we've been able to bring back this delicious Alumni Hall staple and reinvent a tradition.
Sharing great dog pizza.
With even better dogs.
Thank you for your generosity. And remember,
Go Irish!
Welcome back to Notre Dame Day. I'm Shannon Lipscomb, and boy, do we have a treat for you. Please welcome the Vietnamese Student Association to perform a traditional lion dance.
That was simply amazing. And they got the plug in there at the end, too. That was great. Donate. Yeah, you got it. There's such a rich diversity of cultures here at Notre Dame. We really appreciate it. That was a lion dance, and the Vietnamese Association. Thanks very much for that.
That was absolutely
Awesome.
beautiful. And really, what an amazing first hour we have had. The Glee Club was amazing. The dancers were, of course, so much fun. And people are still talking about Orla. They're absolutely in love with her, the police dog. I know.
So cute. Yeah. Well, I am fascinated by the patient advocacy initiative and how it aligns with Notre Dame's dedication to rare and neglected disease research. And I remember all the stories about, the Parsegian family and just great information that you shared there.
Yeah, and critical research there. And of course, all the stories, they really illustrate the impact that donors have on the students, faculty, and staff here at Notre Dame, but also the impact that Notre Dame has on numerous communities all over the world.
Yeah. And that is the end of our first hour, but there's a lot more in store. We hope you join us for the next hour. We'll hear from a remarkable Notre Dame student, learn about business on the front lines, and a very interesting story about how Notre Dame researchers figured out how Ben Franklin thwarted counterfeiters in the early days of our country. Who would have thought? Notre Dame Day will return after these messages.
The University of Notre Dame asks, what would you fight for?
Fighting for those with cystic fibrosis.
To improve the lives of sick children.
For breast cancer patients.
To defend human rights.
Боремося за культурну спадщину.
We are
the Fighting Irish.
This shoreline has changed so much. Rising tides, erosion, pollution. All of creation is this divine gift, and we're throwing it away. We've got to start caring for our planet and for each other, because we're running out of time.
Never done that before.
Thomas Aquinas tells us to love both those whose opinions we share and those whose opinions we reject.
There's always a line.
For they all help us in our search for truth.
This land was made for you and me.
Please enjoy this quick look at our ongoing series, For Good, Stories from Notre Dame, a behind-the-scenes glimpse into life under the Golden Dome and the powerful stories that drive Notre Dame to become a force for good in the world.
So one of the biggest undertakings in your first year
as provost, not only learning the multifaceted dimensions of the university and the academic operation, but was to put through the strategic framework, which was an incredibly comprehensive initiative to really envision what Notre Dame's dreams are for at least the next 10 years of its future. Tell us a little bit about that undertaking and what are some of the outcomes that you're really excited about?
So it was a big lift. And I actually feel kind of lucky that I came in as provost just as that was accelerating. It started before me with Father John and Marilyn Miranda and other people, but it really got going after I came in. And it was 2 years of meetings and committee reports and a whole range of documents, all in the aim of who are we going to be over the next 10 years? Notre Dame's been given a lot. We have a lot of responsibility to do some great things in the world, to really train future leaders, to do the kind of research that makes a big difference. And so how are we going to do that in a very competitive universe? It was fun in that sense. I honestly enjoyed the process. The biggest picture conclusion I can give you is we are so lucky to have a clear mission. We want to be the leading global Catholic research university on par with, but distinct from, the best private universities in the world. So we want to be every bit as good as the Harvard, Yale, Stanford. You can make the list as easily as I can, but distinct. You know, we have a distinctive Catholic mission, and here's how we benefit the world by offering a different model of academic excellence, one that combines faith and reason, and that really brings those together in ways that other universities simply just won't do. To have the clarity of that mission, leading global Catholic research university on par with but distinct from the world's best private universities, that's a huge advantage for Notre Dame. It really gives us coherence. There's a lot, obviously, that went into the framework beneath that. You know, what kind of program should we emphasize? How do we think about financial aid? Whole range of questions. But that's the big picture message.
Stay tuned to the Notre Dame Day broadcast as we bring you more excerpts from interviews with a wide array of guests, all working to serve a world deeply in need.
Welcome back to Notre Dame Day 2024, a global celebration of all things Notre Dame. I'm Gary Sieber.
And I'm Colleen Wilcox.
Yeah, we're coming to you live from the Duncan Student Center on the beautiful campus of Our Lady's University. We're so glad that you're joining us this evening as we showcase how Notre Dame strives to be a force for good in the world.
Yeah, that is right, Gary. We are an hour into our live broadcast already. We've heard some really powerful stories about the absolute wonderful work that is going on to support students on campus and benefit the community beyond.
And let's not forget about the rousing vocal and dance performances. We just saw that lion dance was incredible. Some immensely talented Notre Dame students.
Yeah, and plenty more of that to come. And if you're just tuning in, Notre Dame Day provides a unique opportunity for members of the Notre Dame family to support their favorite causes, clubs, and residential communities across the university. If you want to make an impact, just click on the green Make a Gift button at notredameday.nd.edu, and you can find your favorite cause and make a meaningful contribution. Just a few simple steps.
Yeah, there are so many worthy causes to choose from, and we have more great Notre Dame Day programming coming your way in this second full hour of our broadcast. We'll hear from an inspiring student leader, get a behind-the-scenes glimpse into Notre Dame's campus planning, and see a live dance performance, this time by the Hawaii Club. That should be good. But first, let's check in with Jonathan Ratartha for an update on how the giving is going. Jonathan?
Thank you so much, Gary. Welcome everyone back down here, first floor of Duncan Student Center, in the social media lounge. Thanks to each and every one of you who have made that gift and helped make this the biggest event in higher education. We are going to eclipse 15,000 gifts this hour. We're on our way. Thank you to each and every one of you. I want to go through some of our categories because, you know, we always see some really interesting kind of battles emerge amongst our groups and clubs. As always, the Ara Parsegian Medical Research Fund, you heard from them a little bit earlier, 1,400 donors to that cause this year. Thanks always for your support every year for such an important part of Notre Dame's force for good work in the world. The Rockne Athletics Fund, 263 benefactors. Men's swimming and diving, 86. Men's lacrosse, 294. Financial aid, 472. let's look at the residence halls. Each and every residence hall is able to get some much needed TLC every year thanks to Notre Dame Day dollars. It plays a critical component to residence hall budgeting. O'Neill is right now 125 donors. St. Ed's Hall is always near the top or at the top of the leaderboard every single year, 318 donors for St. Ed's. Here's Dylan. Props to all my Dylan guys. Each and every year I come to you and say, this is going to be the year we want to take the top spot. If we push really hard, I know we can do it, but the most important thing is that we're ahead of Alumni, which only has 128. So Alumni guys, you better come out too, or else Dylan is going to take that battle this year. So we're really grateful for all the work you're doing. We're grateful for your impact through Notre Dame clubs locally. Last hour's challenge for additional challenge funds. Gettysburg, congratulations in size F. This hour, it's size E. You're up for this hour's hourly challenge. For now, we'll take things upstairs to Colleen. Much more to come from Notre Dame Day Social Lounge in a little bit.
All right, thank you, Jonathan. Now, every year, many amazing students join the Irish family from all across the world with a rich diversity of backgrounds, interests, skills, and abilities. Students choose Our Lady's University as their home away from home while they pursue their calling and vocation. And one such student is Jimmy Gramig. Jimmy is a junior from Tampa, Florida, majoring in management consulting and minoring in impact consulting. He currently lives in O'Neill Hall and is very involved, of course, on campus. First of all, welcome to the show, Jimmy. We're so happy to have you.
Oh, so glad to be here.
So we want to hear a little bit more about your Notre Dame story. What made you decide to come all the way from Tampa?
Yeah, well, I mean, originally when I was thinking about colleges for the first time, I really wanted to leave Florida for college just to experience something new for a few years. And once I had actually started thinking about the practicality of that and leaving home, being away from my support system, I knew that that might be a little bit tougher of a task than I initially expected. But I applied, got accepted here, and learned that I had gotten a scholarship called the Crowley Family Scholarship. And it came from a family whose daughter, Megan Crowley, actually came here. She was in a wheelchair and did some remarkable things. And it really showed to me that, you know, if she could do it, I could do it too. So here I am.
Oh, well, thank you for sharing your story. And you mentioned that you're a Crowley Scholar and part, from what I understand, part of the Soren Fellows program. So let's talk about what has been part of the experience. How has that been as part of the scholarly community?
Oh, it's absolutely amazing, and like being surrounded by such a wide range of just really smart, knowledgeable, and articulate people. And I mean, I feel like that's the experience across all of Notre Dame, no matter what club or sport, art activity it might be. One thing I've really come to love about Notre Dame is that no matter where you are, the people there are just, yeah, really great to be around.
And I know you're quite busy. You have a lot going on campus. So let's talk about extracurricular activities and student clubs. What are you involved with? Any student clubs you participate on campus? And why is it so important as a Notre Dame student to be involved in all of these things, really outside of the classroom as well?
Well, there are so many options and availabilities for different clubs out there that you can partake in. So really getting your interests out and meeting people outside of just your class or your dorm is, of course, super important. In terms of what I'm involved with, I've been a part of Access Able, which is the accessibility club on campus. I've been doing that for a few years, and it's just a wonderful group of people. I participate in Innovation for Impact. So Notre Dame is partnered with a school in rural Uganda, and we help teach women there how to create businesses, market themselves, things like that. So that's a really cool opportunity. And also I'm a part of a group called RPG Club. If you've ever heard of Dungeons and Dragons, it's a very silly club, but I got invited just off of a whim and I went there. I met an amazing group of friends that I've been meeting with every single Friday for the last almost year now. So just the most random activities and invitations you get can lead to some of the best friendships you could ever have here.
Yeah, I mean, would you recommend that to other students to really kind of put yourself out there and try new things, join new clubs?
Oh yeah, I would have never done, you know, half of these amazing things that I've done now if people didn't randomly like send me an invitation, and I just went, you know what, let's just try it out and see what happens.
Yeah, just say yes. Just try something new.
Of course.
Let's talk about your job. So you're a tour guide on campus. You give tours from your wheelchair. So why do you feel compelled to take on a job like that? Tell us about the position.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I love Notre Dame, of course. That's why we're here. And a big part of, I think, just getting people involved in Notre Dame is really highlighting just the wonderful benefits and the things that really make Notre Dame unique. And one aspect I just think that really differences itself from a lot of other colleges is just the level of community here. I think living in the dorms for 3 years at a minimum is like a really big incentive to create such a tighter and more connective community. So I think that when I was thinking about how do we engage students to come here, I've had such a wonderful experience here, and so I wanted to show other students, no matter what your situation is coming in here, you can also just have the most amazing time here at Notre Dame.
And a lot of tour guides, of course, move backwards as they talk. Did you have to practice kind of moving backwards in the wheelchair in this position?
Yeah, well, they actually had originally told me that I did not need to do that. They're like, you've done acting for a few years, you can project, you're fine doing it. But I was like, I don't want to, be any like special case. I'm going to do what everyone else is doing. So I may have gone off-road a few times during the tours, but after doing it for long enough, I've learned just how to quite navigate the Notre Dame campus. So absolutely.
And really quickly, what's your favorite thing to point out, your favorite story to tell on those tours?
I mean, honestly, I just love the grotto. On the tours, we get a 5-minute period where we just let the families go and just embrace the scenery there. And it's beautiful, right? There's nothing quite like it.
Yeah, absolutely. I bet you have a lot of fun doing that as well. All right, here's another thing that you're doing. You're going to be an RA next year. So it seems like you already had an amazing experience at Notre Dame, but there, of course, are improvements that the university can make on campus to make it more accessible for people with various challenges. What kind of advice would you have?
Yeah, well, first off, huge shout out to O'Neill Family Hall. They're the best dorm on campus. But I've had just a wonderful experience. The community here has been by far something that's really set my experience apart from, I think, loads of others. In terms of accessibility, the good thing is that nothing really immediately jumps out at me, which is great. However, if I had to say any little thing, when registering for classes, I think it'd be great once any student with some kind of disability that requires some kind of mobility-related issues, someone from Sarah Bay can actually go to those classrooms before the semester starts, just to make sure that everything's set up accessibility-wise in case anything changes within the building or anything like that. Very minor thing, but I've had a great experience in terms of accessibility here on campus, which is, I know, a big concern for a lot of people.
Absolutely, and we want to thank you so much for sharing your story, and your voice is obviously really important. So thank you for your time today on Notre Dame Day.
Of course, thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Jimmy. Best of luck, of course, finishing up this semester. All right, coming up, Gary will have a story about an innovative program in the Mendoza College of Business that is making a global impact for good. You do not want to miss this. We'll be right back. See you soon.
Few things are more powerful than a person with strength and confidence. Thanks to Notre Dame Day, Johnson Family Hall is establishing a legacy of empowerment every day. We're unique.
We're authentic.
We can squat.
We can defend ourselves.
But most of all, we're empowered to be the best we can be. We embrace our differences and come together to build lifelong friendships and grow ourselves.
Physically,
mentally, and spiritually. Whether it's gym equipment, self-defense training, or other amenities, you help make Johnson Family Hall a proud home for strong and confident students.
Thank you, and go Irish!
Notre Dame Day is an annual reminder for me to look back and remember all of the fond memories I had on campus.
As president of my residence hall, I really saw the impact that Notre Dame Day and all of its donors have on student life.
It's incredible for me to be able to now give back as an alum to these causes that I was a part of as a student.
It gives me a direct line to students who are in the place that I was when I was a student on campus many years ago. So it helps me to see how the programs that I loved and committed myself to as a student have grown and shaped others.
I just think it's so important to continue to invest in the kids that are here and to give them the same opportunities that we had as students.
The university isn't one thing, it's so many different things.
I encourage other alumni to look back at their time at Notre Dame and to really reflect on what was meaningful to them. Small donations go a long way.
Whether you paid your entire tuition here or you were scholarshiped or some sort of a mix, as most of us were, you were here walking on these grounds because someone believed that the future was worth investing in.
And welcome back to Notre Dame Day. I'm Gary Sieber. And, you know, in 2008, when the Mendoza College of Business sought to find ways to use business for creating social change, the program that came about was the Meyer Business on the Front Lines program. And that's when it was born, 2008. Through Business on the Front Lines, MBA and other graduate students partner with organizations in various communities to develop pragmatic solutions that create jobs or improve conditions in economic growth for these really vulnerable countries. And now in its 16th year, the program advocates for inclusion, stability, and economic growth for, as we mentioned, the most vulnerable in our world. And joining us today to tell us more about Business on the Front Lines is Kelly Ruby, Assistant Teaching Professor in Management and Organization. Kelly, thanks so much for being with us. And when we say, you know, on the front lines, you know, some people are like, oh, okay, that's a title. You literally are doing business on the front lines. Tell us a little bit about the organization.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Gary. Sure. You know, Notre Dame Day is always so inspiring. I mean, look at what just came before me. So it's an honor to be here representing the work of the Meyer Business on the Front Lines program. There's an estimated 1.4 billion people in our world that live in frontline environments defined by violent areas, poverty, prejudice, or exclusion. And so what the Meyer Business on the Front Lines program does is through MBA courses and partnering with our collaborators across campus, we create projects with organizations all around the world and here in the United States in those frontline environments.
Yeah, and part of this is, I mean, when we're talking about really dangerous parts of the world, I mean, in you know, the West Bank in Israel, which of course right now is in this great conflagration. What's going on with that program and how are you trying to support them in this terrible time?
Yeah, so for a little over 6 years, Business on the Front Lines has been working with Child's Cup Full, which was created by Dr. Jeanette Habashi, who is an incredible Palestinian social entrepreneur and professor at the University of Oklahoma. Mm-hmm. We were connected with her through one of our alumni, as many of our projects come about. And Child's Cup Full has two brands. So they have Darza, which is women's fashion accessories. You can't see my boots, but I'm wearing some of theirs today.
Hey, nice.
And then they have Zeki Learning, which this elephant is part of that line. I borrowed it from my son's nursery for the evening.
Yeah.
And so we work with Child's Cup Full on projects, MBA students and law students, identify opportunities to increase sales, improve profitability, so that way the organization can hire more women and create opportunities for the dignity of work for Palestinian women, both Muslim and Christians working side by side in the West Bank.
And it's so important right now. I just think that business as an engine for social change is really something that is so uniquely Notre Dame. It really is, and you know, when most people think of either capitalism in general or business, a lot of their attention goes to, well, big greedy corporations and all that sort of thing. But you're using it to create opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I think in our courses we talk about both negative peace and positive peace. So negative peace meaning the absence of violence, something that certainly all of us pray for every day in places like Palestine and Israel, Ukraine, and other areas of conflict around the world. But we also talk about positive peace, which is more of that social justice, that is true inclusion, and that's what we do best in Business on the Front Lines, is identify opportunities to create jobs and make our global society more inclusive.
Yeah, you know, these operations like this, I mean, this is amazing, you know, little artists, and you think about, for any of us who have even had a JA program where you're going to market a widget, you know, a something, you know, and I think of someone who is in that terrible environment, being able to create something and say, you know, how do we put this on the market and how does it generate income and how does it create jobs and that sort of thing?
Yeah, you know, I think that's where the learning opportunity is for our MBA students. You know, they're learning not only what does it take to run a business, but what does it take to run a social enterprise and what does it take to run a social enterprise in a place like the West Bank. Where supply chains are difficult, financial systems are not reliable, And so they learned so much through working with Dr. Jeanette Hibashi and her artisans. And then, the other thing that our students really learn is what it takes to build inclusion. One of our U.S. partners, Father Greg Boyle of Homeboy Industries, talks about the importance of going to the margins, not to change them, but to be changed and therefore erase them. So students who go on projects like our one with Child's Cupful in the West Bank learn to create solutions alongside the community members themselves from the ground up, to create jobs and set the conditions for economic growth.
And when we say, again, on the front lines last July, there was a 2-day operation in the camp where you were operating there. And so what was that like for, to see that sort of violence, firsthand and up close?
It is gut-wrenching, Gary. It's absolutely gut-wrenching. The last time I was in the West Bank was in 2022, and I was in Janine Camp with our artisans and their families who live there. And I remember waking up, it was right around the 4th of July, maybe on the 4th of July this summer, and I immediately saw the news of the attack. A lot of violence, people lost their lives, the entire community was in destruction. And so, first and foremost, priority is safety for the artisans and their families. And then we tried to figure out what can the business even do at this point to operate safely. Child's Cupful is committed to always paying the artisans' salaries in these times, because they need that income more than ever. So we figure out how to increase sales, how to be creative with the inventory we already have here in the U.S., and forecast what it's going to take to get production up and running again and more items through our supply chain.
Right. And outside of Israel and the Middle East, and where else have you set up shops, so to speak, in the world?
So we have worked in, I think, over 35 countries around the world at this point. This year, students went to Ghana, Uganda, Philippines, and Kyrgyzstan, alongside our projects here in South Bend and around the U.S. as well.
Yeah. What impact do you see yourself making around the world in all those places that you some just really good stories to say, this proves that it's worthwhile?
Yeah, I think, to our work in Palestine specifically, the involvement we've seen over the last 6 years of the improved self-efficacy, really, of the women. So, when they're first getting started, they maybe don't have the confidence in what they're doing, and then to go back a few years later and see how excited they are about their work. They're coming up with new ideas for products. They're coming up with really savvy ways of saving money by, shopping fabric scraps around different places in the West Bank. And the increase in profits that we've been able to support Child's Cupful in having through increasing sales and working on some efficiencies, being reinvested into the organization to offer training opportunities. So, to me, when I visit the communities we work with, it's really kind of seeing the smiles on the face of the people we work with, and the real empowerment and just belief in themselves that they can do this, they can lift themselves out of poverty, they can make a difference for their communities, and that they're really shifting the trajectory for future generations.
Well, Kelly, thank you so much. We want to give a shout out to your 3-month-old. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And the program that you run just is an absolute winner for Notre Dame. It sounds like Business on the Front Lines is really doing some truly remarkable, important work, and we thank you very much for sharing the story with us tonight. Now let's check in with Ben Rohr, who's down at the Student Corner.
Thank you so much, Gary. I'm here with yet another fantastic student group. Guys, go ahead and introduce yourselves and what group you're here to talk about.
Hi, I'm Roslyn Borty. I'm a junior at the University of Notre Dame, and I'm studying in neuroscience.
Hi, I'm May. I'm a junior also at the University of Notre Dame, and I study biology. And we're here to tell you about Ascend, which is the Notre Dame K-pop group.
Awesome. So what does your group do?
Ascend is a K-pop-based dance club that focuses on uniting the tri-campus community. Just like how K-pop blends a variety of cultures, we aim to unite different students from different backgrounds underneath the same passion of exploring K-pop or just exploring Korean culture in general.
Awesome. So why are you guys excited about this group and its activities? What got you guys to get involved?
I got interested because I met somebody that had the same K-pop group that I did, and they just ended up inviting me over to dance with them, and it turned from one workshop into like a couple others, and then I just got really involved like my freshman year of college.
So I've always been kind of interested in this kind of activity. So in high school, I was in a similar group, and I always knew that in college, I would want to participate in something like that. So in my freshman year, similar to Roz, I asked around, met some people, and then I joined then and have been involved ever since.
Awesome, guys. Thank you so much. We got more Notre Dame Day programming coming up right after this short break. Thank you.
And I'm Alice O'Brien. Happy ND Day. Today we are going to be going around campus asking people what is their favorite Notre Dame tradition or memory. Come follow along with us. What is your favorite Notre Dame tradition?
It's got to be the newly restarted Dylan Pep Rally done with Notre Dame Athletics. That's something that Dylan was able to bring back, and it's just so cool to have everyone out there getting ready for the first home game. So.
Yeah, I was there this year. It was great.
Yeah.
So thank you. Father Kevin, what is your favorite Notre Dame tradition?
So I really love that Notre Dame students begin and end their time at the university with a class visit to the grotto, both during welcome weekend and then the final visit during senior week, all together after 4 years have gone by.
That is amazing. Thank you so much. It was so much fun getting to hear about everyone's favorite Notre Dame memories and traditions here on campus. Thank you so much for following us around today. Make sure to donate for ND Day and go Irish!
Per Ardo et Spes, through adversity to hope. This has become the mantra of Bomber Hall and a phrase we Buccaneers live by.
Our first residents came masked and distanced. However, they did not leave behind a legacy of isolation. Instead, Bomber Buccaneers have made Bomber Hall a place of special welcome.
Thanks to the funds raised on Notre Dame Day, we have been able to create a culture of service for the Notre Dame community and beyond.
One of our favorite events here at Bomber Hall is our haunted house, Bomber Boo. We're able to come together and have fun and also raise money for the local charity South Bend Center for the Homeless.
Thanks to your generosity, our potential for service has no limits. We thank you, and go Irish.
The 11th Notre Dame Day, the biggest event of its kind in higher education. And that's thanks to each and every one of you who have helped make this an amazing day so far. We've eclipsed 16,000 gifts, benefiting over 700 causes, residence halls, Notre Dame clubs here on campus, including this club I have next to me now, Mariachi ND. So we have 3 representatives from Mariachi ND here. Have you introduced yourself and where you're from?
Hi, I'm Nico Ledesma Jones. I am the treasurer of Mariachi ND, and I live in Knott Hall on campus, but originally from Tacoma, Washington.
Awesome. I'm Christina Enciso. I'm one of the co-presidents this year. I live in Flaherty Hall, but originally from Chicago.
Hi, my name is John Castro. I'm also one of the co-presidents of Mariachi ND. I'm from Chicago, Illinois, and live in Siegfried Hall.
Awesome. Thanks to each of you for being here today. Tell me about Mariachi ND, how long it's been around, and what your typical kind of campus presence looks like.
Got it. So Mariachi ND has been on campus since about 1995, and on campus we try to revitalize the tradition of traditional Mexican music. You can find us performing serenades on campus during the month of February. We also perform at a bunch of different community events, so things like graduation this upcoming year, as well as things like the Dia de los Muertos celebrations that typically happen in the fall.
Awesome, awesome. And now we're here for Notre Dame Day. I know Mariachi ND always has a good presence on Notre Dame Day. What would those funds do for Mariachi ND in the year ahead?
So the funds would be really important for us this ND Day. For us, we are wearing trajes that are traditional mariachi. You can see they're very expensive. So for us, the funds would go to supporting our supply of trajes for incoming students, as well as buying instruments, which are really important to get some quality instruments for our students so that we can play and make sure that we sound good for the Notre Dame community. In addition to that, be able to supply lessons from instructors. There's a bunch of professional mariachi instructors from Chicago, and to be able to have lessons from them where we have this instruction that can really lead us to be the best that we can be would be great for our club.
Great. How many students participate right now in Mariachi ND?
Currently enrolled, we probably have about 20 to 25, but definitely we're looking to increase our numbers for next year, get more freshmen in.
Great. Well, thanks to each of you for being with us today. If you want to support Mariachi ND, go to notredameday.nd.edu, click that Make a Gift button, and make yourself a part of this historic day. For now, let's send things back upstairs for a very, very special guest.
All right, thank you, Jonathan. The university's more than 200 buildings and thousands of acres of campus grounds require careful maintenance, utilities care, and landscaping. New construction and renovations need strategic planning and forward thinking to anticipate the needs of students, faculty, and the local community. And joining us now on Notre Dame Day is the person who leads all of these efforts and more, Vice President for Facilities Design and Operations and University Architect Doug Marsh. First of all, Doug, thank you so much for joining us here on Notre Dame Day.
Well, it's great to be with you tonight.
Yeah, and I mentioned just a few of the major areas that kind of fall under your job responsibilities. Let's start by talking about some of the guiding principles of your team.
Well, first, it's a proud moment for me to represent my nearly 170 colleagues that are the true stewards of campus. We're responsible for kind of a cradle-to-grave operation, planning, design, construction, maintenance, utilities, landscape, all the space data, and even international facilities. And they work tirelessly to keep Notre Dame and this beautiful campus to what everybody expects, just an extraordinary place.
Yeah, and so let's get into the good stuff here. Let's talk about some of the big projects happening on campus right now.
Seems like we're always got something going on, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're just in the final stages of completing our second major research building, McCourtney Hall Building number 2 on the east side of campus. Combined with the first building, we're going to give our researchers who are studying solutions to the biggest problems that our world faces 450,000 square feet of Class A, world-class lab space. And so that project will open up in January. Yet this fall, before school starts, will be another residence hall on the East Quad, a new men's residence hall. So those are the two major projects that are finishing up soon, but we've just recently started a new geothermal well facility. It is a building attached on the north end of the Joyce Center, facing Jordan Hall of Science, and it will be a mainly glass building where you'll see the processing and the extraordinary equipment to take the use of the Earth's temperature and put it to good use on campus here in heating and cooling our buildings.
A lot of people are excited about that as well, and I know, a lot of things that come top of mind with the university is what it's doing in the community. So our relationship with the South Bend community. Can you maybe talk a little bit about some of the projects that are currently going on?
Well, I'm pleased to because, first of all, my wife and I are from South Bend. We're lifelong residents, a great place to be, and love where South Bend is and its rebirth and continued growth. But Notre Dame has a place to help with that. And being just a mile away from downtown, its roots very closely tied. And so over the course of the next few years, we will have a bigger presence in the downtown, anchored with a hub near the north end of the downtown, and still deciding what units and what research and what opportunities lay before us, but we'll have a significant presence and we'll do it well.
Absolutely, and you can definitely feel that this really is a priority for the university, is really investing in this community.
Absolutely. It's been often said, Notre Dame cannot achieve its goals without a strong South Bend, and vice versa. South Bend can't continue to grow and prosper if Notre Dame doesn't as well. So we are so inextricably linked and blessing. We have incredible relationships with the city officials as well as all the folks in the city. We're on a great path.
And I have a question. I know, a lot of people have, I'm sure, all sorts of questions for you, whether it's students, faculty, staff. What is typically the number one question that they ask you?
What's my favorite building on campus?
What is your favorite building?
Well, that's asking me like, what's my favorite child? But yeah. I often say it's the South Dining Hall. It was a monumental day when Ralph Adams Cram, a noted American architect, his only design here at Notre Dame, gave us that building that anchored the South Quad. And I spent a lot of time in there being a resident of Fisher and then also studying architecture in a building not too far away. So it's near and dear to my heart.
No, that's a good answer. And moving forward, what can we look forward to in the future?
Well, continued activity as the university continues to grow and develop. We're going to finish the reorientation of the west side of Holy Cross Drive that we started over the winter. That's going to allow us to embark on our continued involvement of our residence life commitment. And so Fisher and Pangborn will come down after great years of service, decades and decades of service. As I said before, Fisher was my hall. And then they'll be replaced by 2 new halls on the South Quad, a new women's hall built over the next couple of years. And of course, we just announced and had a groundbreaking for on Saturday a new football operations center. So that's Jack and Kathy Smith Family Hall. That will change the course of Notre Dame football forever.
Yeah, absolutely. I think a lot of people excited about that and following the news. So anything else you want to mention about what's next and what we should all get excited for on campus?
Well, I think we just continue to steward the place, and that it's my favorite time of the year here at Notre Dame because everything is out in bloom and the flowers and the trees are just coming out. And
it's
so
beautiful.
It'll be a wonderful summer, and we look forward to inviting our students back in the fall and all the fans as well.
Yeah. A lot to look forward to, and a lot of this is because of you and your team, Doug. So thank you for all the work that you do, and of course, thank you for joining us here on Notre Dame Day.
I'm very pleased to be here. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Coming up, we have a fascinating story about how founding father Ben Franklin engineered paper money to thwart counterfeiters, and then we'll feature a lively dance performance by the Hawaii Club. We'll be right back.
Be the reason. That is the motto that Baden Hall Bullfrogs live by.
And thanks to funds from Notre Dame Day, we put this philosophy into action through acts of service. Working with St. Margaret's House, we serve the needs of at-risk women and children from around our community.
Thanks to your generosity, we've held events like Walk a Mile in Her Shoes and the Polar Plunge, empowering St. Margaret's House to affect the lives of so many.
So be the reason that someone feels welcome,
Seen,
heard, valued, loved.
Be the reason we are able to continue our mission of service by giving this Notre Dame Day.
Thank you, and go Irish!
If you ever set foot on Notre Dame's campus, you know that words themselves could never do justice to the feeling that overcomes you.
The Notre Dame Glee Club captures this indescribable feeling and conveys it through the time-honored tradition of song.
Thanks to our funds raised by Notre Dame Day, we were able to take our talents across the world, spreading that sense of joy and wonder that is sparked by Our Lady's campus.
Our tours are not just opportunities to perform. They allow us the unique chance to forge lifelong friendships while taking in a wealth of new cultures and experiences.
We thank you for your generous support of us on Notre Dame Day. Go Irish.
And welcome back to Notre Dame Day. I'm Gary Sieber. When you think of Ben Franklin, what do you think of? We probably think of bifocals or libraries, maybe lightning rods, and people usually don't associate him with trying to thwart counterfeiters. But scientists have discovered several unique innovations that Franklin contributed to the money printing process. And joining us to discuss this fascinating research is Khatchatur Manoukian, who is Associate Professor of Physics and Astronomy, of all things, at the University of Notre Dame. Khatchatur led a team that analyzed a paper money collection belonging to the rare books and special collections of the Hesburgh Library here at Notre Dame. And thanks for talking with us today, Khatchatur. You know, this is fascinating to me because I know your principal area of studies, we mentioned, is astronomy. So what led you to do anything that was related to this study of money and Benjamin Franklin's role in it?
First, thank you for inviting.
Sure.
And yeah, I'm working at physics department. But we had these two nice things at Notre Dame. So we have a huge collection of, historic money, and also we have these, advanced analytical techniques. So the idea was maybe we combine these things together and see, can we see some secrets that Ben Franklin used to print the money? And he was very well known for printing this colonial money. And the idea was that, okay, let's use and see if he came up with some secrets that we didn't know before.
Did we know that counterfeiting was a problem back then?
Oh yeah, it was a huge problem. So when he started printing, so very first emission was forged very, in huge quantities. So his goal was to make the money much more, counterfeiting.
To protect the value of the money,
value
right?
of the
Because
money,
if you could print a lot of it, then it obviously devalues. And,
so he started to print. He printed for colonies, and eventually he was also involved in commissioning continental dollars for financing Revolutionary War.
Well, let's divert a little bit there. So what kind of money existed at that time? I think, for those of us, we obviously know what dollar bills look like today, and they've been that way for a long time. And then we might have some memory of Confederate money that you'd see circulating at souvenir shops and things. What existed back in the 1780s, 90s?
So that was British pounds, but in each colony they had their own pounds. It was only local circulation. So he printed money for Pennsylvania colony, New Jersey, Delaware, and some others. So eventually every colony have their own money, but during the Revolutionary War they made this continental dollar, which was used for financing war.
So what did Benjamin Franklin do? He was known at the time as one of the most brilliant people in the world. Was just quite a celebrity in places like Europe. What did he do to try to thwart counterfeiters?
So when he started, he was quite young. He wasn't famous at that time. But so he invented new type of paper printing money. So then he used a very interesting inclusions, like small mica crystals inside the paper. Then he used some sort of colored colored threads and then microfibers to differentiate the real money from fake ones.
Did they even know what microfibers were back then?
Oh yeah, so they used, he brought some of the stuff from China. Wow. Special, he ordered some from China and he introduced in that.
And mica is a mineral, so if it's embedded in the paper somehow it would glimmer?
Yes, so I think the intent was to make it really, really robust paper. Eventually they see that the mica end up on the surface, and then when you tilt the bills, you can see that those bills are shining and they reflecting light. And he used this, that's our opinion, he used this feature to differentiate the real money from fake one, because we can't see these crystals inside fake paper, so that's the proof of that.
And how did he communicate to the merchants and things that, hey, do this with your dollar bills to make sure they're not counterfeit?
I think that the job was communicating for the colonial government, so he was commissioned to print the money, and then he issued some sort of, they call it detector bills, which they circulated, and everybody knew that this is the how it should look like and what kind of features it will have. So,
so a quick aside once again, how many calls do you get about astronomy versus how many calls do you get about Ben Franklin trying to thwart counterfeiters?
Yeah, it's been interesting. So after publishing this work, it was very interesting. I'm getting invitations from various places, like Numismatic Society, to give a talk, which is completely different than what we do in our, regular time. So, and it generates interest and some other people contact me emails and then ask about this, and then offering to analyze their own collections. So, yeah, there is quite a bit interest on this research.
Sure, and tell us a little bit about the techniques that you used. What kinds of scientific apparatuses were used to try to make these discoveries?
So we used in total about 10 techniques. So some of them are very well-known ones. Some of them are very cutting-edge ones. For example, we used Raman spectroscopy. We used a lot X-ray fluorescence method, and then we use state-of-the-art electron microscopy. Then we can go to atomic resolution imaging, and you can identify every single atom and then characterize in that level the materials. So
yeah, it seems like it would be kind of difficult to count all the trillions and billions and quadrillions of atoms that are in the bill. But you're looking for specific things, signatures of something?
So we looked at signatures, printing inks. We looked all of these inclusions. So we did lots of things, and then we learned how to do this, and then eventually we gathered information. I would like to point out that a very large part of research is done by undergraduate students from Notre Dame, from different majors, physics, finance, art history students. They come, they learn these techniques, and they use these techniques to analyze the materials and the money, and then reflect upon their fundings.
And what student wouldn't want to have that term paper in their resume when they graduate? That's fantastic. The students who are involved, are they all science majors? Are they library science or what?
Different. So we had chemists, we have mostly physicists, and then we have art historians. We have even architecture students, not in this particular project, but you know, our program, you know, brings very different groups, from very different places or from the campus.
Sure, and you mentioned that this was in their rare books and collections, right? You know, the Hesburgh Library is well known for that. Tell us how you got connected with that particular connection, and did somebody come to you and say, hey, we've got all this money, check it out, or what did you?
So the lab, Nuclear Science Lab, where I work, was famous to doing these types of things. And then when I got there, there were similar projects. So, but then I looked up all of the holdings that we had, and then I thought that maybe it's worth to look at these interesting collection and then find out what else we can find there. So that was kind of the story.
So does this create a career diversion for you, or are you going to continue?
It's hobby. It's a nice hobby. So it's not our main thing, but it's interesting, and it's mostly for student education.
Well, Kachitur, thank you very much for sharing the story. It's fascinating, and
thank you, Gary.
I would love to come over and see some of the tests being made on
Welcome.
That is fantastic. All right. Well, thank you for sharing that with us on Notre Dame Day. And we are going to check in with Ben Rohr, who is down at the Student Corner. Ben?
Thank you so much, Gary. I'm here with some more fantastic students. Go ahead and introduce yourselves and tell us what you're here to talk about.
Hi, I'm Catherine Lieberth. And I'm Beth Martinez, and we're co-presidents of Lions Hall.
Awesome, fantastic. Tell us about Lions. Why is it the best dorm on campus?
Lions is a community of over 180 women on South Quad, and we're here today to raise money to continue our traditions and plan programming for next year.
We're super excited to make new traditions on campus, like having trips into the South Bend food pantries and including doing First Fridays on campus.
Awesome. What are some existing Lions Hall traditions that you're excited to keep going for next year?
We have a really awesome service event on campus called Lions Giving, which you can send Valentine's Day cards to anyone on campus. That's a really fun thing that we like to do around here.
And then every fall we have an SYR, and every spring we have a formal, which are great celebrations of our community, and we're excited to continue those. We also have VIP weekend, which we started a couple years ago, where we bring families and friends to campus and celebrate community and show them around in February.
Awesome. What is your favorite thing about Lions Hall, if you had to say one?
Mine is absolutely the people. Lions is over 180 women of the best people that you've ever met. They really make this campus a home.
I would have to agree with the people, and every week we have hall council on Tuesdays, and it's one of the best parts of my week. We get together as a community, we have a snack, we have a theme, and it's just so much joy.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much. More ND Day 2024 coming up right after this short break. Thank you.
St. Edward's Hall is more than a residence hall. It is a home, a place where we can feel comfortable and enjoy our downtime amid the hectic demands of college life. Whether a bite to eat, a cup of coffee, or a friendly game of pool, we are able to create a home away from home for ourselves because of you.
These are some of the things we are able to enjoy every day at St. Edward's Hall because of your generosity on ND Day each year.
We want to thank you in advance for your generous donations this year at ND Day.
Remember, it's for all and King. Go Irish!
Hi, I'm Laura Whitlatch. And I'm Alice O'Brien. Happy ND Day. Today we are going to be going around campus asking people what is their favorite Notre Dame tradition or memory. Come follow along with us. What is your favorite Notre Dame tradition?
I would have to say touchdown push-ups.
Love it, thank you. What is your favorite Notre Dame memory that you have?
Rushing the field during the Clemson game last year.
That's awesome, thank you. What is your favorite Notre Dame memory?
Definitely Stanford Hall Pirate Dance.
Super fun, thank you. It was so much fun getting to hear about everyone's favorite Notre Dame memories and traditions here on campus. Thank you so much for following us around today. Make sure to donate for ND Day and go Irish!
Supporting your favorite causes on Notre Dame Day is as simple as 1, 2, 3. Navigate to notredameday.nd.edu and locate the Make a Gift button in the top right corner of your screen. Once there, you have the option to either search for a specific cause or explore our curated selection of impactful initiatives, such as financial aid or student experience. You can even search by category if you'd like. Once you've identified the cause close to your heart, click on Donate, select your preferred contribution amount, and add it to your basket. Want to support multiple causes? No worries, just repeat the process and add them to your basket. When you're ready, proceed to checkout by clicking on your gift basket and boom, you've successfully made your Notre Dame Day 2024 gift.
And yeah, I'm still thinking about Ben Franklin. I can't help myself. And it's kind of like National Treasure, the movie. I'm kind of thinking sort of that real science intrigue. I like that. But what a great way to close out the second hour of our Notre Dame Day broadcast.
Yeah, we are having a lot of fun. Absolutely. We get to hear some pretty incredible stories from Notre Dame throughout this hour, from business students helping to spur economic growth in developing communities to faculty researchers discovering
Ben Franklin.
Franklin's innovative approach to printing paper money. You were really into that.
I was. I'm kind of a nerd that way. But right. Colleen, there's still time to give by clicking on the Make a Gift button on our Notre Dame Day giving page. Check to see how your favorite campus cause is doing, and be sure to encourage friends and loved ones also to contribute. We'd love to have that.
Yeah, absolutely. There is still plenty more Notre Dame Day programming coming your way all evening long. And coming up next, we're going to hear from Notre Dame alum and current Dallas Cowboys kicker Brandon Aubrey.
Yeah.
And later, we'll be joined by members of the Fighting Irish hockey team. You do not want to miss it. Again, it has been such an incredible 2 hours so far.
Really has. And remember, our Notre Dame Day event doesn't end at midnight. Doesn't end at the end of this hour, that's for sure. The live broadcast resumes tomorrow at 10 o'clock Eastern Time in the morning. We'll be bringing you more inspiring stories, terrific performances, and of course, more great reasons to support this one-of-a-kind university. Go Kavanaugh Hall, that's all I can say. Our Notre Dame broadcast continues right after a short break.
We'll be right back.
Please enjoy this quick look at our ongoing series, For Good, Stories from Notre Dame, a behind-the-scenes glimpse into life under the Golden Dome and the powerful stories that drive Notre Dame to become a force for good in the world.
One of the things I love that you say is most universities in this country have become multiversities, and that a lot of the top colleges, it's universities, it's every unit, it's every tub to its own bottom. Yeah. And even some of the top universities in the country have never had a campus-wide strategic plan. Everything's done at the college level or the institute level. You've challenged us in this framework to think more institutionally, to transcend some of the silos that typically divide and separate. Tell us more about your thinking and that format.
Yeah. There's a famous president of the University of California system who had this funny line. He says universities are a set of units connected only by a common heating and plumbing system, and sometimes that's true. I mean, they just right. have nothing in common. But Notre Dame has to be different. Why? It's got a mission that should unite us, that should bring us together. Second, we're not that big. We're not, Ohio State that has 66,000 students. We can kind of work together, and I give credit to our provost, John McGreevy, who's emphasizing this. We need to think as an institution because we're stronger if we can bring all our resources to bear on the issue of poverty or the issue of sustainability or whatever, rather than just this particular unit. So I think we can do this. I think it's a comparative advantage for Notre Dame, and it better reflects our mission if we're working together, thinking as an institution on the challenges we face.
And it helps us with some of those big issues like poverty, global Catholicism, to think from across departments and to bring different experts together.
Tom Burrish, our former provost, said, he says, look, problems we face don't divide themselves into history, engineering, physics. Right. They have dimensions in all those things. And so if you want to solve the problem, you'd have to bring together physicists and engineers and historians, et cetera, et cetera. So that's what we can do, I think, at Notre Dame.
Stay tuned to the Notre Dame Day broadcast as we bring you more excerpts from interviews with a wide array of guests, all working to serve a world deeply in need. Please enjoy this quick look at our ongoing series, For Good, Stories from Notre Dame, a behind-the-scenes glimpse into life under the Golden Dome and the powerful stories that drive Notre Dame to become a force for good in the world.
So you've launched a campaign called 150 for 150.
Correct.
150, not just works of art, but gifts. A gift could be a collection of 29 paintings that would count as one. Where are you in that toward that 150?
So I think that at last look, we were at about 40 gifts.
Okay.
And but that's about 300 objects.
Right.
Some really significant things have been happening. Some people that didn't know about us.
Yeah.
Some people that needed to be reminded about us.
Well, now the visibility and this new, the physical structure and the layout of this museum is going to awaken people to possibilities, I think, of gifting art that never would have in the previous iteration. So tell it, what are some of those objects of this first 40 that you've gotten that just kind of really jump?
A couple of things that really surprised me were John Singer Sargent, one of the great American painters of the late 19th, early 20th century, did all these gorgeous society paintings, was very conversant with art of the past. Well, through an advisory council member and a friendship that he had, we were just recently given a full-length Sargent painting. I mean, it's unbelievable.
Yeah.
Through the family of one of our deceased trustees, we were given a huge photograph by Andreas Gursky. I mean, the complete other side of the spectrum, other than scale, a very contemporary photograph, which is just mind-boggling. Nothing we could do. We could never have done on our own. But yet, through the generosity of this wonderful family, boom, it happened. And then sort of out of the clear blue sky, something that happened at the very end of the last calendar year, through a Notre Dame alum who knew a friend of a friend of a friend. It's one of those things. A huge collection of contemporary African and African-American painting. I think there are 17 paintings that are there. And, when you think about how significant the Global South is in terms of the strategic framework, it fits.
Right.
So these kind of things have been happening, and not necessarily in ways that we've gone after. They've come to us. So the Sargent, sort of classic, old master, Gursky, contemporary, and then this collection of African and African-American artists, kind of blows your mind.
Stay tuned to the Notre Dame Day broadcast as we bring you more excerpts from interviews with a wide array of guests, all working to serve a world deeply in need. Please enjoy this quick look at our ongoing series, For Good, Stories from Notre Dame, a behind-the-scenes glimpse into life under the Golden Dome and the powerful stories that drive Notre Dame to become a force for good in the world.
We have a number of different teams here. One of the teams is the Thank You Views team, which films thank you videos, and we send those out to alumni. Just a quick way to get them to see a student, hear a bit of our story, and make sure that they know that we're grateful for them. We have an international engagement team, which is active in reaching out to our international alumni.
You do that like on WhatsApp or something, so you don't, or the phone?
It's mainly over email. Okay. But it's sending them, like when Canadian Thanksgiving came out, we had a video for that and connected with them. We also, as you mentioned, do walks to the grotto, and we'll kind of have a little note and take pictures there and connect with alumni who really wish that they could be able to have the ability to go to the grotto here. Right. So we try to bring alumni a sense of their home here at Notre Dame to their home, wherever they are at that moment, and make sure that they feel connected with our Notre Dame family.
How about for you? Any stories above and beyond the phone call that come to mind?
Not personally, so I just started this semester calling, but I have a friend here who was on the phone and she asked, would you like me to go say a prayer for you down at the grotto? And she was able to go light a candle, and then she took a picture of the candle she lit and sent it back to him. And they were able, just to keep that relationship deeper than just the phone call, right? We bring in like the religion aspect of it. And like Caesar said, you're bringing home to their home. Yeah. And it just gives them a little peace of mind that they haven't been forgotten just because they've graduated, and that you're always part of the Notre Dame family.
Stay tuned to the Notre Dame Day broadcast as we bring you more excerpts from interviews with a wide array of guests, all working to serve a world deeply in need. Please enjoy this quick look at our ongoing series, For Good, Stories from Notre Dame, a behind-the-scenes glimpse into life under the Golden Dome and the powerful stories that drive Notre Dame to become a force for good in the world.
Over these 34 Peace Accords that you have studied and that you have followed to see how efficacious they've been over time, what are the basic lessons that you learned? So when you're talking to a country that is about to go into a peace accord, what are you saying? These are must-haves.
There are a few must-haves that we've learned by looking at the way these 34 peace accords have, developed for a period of 10 years. We always look at 10 years.
Yeah.
And one of them is signing comprehensive peace accords is worth it. So there are many peace accords that we call partial. So for example, there are peace accords to agree on a ceasefire, which is simply stop the fighting.
Right.
There are peace accords that are, for example, for the provision of food to certain places. There are other peace accords that talk about leaving the weapons. Comprehensive peace accords are accords that say we need to stop the violence, but we need to build peace. Our advice to, conflict parties that are sitting at the negotiation table, mediators, public officials, diplomats, is it is worth to ask yourself, what are the underlying patterns of violence? Stopping the violence at the surface is important, but the peace accord has to look beyond that and has to look at questions of inequality, has to look at questions of justice. Yeah. So we're saying, not just don't think only about how to stop the violence. Let's think about what are the social transformations, what are the dynamics underlying that violence, because a peace accord is an amazing opportunity. Right. So let's try to include in that peace accords those transformations that at least will help us prevent the next war. So what we want are peace accords that are comprehensive, and by being comprehensive, they will be more resilient and they will be more sustainable.
Stay tuned to the Notre Dame Day broadcast as we bring you more excerpts from interviews with a wide array of guests, all working to serve a world deeply in need.
And welcome back to hour 3 of Notre Dame Day 2024. It's be a celebration of all things Notre Dame. I'm Matt Ingebrek. You may know me from WNDU, chief meteorologist over there alongside.
And I'm Amanda Perkowski from ABC 57 and a student here at Notre Dame.
It's hard to believe already 2 hours in the books, and there's a lot more to go on this Notre Dame Day. And we've heard some amazing people and causes from all of those people and causes.
Not to mention fantastic performances from some of our immensely talented student groups.
We're just getting started. Fabulous speaking and talented students. Amanda, you're actually a senior this year. What's it been like so far?
It's been an amazing year. I can't believe it's coming so quickly. But yes, I'm studying marketing and film, television, theater, and I'm just thrilled to be a part of the Notre Dame broadcast here tonight.
And being on this broadcast, with what you're majoring, this fits right in line maybe with what you want to do after you graduate.
Yes, definitely. I want to continue working in TV.
Well, good to see you, Amanda. And of course, we're going to be talking more about all the things going on regarding Notre Dame Day and the very latest. This is such a great opportunity to really kind of show off what makes this university so special and so unique. You see on your screen there all the different cameras we have. We got it all across Notre Dame. And of course, if you donate, you can share. And if you share, you may see it right up there.
This is really amazing opportunity, and in case this is your first time tuning in, Notre Dame Day brings you 14 hours of the most incredible stories, inspiring causes, and gifted performers our Ladies University has to offer.
And this includes a slew of one-on-one interviews with students, professors, student athletes, alumni, and university leadership that you won't want to miss.
We invite you to participate in this tremendous event by making a gift to the cause that you care about the most. The process is easy. Just make sure you're on the Notre Dame Day website, notredameday.nd.edu, and then click the green Make a Gift button, just like that. Type in any cause at Notre Dame that you'd like to give to and complete the giving process in 3 simple steps.
3, not 4, not 5, 3. And we appreciate any gifts of any amount. In fact, one thing that makes Notre Dame Day so great are the small gifts, the little donations that go to something that you really believe in. The power of Notre Dame is a collective, not culminating in enough support to empower more than 900 causes. That's not 901 or 902. That's 900 causes to be forces for good on campus, in the community, as we've seen in South Bend and Michiana, and around the world.
So stay tuned. We'll be broadcasting until midnight tonight.
You didn't tell me about midnight.
I'll be here till midnight. And then tomorrow from 10 a.m. until 2 p.m. and again from 6:42 p.m. to midnight, all Eastern Standard Time.
And coming up this hour, we'll meet several exceptional people. You can see them on your screen there, including conversations with a soccer player turned NFL star. I saw this on the list and I circled it. Of course, I circled all the names on the list, but yeah, getting Brandon on here to talk about not only his experience here at Notre Dame, but also what he's done so far. And Notre Dame's first Marshall Scholar, circled that one as well. Plus, stay tuned for the end. Yeah, the whole hour where we'll be witnessing a performance by Notre Dame's folk choir all the way to the end.
But first, we'll send it down to Indy Jackson for an update on giving.
Thank you, Amanda, and welcome to the Social Media Lounge, where I will be checking in on the incredible progress that you guys have done. So far, we have inspired over 16,000 gifts, raising $2.1 million and affecting 714 causes. Let's go on over to the leaderboard right here, where we can see that the Arab Parsegan Medical Fund has inspired the most donors with over 1,000 donors, followed by financial aid for 484 donors. I'm here to remind you of what happened in hour 2. So in each hour, each of the clubs has a gift that they're supposed to get. So in hour 2, the winner was the Notre Dame Club of Reading, who received an extra $500 from the number of donors they were able to get in that hour. Next up, we have something called the Notre Dame Alumni Association Club Size D. If you are a Notre Dame Alumni Association Club, the time is now to give. If you're able to give, if you're able to inspire the most donors, you get an extra $500. Incredible, incredible. So one of the other things I'd like to highlight, you said that we were gonna have a soccer player on. If you go over to the athletics, right now the men's lacrosse is taking the lead with 300 donors, followed by the women's swimming and diving team. I'd like to take a look below at the softball and women's rowing team. Only 8 donors apart. Come on, guys, get those gifts in. Let's get these Notre Dame students empowered to create their own legacy here at the university. I'm so excited to also let you know that the women's rowing and women's lacrosse team are tied at 47. Can we get them one more? Can we do one more? Let's see what else we got going on head leaderboard. One of my favorite categories is to see who we can get going with one gift. Irish Consultant Club, Films Lover of International, Hearts of Mercy in Notre Dame, Chicago Congregations and Project. Can we get them one donor so they can participate in Notre Dame Day? Thank you so much for joining us here at the Social Media Lounge. And with that, we'll go back to Matt.
I love it, because it's not Notre Dame unless there's some competition involved. And it wasn't 2 or 3, it was just one for rowing just an inch up there. But the other part of Notre Dame, especially Notre Dame Day, has to do with the academic side of things. And one person that embodies both of it is going to be our next guest. He's a graduate of Notre Dame, class of 2017. And the 2023, I smile about this because I remember it like it was yesterday, the breakout star NFL kicker for the Dallas Cowboys. Brandon was an engineering major and a standout student athlete, and student comes first on the men's soccer team during his years at Notre Dame after earning All-American honors during his senior year. He was taken into the first round by the MLS Super Draft by Toronto FC, and let's pick up the story from there. Brandon, you're joining us now. I got to start off by saying, thanks for joining us on ND Day. And I got to ask, did you see what Notre Dame men's soccer did earlier this year?
Absolutely. It was a great run, just a little bit short. Wish we could have got over that last hurdle there, but it was a great run, and I'm proud of those guys.
Yeah, and we were saying that you had an amazing career as a student athlete at Notre Dame, and then you get drafted in the first round of Toronto. Talk to us about what it's like to be a player in the MLS, Major League Soccer.
Yeah, it was a great privilege. Obviously, a lot of hard work goes into getting there. So it's a realization of a childhood dream, something that we all strive for, something that I came to Notre Dame knowing was a possibility, but obviously planning for not making that possibility with the degree. And that's something that Notre Dame offers that a lot of the prestigious schools don't offer, is academics and athletics, which you mentioned earlier. So being a professional athlete in whatever sport it is just the culmination of a childhood dream, but it's also a new beginning. And that's where I kind of fell a little bit short my first pass at it with soccer. Didn't realize just how much left on the plate there was. That's just the start. That's the beginning of your grind. You've worked your whole life just for that opportunity, and just go out there and know you belong and make it count.
And so after 2 years of playing professional soccer, you decided to shift gears and put your Notre Dame degree to work. Just a quick question in regards to just soccer and football. You get into soccer, everybody kicks the ball, and I assume at home you go to football and you just kick the ball once. Can you talk a little bit about the mental shift between the two games? Because obviously you're kicking differently in a completely different circumstance.
Yeah, absolutely. With football, it really is 90% mental. You go out there and you practice one form, you're hitting the ball one way. And in soccer, you're really going out there, you're getting to a flow state, you're hitting the ball a million different ways, you're collaborating with your teammates, you're trying to get a common goal done. But when you're kicking a football, really you have a couple of guys that are involved in touching the ball. You just have the snapper and the holder, and then that's all that's left is for you to go kick the ball. So 90% of kicking, I would say, comes down to the kicker, and most of that is mental. Obviously, you got your guys protecting you and your snap and hold, but other than that, it's really an individual sport within a giant team game. So it's mostly mental, I'd say, and that stress comes down to 5 or 6 moments in a game where you have to be completely locked in and really forget about what's going on around you and just do your little task to the best of your ability.
Yeah, Brandon, you mentioned it, 90% mental, and earlier we were talking about it regarding just academics and athletics here at Notre Dame. Can you talk a little bit about 90% mental also means that you are having to earn a degree here at Notre Dame. What did that do for you, being a software engineer, thinking that you don't have any more athletics left? What went on in your mind at that point, knowing that you had a software engineering degree and you're an engineer in your back pocket?
Yeah, so a little background on that transition. I went from the MLS my rookie year and kind of didn't make it there, so I had to drop down into the second tier of American football, or American soccer rather, which was the USL. And there I played well. I fit in, made a spot for myself on the roster, played every week and did pretty well, but there wasn't a lot of money at the second tier at the time. So I was looking around, and I just gotten married and could make double what I was making doing that with my software engineering degree, and thought, maybe it's time to put that to use so I can start a family and really support it financially. So without that degree, who knows if I would have even been able to make that transfer. I might still be toiling away in the second tier, making a little less money, but playing soccer. So just having that backup plan gave me the ability to make that transition on my feet. And when I made that transition, I was happy to have it, but was still missing a little bit of something that you get out of athletics that you can't quite get in the workplace. Obviously, that competitive itch, I needed to go and scratch. So I wanted to go, I considered, playing pickup soccer, but really wanted something maybe a little bit more than that. And was just sitting around watching TV with the wife, and as we always do on Sunday nights, we watch football, and kicker went out there and hit a ball, and she kind of had that light bulb moment where, like, I think you can do that. Sure. So went out and got a ball and tried it. I thought she was crazy, but after that one day on the field, I'm like, maybe she's right. Maybe I gotta pursue this.
And back at home, I got a 6 and a 3-year-old. They both play soccer. They should be in bed right now, but knowing that I'm talking to an NFL football player, guys, go to bed. One last question for you. What is your advice? ND Day is about kind of providing for the future, or at least helping people get their start, and also kind of give those gifts to programs that help younger generations or people coming up through Notre Dame. What kind of advice do you have for those teenagers or those that are maybe even under 10?
Yeah, absolutely. I'd just say find a goal, find something you're passionate about, and really commit yourself to it. Especially when you're young, you'd be surprised just how obtainable playing professional sports really can be if you really truly take the time and show up to practice every day, give it your all, and really have that dedication and focus on the one task. And that means making sacrifices. You might not get to go hang out with your friends all the time. You might not get to go have fun, and you're going to be sore and tired, but it's something that's worth it if that's something you want to do. And if it's not, then you got to sit down and be really pragmatic with yourself and just understand that if I'm not putting the time and effort into it, it's just going to be a hobby, and I shouldn't be too upset with not making it very far.
And I can sum that up very simply with being a Notre Dame grad. Have fun. You're going to be sore and tired, but certainly making it worth it. If you want to be first off the fantasy football kicker draft board, which you are now, Brandon, I was looking up the stats earlier, that's the kind of stuff Deb put in. Thanks for joining us.
That's
really
awesome.
Appreciate it,
Thank you for
Great
having
job,
me.
and good luck next season.
Thank you, Matt.
Yep. All right, we'll take a quick break, but when we come back, we'll hear from a senior who recently became Notre Dame's first ever Marshall Scholar. What does that mean? We'll answer that question. Plus, later we'll have a special performance from the Notre Dame Folk Choir. That and more. They're the guys making sure we get on the air, and the ones in my ear. Thank you for all you do. We'll be right back.
Notre Dame Day gives the Ara Parsegian Medical Research Foundation the resources to save children's lives.
We found out our son Parker had Niemann-Pick type C at just 4 months old. It was devastating to find out because not only is the disease fatal, but there is no cure. And so we sat there wondering what we might do and how other families cope with this. We got connected with the Parsegian Fund and were amazed by all of the researchers and people that came together to support our children and Parker.
Each year, we use funds from Notre Dame Day to support high-impact research, develop therapies for a cure for Niemann-Pick type C disease, a cure for children like Parker.
It's thanks to the Parsegian Fund that Parker is now thriving, and he is doing better than anybody would have ever expected. I just hope they realize that they make our lives and our children's lives, and especially their quality of life, better each and every day.
Thank you for giving to Notre Dame Day and the Ara Parsegian Medical Research Fund. And thank you for bringing hope to families and children.
Family is everything, so when you go up to college, it can be scary. So much change and so many new faces. That's why in Howard Hall, family is our mission.
Notre Dame Day funds have enabled us to build an inclusive community.
Whether welcoming new and returning ducks back from summer with family reunion,
Celebrating the entirety of our community with the Tunnel of Love,
or coming together to break bread and give thanks to one another, the Howard Ducks always fly together, whether you're in need of a laugh, a shoulder,
or just someone to spend time with.
Your generosity empowers Howard Hall to grow closer every year. Thank you, and
Go Irish!
Welcome back to Notre Dame Day. I'm Amanda Burkowski. This past December, Notre Dame senior Kendra Limo was named as a 2024 Marshall Scholar. She is only the 11th Marshall Scholar in Notre Dame history. Founded in 1954, Marshall Scholarships finance young Americans of high ability to study for a degree in the United Kingdom. Up to 50 scholars are selected each year to study at the graduate level at a UK institution in any field of study. Kendra is joining us today to tell us a bit more. First of all, congratulations, Kendra. What a special honor. So first, you are an art history major with an Africana and Italian studies minor here at Notre Dame. So what really drew you into Notre Dame?
Yeah, absolutely. So I always knew that I wanted to go to a Catholic school after sort of graduating from a Catholic school in high school, and I knew university-wise I wanted to go to a Catholic school that had a really robust art history program, and so Notre Dame ticked all those boxes. But more than that, I would say the community was also a huge part of it. The alumni that reached out of it was something they raved about, and I was like, this is a community I want to be a part of, and that's probably the reason that I'm here today.
Definitely. I definitely had that sense of the Notre Dame community when I was first on here. I feel like there's nothing like it.
Absolutely.
In terms of what had you interested in studying the art of the African diaspora, could you tell me a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So I've always grown up around African art. My dad is actually from Tanzania, and so I sort of grew up with these different art objects surrounding me. But I also come from a multicultural background by the nature of being raised in Minnesota, and so this identity of being between these two spaces and having these two identities was always super fascinating to me. And as I was studying contemporary art, I found so many artists that fall into this identity and this idea that it produces this really interesting complex as you're creating art. And so the diaspora sort of fits into this and this identity that is inherently multicultural. And so that's really what's driven my study of it.
Wow, that's amazing. So you're going to be traveling to London, you said in September.
Yes.
So have you ever been to London, or did you study abroad there previously?
Yes, this will be, I think, my 4th time in London. I haven't gone for an extended period of time, so this will be the first time I actually spend more than probably like 5 days in London, but I'm really excited. I had a chance to study abroad in Ireland the summer after my sophomore year, which was really great, through the Notre Dame Dublin Global Gateway, doing a research project on contemporary Irish designers. And then that same summer, I spent about a month, 1 week in Kenya, in Nairobi, researching contemporary East African artists, and then about 3.5 weeks in Tanzania doing the same thing, but it was a really cool experience. And then last spring, I was in Italy. I did the semester program through the Rome International Scholars Program. So I've had a lot of time abroad, but this will be my first time in London for an extended period of time.
Definitely, you're quite Miss International over there. So what specifically made you apply for this scholarship?
Yeah, absolutely. I had previously reached out, or I talked to Q's beforehand about a different scholarship a year prior, but they had reached out to me and thought I'd be a really good fit for this program. But I always knew I wanted to do graduate level work in art history. And so originally I was applying for PhD programs just because I come from a very low income background. So masters were never really an option for me because it was like, I can't shell out that much money. But the Marshall was one program that was able to do that. And so I applied sort of on a whim and was like, well, if it happens, then it happens. And it was a really great experience. And after they accepted me, I was like, this feels like a no-brainer to have the chance to spend some time in London. So.
Yes, I don't think I would pass up an opportunity to spend some time in London and study what you love, so that sounds amazing. And then in terms of the Flatley Center for Undergraduate Scholarly Engagement, definitely an important resource here on campus. Had you had any contact prior with them before applying for the scholarship, or did that get you involved with that?
Yeah, absolutely. I lightly alluded to it, but they helped me apply to the Beinecke Scholarship a year prior, which provides extra funding for students who are doing graduate level work in in the humanities, I think, more broadly. And so they helped me through that application process, drafting my personal statement and really talking to me about my goals. And so I worked with Emily Hunt in that department there, and then she was the one that also became my point of contact for the Marshall. So I got to spend a lot of time with her, and she probably knows me far too well now, but It's a really great center, and they're really good at what they do.
Wow, they definitely seem like an amazing resource. So do you have any advice for anyone else who's applying to such research or art scholarships? Just tell us a little bit about that process or any insights you have.
Absolutely. I would say, first of all, go for it. I think don't count yourself out before you even think about it. I know I was really intimidated. I was like, okay, there's so few people that get picked, and what are the chances it's me? But because of Q's, I was able to sort of have that confidence, and they really saw something in me, and I think that's the only reason I was able to successfully apply. And also really just to jump on these opportunities, especially to interact with Q's. The most valuable part of this experience was not just the fact that I got the scholarship, but it was so integral to helping me discern my interests and what I want to do moving forward, because you spend so much time fawning over a personal statement and thinking about what institutions are best. So it's a great chance to get to know yourself and where you want to go professionally and personally.
Well, we are so honored to have you here. Thank you again for showing up on ND Day, and congratulations on your scholarship. And with that, I'll throw it down to the student corner, where Lauren Whitlatch has an exceptional cause. Standing by to tell us what they're all about, Lauren.
Thank you so much, Amanda. I'm here with these amazing people, and they're here to introduce who they are and what group they're here to represent. So I'll let you guys take it away.
Hi, my name is Maria Bueno.
And I'm Jack O'Connor, and we're here with the Deloitte Center today.
Now, what does the Deloitte Center do?
So the Deloitte Center ensures that students get the chance to meet really cool professionals from around the world that work in the ethics field, and they also guarantee that we get to support faculty research in business ethics.
Oh, and we also have a course that students can take as a way for students to get involved with the center.
I love that. That sounds amazing. So why did you guys personally choose why you wanted to join this club?
So I started working with the director of the center. Her name is Jessica McManus-Warnell, and she was my mentor freshman fall, and she was like, hey, I have this really cool opportunity. Would you want to become involved as a research assistant? And I said, yeah, sure, why not? That sounds cool. And it's been awesome ever since.
I love that. That sounds so great. And what do you think makes this community work? What do you love most about the community?
I think it's that the opportunities that the Deloitte Center provides for students, and the way that students can get together with faculty and professionals in the field and kind of give opportunities to students in the business world that they might otherwise not have access to.
Well, thank you guys so much for coming on ND Day 2024 here. We are going to take a quick break, but make sure you stay tuned.
Notre Dame has this class called Philanthropy and the Common Good. It is funded by the Philanthropy Lab and Notre Dame Day funds, which we give in grants to deserving local nonprofits.
How it works is we split into different site visit groups, and we get to visit various nonprofits in the Michiana community, and then we come together as a class and decide which nonprofits really need our help the most. It's really fun and really rewarding to be able to help these nonprofits through the generosity of others.
This class is special. Over the past 5 years, we've had 115 students award over $342,000 in grants to local Michiana nonprofits. And as students engage these nonprofits, they learn valuable lessons about how they can promote the common good throughout the rest of their lives.
What makes this class so valuable is an awareness of the needs and awareness of how those needs can be met, but maybe at even a deeper level of the satisfaction you can get from being involved with the community. I think people who are engaged in this way are better citizens, better partners, better members of any community they belong to, and frankly, more fulfilled in their lives.
Notre Dame Day provides a huge boost to our efforts. We appreciate all that you have done and will do for us.
We are Philanthropy and the Common Good.
Through the generosity of Notre Dame Day, our team spreads the spirit of the Fighting Irish.
Whether constantly finding new and exciting ways to show off the blue and gold,
or learning and creating exciting new routines with innovative choreography.
The mission of the Pom Squad is always to ignite the passion and enthusiasm of the Notre Dame faithful.
In the stands and in the community, we strive to inspire, to show the next generation what it means to be the Fighting Irish.
We thank you for the constant support and energy you bring to Notre Dame.
Go Irish!
Welcome back to Notre Dame Day. I am Indy Jackson inside the Duncan Student Center where it is buzzing at 9 p.m. at night. With me, I have Jill and Alex who are representing the Access Able Club. Right before this, they were telling me that Access Able is a club for students with disabilities and allies that seek to promote advocacy, spread awareness, and build community surrounding disability here at Notre Dame. So with that, Jill, it'd be really helpful if you could tell us, what are you here fundraising for?
So right now we have bi-weekly events with kind of a mix of disability advocacy and community building, and next year we're hoping to have weekly events in addition to like more collaborations with different clubs such as Prism, as well as more big events such as Painting with Twist and Blindfolded Dodgeball and our annual South Bend Cubs game.
Oh my goodness, you do so much, Jill. So you're a junior here. Can you tell me more about your club and how you got involved?
Sure. So Access Able was founded in 2019, so we're still a very young club. And we've definitely changed a lot since the beginning. I started when I was a first year, when Alex was our vice president, and I just immediately felt at home among people like me, and it's been a great home since then. So Access Able, our main goal is to build community among disabled students, and so we do that, like I mentioned, through the community building events as well as like disability advocacy.
Wow. You know what I loved about that? You said that you felt like home, and you included Alex in your story. So Alex, can you tell me one thing you're really proud of about Access Able?
Yeah, I think the main focus of Access Able is to make Access Able and Notre Dame home under the dome for every student. And since being founded in 2019, we've made very big strides. And a favorite memory of mine is every opportunity that we have to build a sense of community, such as our annual Blindfolded Dodgeball event, which we host every spring semester. And it is a great opportunity to have a fun activity where people of all ability levels are able to participate.
Thank you so much, Jill and Alex. Guys, you heard it here. They are here to help build community for every student at Notre Dame. Right now, we're at 26 gifts, over $2,000. They're ranking over 136. Let's get them to the top 100. Try to get them to 40 gifts. And with that, I'll send it back upstairs to you, Matt.
Now, welcome back. I want to make note, at the bottom of your screen, right down here, notice there are challenges between the 9 and the 10 o'clock hour. So if you're watching and you're just waiting to donate maybe to the 11th hour or as we get closer to midnight, do it now. There's challenges at the bottom of your screen. You can see one right there. Congrats to the ND Club of Reading for winning the 8 to 9 p.m. hour. See, even if you win the hour, then you go ahead and you get a scroll at the bottom as well. Thank you, Indy. Our next guest, Maddie Link, appeared on Notre Dame Day several years ago as a first-year undergraduate at the university who helped with the creation of a 3D topographical map of Notre Dame's campus to expand campus accessibility for students with disabilities, the first map of its kind at this university. And if you haven't seen it yet, you can go over to notredame.com and obviously notredame.edu and actually see it. It is something, Maddie. Thanks for joining us.
Oh, thanks for having me. It's great to be here.
I got my notes here. It says you are a double domer, and then you told me 2 have been completed. You are now on your 3rd dome.
Yeah, I'm on my 3rd degree here. So last time I was on, I was a first-year undergraduate. I'm now a first year in our Medieval Studies PhD program. And in the interim, I completed a master's in theological studies that I finished last year.
Most are just trying to get their first dome, but you're already on to your 3rd. Start us at the beginning. So you're on Notre Dame Day a little bit ago. Where's your journey at now, and where do you see it going?
Oh, wow, that's a great question. It's been a phenomenal journey. I'm so blessed to be here. I loved my time here as an undergrad. I was in Lyons Hall, best dorm on campus. I was a history and theology double major, minor in Italian. I had the chance to do 2 summer study abroad programs, one in Jerusalem and one in Rome. And I was part of the planning committee for Junior Parents Weekend. So a really rich, wonderful experience. I was also blessed to be a merit scholar through the Brennan Family Scholars Program. So really grateful to Mr. and Mrs. Brennan and their family for their amazing generosity and the scholarship that they made possible for me.
And it sounds like you did it once. You said, all right, I want to keep doing this, doing it again. You said you traveled abroad and did a semester in Rome.
2 summers.
2 summers.
So I did 1 summer in Jerusalem and then the following summer in Rome.
And you also are doing medieval studies here at Notre Dame. Any influences there? When you went there, you got inspired to come back and want to do more?
I've always loved the medieval period. I think it's really fascinating. My work focuses mostly on medieval women and pilgrimage. And so I felt that very personally as a modern woman who has gone to a lot of pilgrimage sites. I was really inspired thinking about myself as sort of someone who followed in their footsteps in some ways, and really excited to tell their stories and make them more well known.
Yeah, and one thing that I've heard a lot of on this Notre Dame Day has to do with just the footprint of Notre Dame. It's not just campus, it's extending the campus. What kind of qualities did you get on campus that you then took and continue to bring to the world?
I think community is huge. That's something that Notre Dame really prides itself on here, and something that they foster in the Global Gateway campuses, which they have in Jerusalem and Rome, so that's where I was both times I traveled abroad, and they're wonderful communities, great resources, people who know the area really well, people who want to help, people who connect you to opportunities to serve the community, phenomenal professors, really home away from home at all of those locations.
And you have an interesting perspective. If you want to talk a little bit about that, just going through the process of these different degrees and these different accomplishments, what are some things that you're able to bring out of yourself as a person that you learned?
So I ended up taking a gap year between my undergrad and my master's. That was partly due to the COVID pandemic that started in 2020 during my senior year. And I'm really grateful for that opportunity, actually, because it gave me a chance to really reflect on what I wanted to study and what I wanted to do, and to return to graduate school very focused. I took 5 semesters of Latin over Zoom with a graduate of our MA in Classics program. Yeah, it was wonderful. And really just, it was technology at its finest. So I'm really grateful for her and that we were able to connect, and I feel like that prepared me to be very successful coming back to the master's, and then kind of moving into the PhD and having a plan and working on my application and staying in touch with wonderful professors and advisors who helped me through that process.
You know, one thing about Notre Dame is that when it comes to support professors, it never stops.
No.
And you have some of these lifelong friends, lifelong teachers. Maddie, what's next? I know you're going back, you're going to do this and that, but what do you want to see accomplished in the next 5-10 years?
Yeah, ideally, I would love to be a professor myself and teach medieval studies with a particular focus on medieval women, pilgrimage narratives, as I mentioned, clothing motifs is the other thing that I sort of trace out in my research, and just show people that the Middle Ages is an amazing time period full of people who are doing really wonderful and interesting things.
Are you planning on doing a 3D rendering of Rome? You've done it for Notre Dame.
I don't know. If our architecture folks want to, that'd be a big job.
Well, thank you, Maddie. I appreciate you joining us.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. It was great to be here.
So we're going to take a quick break, let you know what's going on. Time now, 9:34, and as I've mentioned, get those donations in, even the smallest amount, the bottom part of your screen. Use hashtag NDDay to share your Notre Dame social content. That was about 7 hours ago. Hey, let's get this updated. Come on, guys. We'll sit back and we'll join Amanda down with the director from the Office of Enrollment to talk about a very important milestone that Notre Dame is celebrating this year. Plus, don't forget, this is the 3rd time I have said this, and since you've been watching since 9 o'clock, the 3rd time you have heard this, a performance by the Notre Dame Folk Choir. We'll be right back.
At Keenan Hall, Notre Dame Day has enabled us to follow through on our motto, Brothers in Christ.
As Keenanites, we put an emphasis on brotherhood and community, using our Notre Dame funds to put on events that bring people together.
With our Great Pumpkin event, we've even managed to bring back a tradition once thought lost to the pandemic. Because of Notre Dame Day, we were able to come together as brothers and give back to our community, giving children from the local Boys and Girls Club a chance to have some Halloween fun.
Through every event, every activity, our brotherhood grows stronger.
And none of this would be possible without your support on Notre Dame Day.
Thank you, and go Irish!
Notre Dame Day gives us the opportunity to do tons of fun things together and create an environment where myself and the rest of my teammates really become a family.
We ensure that anyone who's interested in water polo is able to join the team without worrying about expenses or dues or anything like that. Our goal is to create a holistic Notre Dame experience for all of our players. Through this program, we are able to go on spring break training trips to California, compete in the CWPA, and even attend the national tournament. Last year, we were able to place 7th at nationals, and we're hoping to head back this year to do even better. With Notre Dame Women's Water Polo, you really become a part of a family. This has been one of the most empowering experiences of my life, and I think my teammates can say the same thing. I think that the community and camaraderie that we have here is something really special and something that I haven't really found at any other clubs at Notre Dame. This upcoming year, we'll be celebrating the 30th anniversary of Notre Dame Women's Water Polo, and we are just so thankful for all the generous donors who have allowed us to get here and to keep this program going and keep it super strong.
Thank you for giving to Notre Dame Day and allowing us to become a part of something bigger than ourselves and having this be one of the most impactful Notre Dame experiences of our lives.
Thank
Welcome back to Notre Dame Day. I'm Amanda Burkowski. 2024 marks the 160th year since the University of Notre Dame admitted its first Latino student. Adelante ND, an employee resource group for Latinx faculty, staff, administrators at Notre Dame, is helping to celebrate this milestone. Joining us to tell more about Adelante is Mirella Riley. She's the program director in the Office of Enrollment. Well, thank you for being here today. And first, can you tell us a little bit about Adelante, its mission, and how you're pursuing it?
Sure. So Adelante ND is one of our employee resource groups here on campus. Sponsored by the Office of Human Resources, and we're one of about 9 different employee resource groups. And for me, really kind of getting involved with this group has been an opportunity really to just get to know other Latino faculty, staff, and employees of the university. To support one another, we come together often for kind of social interactions, to get to know about each other, even within the group itself, the diversity of the group that exists, right? So we have Latino employees who are of Puerto Rican descent, for example, others from South American descent. Myself, I'm from Mexican ancestry. So it's been just a beautiful way to kind of come together, support each other, but also assist the human resources area with recruitment of other Latinos to come to Notre Dame as a place potentially to work.
Amazing. And on that, bringing students into Notre Dame, so 160 years ago, that means in 1864, the first Latinx student arrived on campus. Can you tell me a little bit about the story of this student and kind of how he created this legacy, continuing this process of admitting more Latinx students?
So actually, very little is known actually about that first student that's on record as far as we know. So through kind of archival records, we know of Alejandro Perea, who was a student who came here from New Mexico. And so this coming fall, we get to celebrate kind of that earliest known date of a student of Latinx descent that was here. I think this next year gives us an opportunity to actually try to dig deeper into his story, who he was, a little bit, find out more about him. So we are actually in conversations with the archives here, and have also started conversations with lots of partners across the university to find ways, again, so Alejandro Perea is one student, but the idea that we've had so many students of Latin descent that have come through Notre Dame, who have gone on to do great things, and so really it's one person, but the opportunity to really explore and celebrate kind of the heritage that has been here for that many years is how we're looking at this.
Yes, and you mentioned the celebration. Could you tell me a little bit more about what this celebration will entail?
Sure. So again, within Adelante ND, we certainly have some ideas that are in the works right now, and probably too early to kind of reveal of how we want to recognize this milestone. But as part of this, as employees, we're also engaging units on campus to think about ways that we can contribute, again, from many dimensions, right? And these areas include, places like athletics, places like our Office of Public Affairs and Communications. And so we're hoping to engage and to invite everybody who's on campus, whether you're of Latino descent or are really more interested in being an ally to support the effort.
Yes, the support system really seems alive and well at Adelante. And you mentioned the faculty and staff support. Can you tell us a little bit more about how the students can be involved in Adelante?
Sure. Formally, we don't have a lot of interaction because our group really is focused more on kind of the support for staff and faculty. But informally, there are a lot of ways that we engage throughout the year with our students that are here. And certainly this upcoming milestone, I think, is an additional opportunity for students also to be very actively engaged. When I say informally, members of our group in Adelante ND serve in a variety of roles on campus, including roles that often mentor or advise student groups. So we have those very kind of close connections with the students.
And can you tell me a little bit here more about why it's so important to maintain your cultural identity and how Notre Dame's really pursuing this mission with Adelante?
Sure. Well, I think I can only maybe speak for myself, but I think it's something that has been. I've been at Notre Dame for a long time, 27 years, and I still think about who I am at my core. This girl who came here as a student first from Los Angeles, California. First generation student, of Mexican heritage. And I think it's the way that the university not only has supported that and, embraced who I am, has been important to me, but being able to kind of pay that forward so that others who come here feel that same sense of pride in who they are, regardless, again, of what their background is. I think it's important for all of us. And it's certainly, I think one of the benefits of our group has also been just to kind of share that culture, again, that's so diverse within the whole kind of category of Latinx. And it's really always rewarding to see people who may not be of Latino descent join us in our meetings and participate and really kind of, enjoy learning about other people's cultures.
Maria, what an amazing story, and thank you for all your work that you do with the Adelante group. Thank you so much for joining us on ND Day. Right now, we're going to turn you over to the student corner where Sharon Lipscomb is standing with yet another worthy cause. Shannon?
Thanks so much, Amanda. I'm hanging out here in the student corner with another awesome cause. Let's get to know who it is and what club they'll be representing.
My name's Ryan Walsh.
And my name's Alejandro Cetina.
And we're here with Model United Nations.
Now, how big is the Model UN Club here on campus?
The Model UN Club is about 30 to 40 students, and it's made up of mostly freshmen and sophomores.
Awesome. And Alejandro, what does the club do on campus? What do your meetings look like?
So our meetings basically run through a simulation of how Model UN is and just the preparation for students to know about its public speaking, diplomacy, negotiation, and how they can get prepared for conferences that we assist to at certain points in the year.
And why are you guys so passionate about Model UN Club? To see that on a college campus is definitely an awesome thing.
We're just really passionate about it because it gives us a lot of skills in terms of public speaking, debating, and things like that. It helps prepare us for future fields, and it's a great time. We have a lot of good kids going out there competing. The conferences are a lot of fun, and we always have a good time together. So we just really enjoy being able to share that experience with our friends and get out and see these different cities around the world to compete for a competition we love.
And I'll send this question to both of you, but what do you think the impact of Model UN Club is here on campus?
I think it just, for one, it helps give you, like I said before, skills to develop that you can use later in the workplace. For me personally, I want to go to law school, and so a lot of those debate skills, the public speaking, the critical thinking skills that you were required to develop an argument help be prepared through that. And it also is just a good time. It helps build a bond between the team members, and it's just a really fun time, especially when you travel to cities like New York, DC, Montreal. It's just always a fun time.
Yes, and definitely going that same route. You meet so many people from different universities, from different colleges all around the country, and just meeting in a country, just meeting in a conference in a specific city and talking to them is a really enriching experience, and I think, alongside what Ryan said, it's a great impact for us here at Notre Dame.
All right, you guys heard it here. We've got their cause up. They have $1,900 raised with 44 gifts, and they would love to get a lot more. So make sure you donate to the Model UN Club this ND Day.
On a weekly basis, our souls proclaim the greatness of the Lord as we fill the Basilica of the Sacred Heart with the power of the feminine voice.
We are so blessed to minister in such a sacred space, and we also get to extend our mission when we go on tour.
Touring not only empowers us to bring people closer to Christ through prayerful song, but it also enables us to bond as we faithfully serve the communities we visit.
We were able to work at St. Andre House of Phoenix, a hospitality house dedicated to providing crucial aid to those who most need it.
The funds raised on Notre Dame Day last year amplified our voices to reach the faithful across the country. This year, we'd like to expand that reach to the world with another tour and our very own album.
Thank you for your continued support and empowering us to be a force for good.
Go Irish!
The Brian Hatterman Trophy. It's not just our goal, it's our reason for being.
Brian was an engineering student known for his kindness and generosity to his peers.
Although Brian only spent a year at Our Lady's University before his tragic passing, a spark from his creative mind ignited a legacy that carries on.
A simple yet imaginative sketch of a robotic quarterback would go on to inspire the creation of our sport and even the design of our trophy.
Robotic football brings together some of the essential passions of Notre Dame, marrying our drive for innovation and problem solving to the game we love.
Thanks to Notre Dame Day, we've become the premier robotic football program in the country, winning 4 national championships and appearing in every championship game since 2011.
From keeping our robots on the cutting edge to increasingly spirited designs, your generosity has empowered us to succeed, and for Brian's memory to live on each time his trophy is hoisted.
Thank you, and go Irish!
Welcome back to Notre Dame Day. My name is Lauren Whitlatch, and it is my privilege to welcome to the stage the Notre Dame Folk Choir and their director, Dr. J.J. Wright. Take it away.
Will you go where you don't know?
much. Now let's send it back up to Matt and Amanda.
And a fantastic performance. I got to note that we're in the Student Center. Not the greatest place for acoustics, but the way that came through, if you were listening at home, just a fantastic, tremendous job. You guys can hear me. Well done. You can hear me. Anyways, Amanda, it's been a great hour. They're talking about Notre Dame Day, and I can't say enough just about what we've accomplished just in 1 hour here at Notre Dame.
It's been an amazing experience. I'm looking forward to the next 2 hours. We're going to midnight. It was really cool to learn about, yes, he's getting out of here right now, but it was great to learn about Brandon Aubrey and all that he has in store.
Yeah, he shared some great advice, both to young athletes, but also what it means to have kind of that academics from Notre Dame in your back pocket. And you're a senior this year.
I am.
So give me a little bit about your experience of what you're going to be taking from this.
Notre Dame has just been an absolutely amazing place. It's been awesome to be here on the fencing team, get to have all the community events, be part of the dorm on campus, go to those masses. You talked about Milkshake Mass earlier.
I did.
I'm a frequent Milkshake Mass attendee, and I'm really going to miss that next year.
I got to ask, what's next for you?
We gotta see, but this summer I'm actually working at the NBC Sports headquarters in Stamford, Connecticut for the Olympic Games, so I'm really looking forward to that.
Excellent. And of course, all of this, your help is when you donate. The bottom part of your screen, congrats to the ND Club. That was the one from earlier, being awarded $500 coming up in the next hour. Again, there's different challenges that you can do. Just the smallest gift can make a world of difference, not in the present, as you're an example of, the future as well. Check out a number of gifts that have been received.
Absolutely amazing, and we're already over $2 million raised. Thank you for everyone who's given to Notre Dame Day, and make sure to make a gift on Notre Dame Day by going to notredameday.nd.edu. It's just easy. You just click that green button as we talked about earlier, and then just 3 steps. All different sorts of causes you can choose for, and all the clubs on campus really appreciate your support.
Yeah, the process is simple, and of course, we got another couple of hours to go. I'm doing this, but I don't know why.
The University of Notre Dame asks, what would you fight for?
Fighting for those with cystic fibrosis.
To improve the lives of sick children.
For breast cancer patients.
To defend human rights.
Боремося за культурну спадщину.
We are.
We are.
The Fighting Irish!
Never done that before.
Please enjoy this quick look at our ongoing series, For Good, Stories from Notre Dame, a behind-the-scenes glimpse into life under the Golden Dome and the powerful stories that drive Notre Dame to become a force for good in the world.
One of the things that you did that was really popular right out of the blocks with the Notre Dame fan base and certainly the alumni was that you reinstated the pregame mass in the Basilica of the Sacred Heart, and then that long procession from the Basilica over to the Notre Dame Stadium, where fans and everything are able to kind of rally around the team. Why did you do that? And what do you think the impact of that is on the football team?
There was really 2 reasons why I made that decision. One was I remember being a recruit, and I came to a game, and I remember seeing the players walk out of Basilica to the stadium, and that was something that I always remember being a young person. I thought that was really cool.
Yeah.
And so when I came here, I didn't know that it had changed, and I found out it had changed, and I said, okay, who can make the decision to change it back to the way it was? And he said, well, the head coach can, right? And so that was number one. But two, you know, for anybody that plays sports, you're so vulnerable those moments before a game. As a coach, as players, like, you're vulnerable. Like, some of your best pregame speeches are before the game because anything you say, like, the kids are all in. They just want to, whatever you say, I believe. Yeah. And I thought, what better time?
It's almost like they're going into battle, right? They know they could get hurt. There's a lot at stake, right? So there's a vulnerability in that moment.
Amen.
Yeah.
And so what I told myself, like, what better time is it to go and have mass? What better time it is to go into worship than that time when you're in that vulnerable state? And that's really a big reason why I did it too. I want our play, and you don't have to be Catholic to go to our match. Not all of our players are Catholic, but I want them to embrace that spirituality in that vulnerable state, and that's what I want them to remember. Right? They're going to remember the walk. They're going to remember the fans and those moments. But I want them to grow in their spirituality in those moments before a game. We always say the calm before the storm. We know when the foot hits the ball, it's going to be the storm.
Does it resonate with them? Do you have anybody who says, like, Coach, I don't want to go to mass, you know, before?
No. I think they truly enjoy it. They embrace it. It's a part of their pregame routine.
Stay tuned to the Notre Dame Day broadcast as we bring you more excerpts from interviews with a wide array of guests, all working to serve a world deeply in need.
Welcome back to Notre Dame Day 2024. I'm Eamon McEnany, class of 1991. It's always so great to be back on campus, and it is especially fun to once again be part of this Notre Dame Day broadcast. Amanda Perkowski and I are coming to you live from the Duncan Student Center.
Hello everyone, Eamon. I'm having the best time here being part of the Notre Dame broadcast team this year. I'm going to be graduating, so I'm a class of 2024 Domer, and I'm also in the film, television, theater major, so having experiences like these are truly special.
Yeah, it's a great opportunity for you to further your career, and I couldn't agree more. Time and time again, Notre Dame makes sure that students are given opportunities for experiential learning. You know, you are a standout member of the fencing team, and back in the day I was a member of the men's lacrosse team, and the support Notre Dame gives their student athletes to be successful off the field is second to none.
It's truly amazing. I feel so supported with all the resources we have on campus. We have sports psychology, we have nutritionists, our coaches are amazing. I just couldn't be at a better place.
We did not have nutritionists back in 1991. We had Chicken Patty Day on South Dining Hall.
That seems pretty good too.
It was pretty good.
I would take a chicken patty.
If you want to help Notre Dame continue to support students and be a powerful means for good, your gifts today will go far to provide all sorts of experiential learning opportunities for students across campus. Click on the green Make a Gift button on the Notre Dame Day website, type in any cause at Notre Dame that you'd like to give to, and complete the giving process. We have a lot in store for you this next hour. We'll hear from some student podcasters, talk to some remarkable student athletes, and hear a performance by the Notre Dame Chorale. But first, let's go to Indy Jackson for an update on giving. Indy.
Thanks, Eamon, and welcome back to the Social Media Lounge, where I will be giving you the high-level updates of the most exciting things happening here for our Notre Dame Day. First and foremost, we are over 17,000 gifts received, over $2 million raised, supporting 718 student causes. Last hour, we gave our Notre Dame Alumni Association clubs a challenge. The winner of that challenge was the Notre Dame Club of Greensboro, Uniontown, taking away $500. Coming up in our next hour, we'll be focusing on the We Are All ND causes. If you go over to your leaderboard up here at the top, click categories, drop down to the bottom to We Are All in D. You will see all the clubs that are eligible to receive that $500 challenge fund bonus. You have 60 minutes to try and get as many donors as you can to participate in this to bring home the prize. Listen, it is going to be supercalifragilisticexpialidociously exciting as we go into this next hour here at the Notre Dame Day. And with that, I'm going to send it back to you, Amanda.
Here we go.
Thanks, Jonathan. Glad to see those numbers are moving. There are a number of podcasts produced on campus on topics ranging from scripture to peace studies, but the podcast Black ND focuses on the experiences of Notre Dame African American students on campus, also alumni and staff and faculty, and Black history, culture, and people. Junior Isaiah Hall and Senior Tykira Jordan host the show, and they're joining us here today. Welcome to the show, Isaiah and Tykira.
Thank you.
So first, can you tell me a little bit about yourselves? Well, we know you're a junior and you're a senior, but your Hall, give me that Notre Dame intro.
Yeah, that standard Notre Dame intro. Yeah, my name is Isaiah Hall. I'm a junior here at the University of Notre Dame. I am originally from Houston, Texas, but I stay a little bit outside Atlanta now. And I'm double major, actually, in Africana Studies as well as FTT with a specialization in television. And I live in O'Neill Hall.
And I'm Tykira Jordan, currently a senior. I live in Lewis Hall. I study mechanical engineering with a concentration in bioengineering, and I am from Phoenix, Arizona.
Amazing. So both different places. What made you guys pick Notre Dame?
I'll be honest, one thing about me, I'm always keep it real. Notre Dame was not a place I saw myself going to originally. I'm a QuestBridge scholar, and so that's basically a scholarship that matches low income but high achieving high school students with some of the most prestigious universities in the country. And so on my ranking list, you rank some schools, and I put Notre Dame as number 2, got matched, and ended up here.
Well, we're glad you're here. How about you, Tykira?
Similar situation. Notre Dame was actually not on my list. My high school counselor was the one who said that I would be a really good fit for it. So I applied. Notre Dame flew me out. I got to see the campus and get a feel for the students in the community, and I absolutely loved it. So here I am.
Well, we're glad that campus feel pulled you into Notre Dame. So you guys have your own podcast, so you're used to being in front of the camera, so it's good to have you. You guys are comfortable. How does it feel to be on the other side and actually being interviewed for once?
You know what? It's not our first time being interviewed, actually.
Okay.
We did an interview, what was it, sometime?
We did.
Yeah, we did an interview sometime last year for our producer at the time, Dana McFarland, shout out to him. But I mean, it feels good to be on the other side. We love to talk. We love to, be able to answer questions and just kind of still maintain, our sense of freedom and just really just be out there, show our personalities,
So can you tell me a little bit more about actually co-hosting then? You guys seem like quite the dynamic duo.
You want to go ahead and start that one?
Well, let's see. I didn't join until last year, so he's had a bit more experience in co-hosting than me. I was a little nervous first coming here. I had no experience in being in front of the camera or behind it, anything to do with that. But co-hosting has been a really good experience. We clicked quite instantly. We're both pretty funny, if I do say so myself. I'm funnier.
I'm funnier. Nope, it's me.
I know.
It's me.
A battle.
Everyone
We'll have to let the viewers choose.
They know the truth. Anyways, I'm funnier. But no, it's just been a really great experience, and I love co-hosting, especially with Isaiah. He's been a joy, so.
Amazing.
And I feel the same way about her as well.
Beautiful. And for those of you who don't know, Black at ND, the podcast started in 2021 with the first episode being What Does It Mean to Be Black at Notre Dame? And it was hosted by Amora Robertson, who started the podcast and it's really evolved over the past 3 years. Can you tell me a little bit about the evolution? You've been involved in the program a bit longer, but as co-host, you're very well involved as well. What does the process look like at your years here at Notre Dame?
Yeah, so it's evolved rather quickly. I took over the show in 2022 as a director as well as a co-host and also editor of the show. I got to put that out there.
Little flex.
But originally it was much more like podcasting, just people just talking, and that's kind of just what it was. Over the years, we've evolved it more into like a talk show sort of base. We've used more interview styles. We've also implemented more of like clips and kind of what you would see on center talk shows on TV. We've implemented that to kind of separate ourselves from the podcast realm. And that's kind of just what we're going to continue to do as well with that. And another big thing with Black at ND, where we've kind of evolved is we have an all-Black crew, which is something that we're very proud of, especially getting Black people into the entertainment and media industry. And so seeing our entire crew be Black, which it wasn't whenever Morja had the show, that's been very important for us.
Amazing. And how many episodes have y'all been part of, or what episode has truly made an impact, do you think has been the most campus, maybe talked about podcast you guys have been a part of? It's a toughie, I'm sorry.
No, the most influential episode, I can't pick one. A lot of the things that we talk about impact us directly, so it's like I can't choose one thing over the other, so they all have a very significant impact on me. For the number of episodes, though, that I've been a part of, I think it's been around 20-ish.
Yes.
So I've had a good run.
Definitely.
And I think for me, the most impactful episode that we've had was the first episode that I was ever a part of back when it was Luzola who was co-hosting the show with me. It was our first ever episode together, and the impact was, I mean, it was crazy. We kind of talked about the use of the N-word in the classroom, which is an experience I had personally in the class I had here at Notre Dame with a white professor using the N-word. And I mean, the reach of it was insane. We had people from China commenting on the episode. We had people from all over the United States commenting on having similar instances of enduring those sort of things in their classrooms, kind of how they felt about it, and a lot of praise for speaking up on it on our behalf and kind of telling our side of the story and how it affected us as Black people. So that one had a really big impact on people.
Well, first of all, I'm very sorry about your experience. That's completely inappropriate for the classroom, but it's really great that you have this podcast and are able to use that platform to spread these important messages to be heard, because that's just truly unacceptable behavior, and I'm glad you're able to speak out about it. And but talking about speaking out, the subtitle of the podcast is "Wake Up, Listen, and Speak Up." Obviously, that's what you're doing, but can you explain a little bit more about the impact and why you guys came up with that subtitle?
You know, whenever Morja had first created the show, he saw that there was a need for specifically Black students to speak up, especially on the experiences that they were enduring here at Notre Dame, and he felt that there wasn't any other platform that was doing that. A lot of our experiences that we've kind of been through here, they kind of stay within our realm of, you know, BSA, the Black Student Association, Wabrud, our Black Men's Club, Shays Ebony, our Black Women's Club. Shout out to all of them, donate to them as well. But that's kind of just where they stayed, in the greater Notre Dame community as well as just the greater South Bend community weren't hearing any of our stories. So Morja just saw that there was a need to fill that, and that's kind of what it just came down to, you know, waking up ourselves, but also everyone in the community, speaking up on what we're, you know, just enduring, and then also allowing people who maybe aren't Black to just listen up, hear our experiences, and see what you can do to potentially make our experiences, you know, a little bit better. So.
It truly seems like you're continuing that legacy of Morja Morrison. And can you tell me a little bit more about the impact that the podcast has had and what you want to continue seeing? You're leaving, but continuing on your senior year with the podcast Black at ND.
Personally, even though I am leaving, I would love to see Black at ND reach a wider audience. Currently, most of our audience is probably just students and like our family members. I know a lot of my family members, shout out to you guys, have subscribed and, you know, tune in. So I really just want to see Black at ND like expand. I don't know, it's just, there's a lot of things that Black at ND can really be doing, and we will get there eventually. So we have goals, and the goals will be met. So I really just want to see that in the future for us.
Yeah, I feel the exact same way. I think, you know, with you graduating as well as me graduating next year, I think my whole thing is just keeping the legacy going, you know, keeping the tradition of Black at ND going. Whenever Morja and the crew graduated, you know, he just told me, look, I'm trusting you with this. I'm putting it in your hands. My only thing is just make sure it doesn't die out. Just make sure it continues to grow, make sure it continues to evolve, and just make sure it stays relevant. That's the word he used, was relevant. And we've done everything, you know, as that. And so once I graduate, I just hope to see the legacy continue to live on.
I think you guys are making Morja proud, and sounds like some very exciting episodes coming up. Well,
Absolutely.
Thank you so much for telling us more about Black at ND.
Of course.
Really appreciate having both of you guys here today.
Thank you.
Well, it's been great having them both here. If you want to continue watching the podcast, you definitely should. Make sure to see Black at ND. They are on YouTube. Up next, we're going to talk with the seminarian, Bobby Weltner. But first, these messages.
Hey Notre Dame, I'm Alice O'Brien.
And I'm Lauren Whitlatch, and we hope you've been enjoying the ND Day festivities.
Today we're going to be walking around the campus and asking where people's favorite spots are on Notre Dame campus.
Let's take a look. What is your guys' favorite spot on campus?
I'd have to say the place, I think it's called the World Peace Plaza, looking over the lake at Carroll.
Sounds beautiful, sounds
It
beautiful.
is. I'm going to have to go with the Hall of the Year, Keenan Hall. Roll Dice, baby.
Oh.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, gentlemen, so much.
Where are your favorite spots on Notre Dame campus?
My favorite spot on campus is right behind us, actually, the DeBartolo Performing Arts Center.
Classic Glee Club answer. Charlie?
I do love DPAC, but I would have to say my favorite spot on campus would be St. Joseph's Lake.
Well, make sure to keep on donating, and happy ND Day.
Go Irish!
Man, I'm just like so hungry, bro. Dude, so am I.
Did you guys hear?
Hear what?
It's back.
What's back?
Can't you smell it?
It's back.
It's back?
It's back.
Dog pizza is back and better than ever. Thanks to Notre Dame Day, we've been able to bring back this delicious Alumni Hall staple and reinvent a tradition.
Sharing great dog pizza.
With even better dogs.
Thank you for your generosity. And remember,
Go Irish!
All of a sudden, I'm craving a slice of pepperoni. Welcome back to Notre Dame Day. I'm Eamon McEnany, and joining us now on Notre Dame Day is Bobby Weltner, a member of Notre Dame's class of 2014 and a temporarily professed seminarian in his second year of vows at Moreau Seminary. Bobby, welcome to Notre Dame Day 2024.
Eamon, thank you for having me. It's wonderful to be here.
Yeah, great. Looking forward to learning some more about you. But let's start by learning about your story. You attended Notre Dame as an undergrad. What did you do after graduation?
Yep, so I graduated in 2014. While I was here as an undergrad, I studied math and accounting. Got a job with KPMG, so I moved to New York City. Worked for 6 years with KPMG. Did mergers and acquisitions work, strategy consulting. I was also a CPA, so kind of accounting, finance-based work as well. And it was a great career, very exciting career. It took me all over the world. It was one of those consulting careers that got you on the road every week. Moved to London at one point. But yeah, really great career, and but obviously God had a different call.
Well, you led me to my next question, because obviously you have an exciting career living in New York City, going all around the world, like you said, London, Asia. How do you decide, let's go back to campus, and not just campus, but the seminary?
Yeah, obviously not an easy decision, and obviously pretty big change in lifestyle. But as I moved through my career, as I kind of advanced and started to manage bigger teams and mentor some of the younger team members, I realized that people had some deep needs that weren't being met. Some of my team members, when the stress of the work would get to them and our late nights of working together, then also all of their personal stresses would come out. So imagine midnight at the office, you got a big client report due the next day, and that's when all the struggles with anxiety and depression come out, the issues with marriage, issues with family, issues in their families, lack of self-confidence, lack of self-worth. And it was really accompanying my team members through those moments that I said, you know what, I love this job, I love the lifestyle that's providing me, but I think God might be calling me to serve this moment right here. The way I thought of it was, I'd work on some of these big deals you could read about on the front page of the Wall Street Journal, exciting projects. But the way I processed it in my prayer life was, look, this has high worldly value, very, very important. But this interpersonal interaction right now has eternal value. And how can I maybe serve a little bit more eternal value on a day-to-day basis?
As you mentioned, that's not an easy decision. What do you think, to have the maturity at that age, to think of it that deeply and impactfully instead of just thinking about yourself and moving on to the next deal? What do you think was it that was like helping others, that motivated you to help others, and that there was more to just this one singular job?
Yeah, well, first and foremost, it's the Holy Spirit. It's God at work in my life. But it's also the foundation that I received from my parents, a wonderful family, an older brother and sister that are fantastic, wonderful, loving parents. And then my formation here at Notre Dame. You know, Notre Dame was my first time going to a Catholic school. Grew up Catholic my whole life, went to public school. But Notre Dame was my first time going to a Catholic school. And I remember just being really moved and impacted by the relationships that I formed with my rector here on campus, Father Ralph Haig, but also a lot of the other young Holy Cross priests here on campus. And I think it was that formation that really, formed me to kind of think in these terms of, you know, what is the deeper meaning in life? What is the greater purpose you can serve with each and every day? And so I think that set, that kind of laid the seeds for the future discernment that obviously came later in my career.
You led me to my next question, because as a seminarian, could you provide some insight into the formation and discernment journey?
Yeah, it's quite the journey. Like I said, huge change in lifestyle. I mean, I went from living in London and kind of working throughout Europe, and then 6 months later, moving to Monroe Seminary right when COVID hit. And so it was, I went from a very active, fun lifestyle to a lifestyle in a seminary that was shut down. And a lot more silence, a lot more prayer, a lot more adjustment to communal living. And so the formation process, though, as a whole, from start to priesthood, is 7 years. And I think it's 7 years for a reason, right? Because there is such an adjustment from one way of life to a whole new way of life, living the vows of poverty, chastity, and obedience. And so the first year is a year spent at Monroe Seminary, not in vows, but it's a year kind of peek your head in the door, see what religious life is like. It's a year of studying philosophy here at Notre Dame. Then if you say, okay, maybe I can see a future in this, then the second year is what we call a novitiate year. And that's a year spent out in Colorado, and it's our most monastic year of formation. It's a year in which we enter more deeply into our relationships with Christ. There's no formal education that year. We spend time studying the constitutions of Holy Cross, but most of it is spent in prayer and kind of learning how to live in community together. You go off the grid, so there's no phone. There's very little internet for the year. You get one call a week to your family. So those are adjustments, but it's a beautiful year. And then after that, you come back, you profess your first vows, and you come back to Notre Dame for a 4-year Master of Divinity degree. So I'm currently in my second year of the Master of Divinity degree. It's 4 years of theology that prepares you for full-time ministry. At the end of that degree, you profess final vows. You're ordained a deacon for 9 months, 8 or 9 months, and then ordained a priest, God willing. And so that's the 7 years.
All that, and you still haven't forgotten about your business background as you're a mentor here in the Business Honors Program. So thank you so much for joining us here on Notre Dame Day. Great to meet you and great to learn from you. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much, Eamon.
Let's check in with Lauren Whitlatch to see what's going on at the Student Corner.
Thanks, Eamon. I am here with these lovely ladies, and can you please introduce yourself and what club you are representing here today?
Well, my name's Aubrey Harper.
And my name's Catherine Party.
And we're representing the Notre Dame equestrian team.
That is so cool. So what does the equestrian team do?
So we go and ride horses, obviously, hence equestrian.
I love. And what is the community like?
The community is a great group of girls and men that we ride together. You have a lesson once a week, and we do a lot of social events as well as compete in our region for Notre Dame.
That sounds like so much fun. And now, ladies, I have to ask, do you have your own horses?
Yes, I do have my own horse. His name's Sawyer, and he's 4 years old.
Oh my gosh, I love that. I've never ridden a horse. It looks insanely hard, so props to you guys. And now, last question I have to ask, what are you hoping to do with any ND fundraising?
Well, all the money we get from fundraising goes back into the proper care of our horses. Each horse spends about $475 on their care because of their shoes, medicine, feed, and even board to the facility because we rent these horses out from Lucky Horse. And so we're hoping we can gain money so that we can still support them. And then we're also hoping that we can use it for transportation next year so we can go to more competitions and send more riders to get that experience.
I love that. Well, good luck, ladies. I hope you get the fundraising you need. Now we're going to send it back up to Eamon, who will be interviewing the Notre Dame hockey team. But in the meantime, a short break.
Few things are more powerful than a person with strength and confidence. Thanks to Notre Dame Day, Johnson Family Hall is establishing a legacy of empowerment every day. We're unique.
We're authentic.
We can squat.
We can defend ourselves.
But most of all, we're empowered to be the best we can be. We embrace our differences and come together to build lifelong friendships and grow ourselves.
Physically,
mentally, and spiritually. Whether it's gym equipment, self-defense training, or other amenities, you help make Johnson Family Hall a proud home for strong and confident students.
Thank you, and
go Irish! Notre Dame Day is an annual reminder for me to look back and remember all of the fun memories I had on campus.
As president of my residence hall, I really saw the impact that Notre Dame Day and all of its donors have on student life.
It's incredible for me to be able to now give back as an alum to these causes that I was a part of as a student.
It gives me a direct line to students who are in the place that I was when I was a student on campus many years ago. So it helps me to see how the programs that I loved and committed myself to as a student have grown and shaped others.
I just think it's so important to continue to invest in the kids that are here and to give them the same opportunities that, we had as students.
The university isn't one thing, it's so many different things.
I encourage other alumni to look back at their time at Notre Dame and to really reflect on what was meaningful to them. Small donations go a long way.
Whether you paid your entire tuition here or you were scholarshiped or some sort of a mix, as most of us were, you were here walking on these grounds because someone believed that the future was worth investing in.
Welcome back to Notre Dame Day. I'm Eamon McEnany, and now we're going to talk puck as I'm joined by three members of the hockey team, Tyler Carpenter, Justin Janicki, and Grant Silanoff. Guys, welcome to Notre Dame Day 2024.
Thank you. Thanks for having us.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Justin, I'm going to start with you because yesterday your team did something pretty inspiring. Could you tell us a little bit more about the Rally for Rudy?
Yeah, so I guess starting off with Rudy Chapman. He was diagnosed with cancer at a young age, so before I was here, the Notre Dame hockey program kind of adopted him in and brought him into our group and made him part of our community. And then yesterday we kind of set up a car wash for him and just a nice fundraiser we could do for them, something that we enjoy. We've done it before. So it turned out to be a really nice day, and it was a lot of fun. Probably a little bit too much fun, but we raised a good amount of money for him, so we're up to around $6,000. So really proud of it, but yeah, it was, like I said, a fun time, and it's always nice to support Rudy in any way. He means a lot to our team and to our program. So.
Oh, that's awesome. Awesome job raising so much money. Tyler, how important are service opportunities to your team values, and do any similar experiences like that stand out to you?
Yeah, I mean, we've done a bunch of different service, community service stuff. We've gone to Boys and Girls Club, Cultivate Food. We've done a handful of readings at elementary schools, and it's something that Coach Jackson really harps on, is our community service and making sure that we're really giving back to the community. I mean, Notre Dame's nothing without South Bend and the fans, so getting the chance to see a smile on kids' faces or people's faces when we get a chance to meet them and hang out with them, it's really special, and I think it creates a bond within our group that's really tight.
I imagine these kind of experiences also go a long way in building camaraderie. You're talking about how much fun you had yesterday at the car wash. Grant, I want to start with you. How do these opportunities and these experiences make your team bond that much tighter?
Yeah, I mean, I think we do a lot of stuff in the community that makes us tighter. Us three, our whole team, we love being in the community and getting involved. And I think a big thing for us also is being here in the summertime as well. So when we're here in the summer, we do some community service stuff, and then we're also some of the only people on campus. So our, we hang out a lot with each other, and our team camaraderie is pretty good because of it.
Yeah, obviously college athletes on a team sport are spending a lot of time together. And, I think one of the unique things here about Notre Dame is the trips you go away outside of the regular season and to abroad. And you guys are going to get to go to Belfast, I understand. Grant, let's start with you again. What's that going to be like, in the Friendship 4 that you're playing? And what is that? And what do you think that trip to Belfast is going to mean to this team?
Yeah, we're really excited for it. I think it started around 2015. And each year they take 4 teams to go out there and do a little tournament. and this year we were fortunate enough to be selected for it, and we're all super excited for it, and being able to go abroad to a different place with your teammates and, you know, go out there, and a lot of families will be out there, so it'll be a really good time for us.
Yeah, that trip's around Thanksgiving in November. Tyler, how are you able to balance the competitive nature on that trip, but you immerse yourself in the Northern Ireland culture?
Yeah, I mean, that's the million-dollar question right there. I mean, it's going to be a lot of fun, obviously. It's going to be a new experience for a lot of us. I don't know if any of us three have been to Ireland. I don't know if any of the guys in the team have been to Ireland, but I think on top of getting to play 2 very competitive hockey games, we're going to try to do our best to go sightseeing, go on as many tours as we can, meet as many new people as we can, and like you said, immerse ourselves in the culture as much as we can away from the rink. But when it comes time for hockey, these are 2 very important games, and they're going to be big for the standings. So hockey first, but sightseeing is definitely going to be close second.
Hockey, NHL now taking center stage with the playoffs. You two are from Minnesota. I'm from New York. Anders Lee, the former Domer, captain of the Islanders. How pumped and excited do you guys get to watch the former Domers in the playoffs?
Yeah, obviously it's the best time of the year. I mean, everybody loves playoff hockey, so a number of our alums are competing, so obviously following it, and I'm kind of bummed the Wild aren't in it, but no, I mean, obviously cheering those guys on and aspiring to reach that level someday is a goal of all of us, so it's obviously such a joy to watch and follow them for sure.
Grant, let me follow up on that. You know, you mentioned it's inspiring to see Notre Dame guys in the NHL. You grew up in the same region as Anders Lee, and obviously Minnesota's produced a ton of NHL players. But, you know, how motivating is that for you to see a guy from your region be a captain on an NHL team? Yeah, no, it's really cool. He actually is pretty good friends with my cousin, so I've met him a few times and I've been able to golf with him and stuff. And he's a great guy, and, you know, being able to watch him now and do that, it's so cool to see, and obviously that he went to Notre Dame, it makes it even more special for all of us here. So growing up in that same area, though, it's cool. Yeah. Tyler, back to where we started here about, you know, giving back to the community. How do you balance everything here at Notre Dame? You guys are playing top-level hockey in the Big Ten. You know, dreaming about getting to the Frozen Four and winning it all. You got to go to class here at Notre Dame where that's rigorous, and then you throw in the community service. What's the key to balancing the whole package here at Notre Dame?
Well, one of the great things about coming to Notre Dame is the people that surround you here and the support system that you have. Coaches, administrators, teachers. Everyone is there to help you kind of balance your day-to-day life and make sure that you're not missing certain, like you said, community service events or stuff like that. So making sure you're staying on top of your stuff. The support staff here is great, and I know us three couldn't really get through Notre Dame without them. So it's a great community to have here.
Tyler, Justin, Grant, thanks a lot for joining us. We'll let you go back to your studies or watching a West Coast NHL playoff game, but thanks a lot. It was great meeting you and spending some time with you.
Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right, now let's send it back over to Indy.
Thanks, Eamon, and thank you guys for joining me back here in the Social Media Lounge. We are at over 17,000 gifts inspired by you all, and if you're waiting to make your donation, I have another exciting cause for you. The Asari Institute for Global Engagement with Religion is their work seeks to engage religion for the common good in support of integral human development. Here to talk more about that, I'm joined by Charles and Garrett. And Charles, could you tell me more about what you're fundraising for in this institute?
Indy, it's great to be here. Thank you for having us. We are the Ansari Institute for Global Engagement with Religion, and what we are specifically wanting to do is raise funds for our undergraduate students. We need students to have the opportunity to travel the globe. Here at Notre Dame, we are producing students that have the competence to see and the courage to act, but can they get to where they need to go to do the research? Can they interview the people that they need to interview? And then can they come back to Notre Dame and tell the stories and then provide us with some concrete actions, some concrete strategies and how to resolve the conflict that is taking place in these particular areas where religion is a major actor on the stage. At the Ansari Institute for Global Engagement with Religion, we like to bring together groups of people who normally operate in silos. For instance, you have professors operating over here, you have students operating over there, you have policymakers somewhere in the middle, and then you have others like faith leaders, and then just the community itself. We want to bring these people together so that they can connect and collaborate. You know, not only does the Ansari Institute want to foster integral human development, we want to build a community where people can have a better understanding of each other, where they can develop acceptable levels of trust and then collaborate together to make this world a better place.
Oh, that's so beautiful, Charles, and truly inspiring. So, Garrett, as a graduating senior who has been a part of everything that Charles has shared with us today, what are you most proud of and inspired about regarding this institute?
Yeah, definitely. The institute, the Ansari Institute, has given us a lot of space to kind of like not only find what's really great about Notre Dame and the institute, but also to find our own way and to make our own path. So myself and another student, Chloe, we both worked together this year to create an event for Earth Day, caring for our common home from youth and multi-faith perspectives. So we worked together, we secured 7 co-sponsorships, and worked together with a lot of people to bring in a youth environmental advocate from the Philippines to talk about her experience with what we can do as humans, as young people, to actually address the crises we're seeing with the environment. And also we had a interfaith flower planting ceremony with leaders all around South Bend from different faiths, from the Baha'i faith, from Christian groups, from Jewish groups. So it was a really great showing of what students can do when they put their mind to it and what the Ansari Institute can do to foster those kind of connections and all of that. So
thank you so much for sharing. Listen, please go to the Notre Dame Day website, check out the Ansari Institute, see how you can get involved, but most importantly, please give a gift so that students like Garrett are able to continue their work. And with that, we'll be back with more Notre Dame Day content right after this.
Per Ardo et Spes, through adversity to hope. This has become the mantra of Bomber Hall and a phrase we Buccaneers live by.
Our first residents came masked and distanced. However, they did not leave behind a legacy of isolation. Instead, Bomber Buccaneers have made Bomber Hall a place of special welcome.
Thanks to the funds raised on Notre Dame Day, we have been able to create a culture of service for the Notre Dame community and beyond.
One of our favorite events here at Bomber Hall is our haunted house, Bomber Boo. We're able to come together and have fun and also raise money for the local charity South Bend Center for the Homeless.
Thanks to your generosity, our potential for service has no limits. We thank you, and go Irish.
Supporting your favorite causes on Notre Dame Day is as simple as 1, 2, 3. Navigate to notredameday.nd.edu and locate the Make a Gift button in the top right corner of your screen. Once there, you have the option to either search for a specific cause or explore our curated selection of impactful initiatives, such as financial aid or student experience. You can even search by category if you'd like. Once you've identified the cause close to your heart, click on Donate, select your preferred contribution amount, and add it to your basket. Want to support multiple causes? No worries, just repeat the process and add them to your basket. When you're ready, proceed to checkout by clicking on your gift basket and boom, you've successfully made your Notre Dame Day 2024 gift.
Welcome back to Notre Dame Day 2024. I'm Amanda Burkowski, and joining me now is an incredible student athlete currently having a dominant junior season. He has earned 5 first-team All-Americans this year. Quite an amazing stat right there. This is Chris Giuliano. And so first of all, can you tell me a little bit how you started swimming?
Yeah, so this is actually quite an interesting story. So it was really my brother who got me into the sport. I used to hate swimming. I would never really want to get in the water or anything like that. And there was this one day, it was really hot out. I was getting dragged to his morning practices over the summer. So I decided to just hop in. I joined the team, and that's how I started my swimming career.
So it seems like this was a young age when you decided to make that hop in, but what age was that when you decided this was going to be your primary sport?
Yeah, it was like 8 to 9.
Okay, that was about when I kind of decided to pick fencing too. So you definitely were highly recruited coming into Notre Dame, and we're so honored to have you here. But what kind of made Notre Dame stand out and make you want to come here?
Yeah, obviously you have the balance between academics and athletics. But I just felt like this was the right place for me to mature the most. I think this presented a lot of opportunities post swimming. But you know, as soon as I stepped on this campus, like I knew this was the place to be. Like there was just something in the air around here. So
The campus really does just have this special feel about it.
it does, and it helps that I grew up a fan of Notre Dame a little bit as well.
Oh, can you tell me a little bit about that? A little Irish fan.
Yeah, so you know, being from Pennsylvania, I grew up like in Penn State as well. But my football coach, like way back in the day, he was a huge Irish fan. So every time like we'd score a touchdown, the Notre Dame fight song would play. This was during like the 2012 run. So you know, it was just kind of ingrained in my mind that you know I love the Irish.
There you go. I remember when I got recruited, I was practicing so I could be ready for all the Notre Dame game days. Truly amazing. But what have been like the key contributors here at Notre Dame to your success? Obviously, you've just skyrocketed at your time here at Notre Dame.
Yeah, this was. I mean, it's everything I could have asked for and more. You know, the current coaching staff has done wonders for me and this program, and you know, I think they've helped me realize my potential in this sport. They've grown my love for the sport. I think coming into college, I didn't love it as much as I used to, and I think like the love for swimming has definitely helped push me through some tough times.
I see. Well, we're glad you're diving straight into that pool now. You were really a little initially afraid, but it's great to have you there. And then you're preparing for the Olympic trials coming up. Can you tell me a little bit about what that preparation processes look like and when those are going to take place?
Yeah, so after this NCAA season, we switched right back into long course training. So Olympic trials will be held middle of June, and you know, we're just kind of building back up from post NCAAs. And then we're just gonna try and hit it out of the park come trials. So.
Yes. So obviously Olympics are the goal there, but going into your senior year, what are the goals for your ND career and then going on past then?
Yeah. This past year we've had our highest finish as a team. On the men's side, we were 10th, and you know, I think the goal is definitely to do a lot better than that this year, this upcoming year. Personally, I mean, I think a national championship is definitely on my mind. So I think that's definitely one goal I want to have heading into next season.
Yes, and congratulations on placing second at the ACC too with the team. That was also a great finish for the Notre Dame men's swimming team. And then finally, this is kind of a fun one. If you could only do one swim event for the rest of your season, which one would that be?
Oh, it's tough. I would love to say the 50 just because it's the shortest and fastest one, but you know, I think the 100 is more my bread and butter. So I think I'd want to stick with that.
Okay, he's 50 free. That would be his go-to.
No, I would do the 100. 100.
100.
Sure. Yes.
Okay, 100. Yeah. Got it. Well, Chris, thank you so much for joining us here on Notre Dame Day. We wish you the best of luck at the Olympic trials from all of us here at the ND crew. Now it's time to check in at the student corner with Lauren Whitlatch. Lauren?
Thanks, Amanda. I am here with some lovely residents of Pascagoula East Hall. Now, can you ladies give me your ND intro?
Yes, of course. Hi, I'm Katie Finn. I'm from Orange County, California, studying mechanical engineering at Notre Dame, and Megan and I live in Pascagoula East Hall.
I'm Megan. I'm a sophomore as well. I'm from New Jersey. I'm studying business analytics, and I'm also the incoming VP of PE, and Katie's the incoming president.
Wow, congratulations, ladies. So I have to ask, what has been your favorite PE activity this year?
This year, our dorm put on our signature event, Silent Night, Silent Auction. And we did a tabling event where we auctioned off a bunch of items, including a football helmet signed by Sam Hartman himself. And we totally blew our goals out of the water and did great.
I would say my favorite event was either Mod Quad Appreciation Week in the spring, which is another signature event with our Mod Quad sibling dorms, and as well as our formal in the spring. It was Great Gatsby themed, and I really enjoyed it, and I think it was a really great time.
Ooh, a little 1920s action. I love it. Sounds like so much fun. Now, what would you say is your favorite part about PE community?
Ooh, definitely the e-lounges. We're in there like literally every night, and Megan and I are actually roommates. So we strategically planned our room right next to the e-lounge so that we could spend like every night in there.
I would say like some of our mottos. I think one of them is "No Power Left Behind," and it's really like embodied in how everyone just cares for each other and is always willing to help. Also love the e-lounges, and also like our other motto. It's like "Go set the world on fire," and not like in an arson way, but like inspire everyone around you and light everyone up like in the room that you enter.
I love it. A great nod to the PE Pyros. And my last question for you ladies is, what are you hoping to do with the fundraising you get here from ND Day?
Yeah, so going forward, we plan to continue to build the PE community. We want to do that by continuing to renovate our dorm by adding on to our gym, improving our study rooms, and hopefully putting in a coffee maker on the 6th floor so everyone could benefit from that.
Yeah, and another one is to bring back Hot Mic, which is a signature event in the spring, and it's kind of like Hot Ones on YouTube, if anyone has ever watched that, and to bring back our dorm food services called Pete's, P-E Eats, and we're really excited about that one too.
That's awesome. Well, thank you guys so much for coming here on ND Day. We have a short break coming up, but after that, we will be hearing from the Notre Dame Chorale. Take care.
And I'm Alice O'Brien. Happy ND Day.
Today we are going to be going around campus asking people what is their favorite Notre Dame tradition or memory.
Come follow along with us.
What is your favorite Notre Dame memory?
I have to say joining NDTV, donate today.
My favorite memory is meeting Sam Hartman by Chick-fil-A.
Working and traveling with the football team as an equipment manager.
Love it. Thank you guys. What is your favorite Notre Dame tradition?
I would say Flaherty Flames. I'm a resident of Flaherty Hall, and every Wednesday we have s'mores on the Flaherty patio from 9 to 10, and they're really good.
Love it. Go Bears!
Go Bears!
It was so much fun getting to hear about everyone's favorite Notre Dame memories and traditions here on campus.
Thank you so much for following us around today. Make sure to donate for ND Day, and
Go Irish!
St. Edward's Hall is more than a residence hall. It is a home, a place where we can feel comfortable and enjoy our downtime amid the hectic demands of college life. Whether a bite to eat, a cup of coffee, or a friendly game of pool, we are able to create a home away from home for ourselves because of you.
These are some of the things we are able to enjoy every day at St. Edward's Hall because of your generosity on ND Day each year.
We want to thank you in advance for your generous donations this year at ND Day.
Remember, it's for Hall and King. Go Irish!
Welcome back to Notre Dame Day. I'm Zora Rogers. Here to perform for you today under the direction of Dr. Alexander Blatchley is the Notre Dame Chorale.
1, 2, 3. The march is on, the brave are proud. Kiss off the charge of fighting men. Now sings the cry of grim defiance. Our martyrs and let loose again. Awaits a hike, hike, hike to victory. The call to rise and strike. For Notre Dame men are winning. For Notre Dame is hike, hike, hike. Heart to the cheering songs rising high. Heart to the roar as the ranks go marching by. Shoulder to shoulder, chanting her glorious name. Burn high your fires and sing along for Notre Dame. Heart to the cheering songs rising high. Heart to the roar as the ranks go marching by. Shoulder to shoulder, chanting her glorious name. Burn high your fires and sing along for Notre Dame. March on, the brave are broad, and stop the charge of fighting men. Now sings the cry of grim defiance, of heart attack let loose again. Always a hike, hike, hike to victory. The call to rise and strike. For Notre Dame men are winning. For Notre Dame is hike, hike, hike. Yeah!
All right. Simply beautiful. Thank you so much. Now over to Eamon and Amanda in the studio.
What a treat to end this hour with an ND Chorale.
I agree, Amanda. This hour has had it all. Student podcasters making an impact on campus, an alumna using her gifts in various ways, student athletes competing at the highest levels while pursuing an unsurpassed undergraduate education, and of course, gorgeous music.
It was truly wonderful. And there is still time to give by clicking that Make a Gift button and designating the campus cause of your choosing.
That's right. We still have so much in store for you tonight. During the last hour of the show, we will feature the official football T-shirt that was just unveiled last Friday. Amanda got me one to take home to my kids. And then before the Blue Gold game. And we will talk to Rector Joey Canunez, who will be running for 18 hours and 42 minutes, starting at midnight later tonight.
I couldn't do that, but that's going to be pretty cool to see. And tomorrow's programming has even more in store, including cake decorating, lip syncing, interviews with Glenn and Stacey Murphy, head men's basketball coach Micah Shrewsbury, and the Karen and Kevin Keys family. Also, head women's coach basketball, Coach Neil Ivey will be here, and there'll be a conversation with Marcus Burton, a jump rope performance, and so much more. But right now, let's take a short break.
Never done that before.
Please enjoy this quick look at our ongoing series, For Good, Stories from Notre Dame, a behind-the-scenes glimpse into life under the Golden Dome and the powerful stories that drive Notre Dame to become a force for good in the world.
When you think about AI and you think about the ethical perspective, is Notre Dame have a unique role to play to say, let's look at the broader ramifications? Is that happening everywhere? Is it something that...
I think it is happening at places, and Notre Dame, I believe, should lead it from the front, right? As we think about AI, as we think about AI for Societal Impact, which is, in the DNA of the Lucy Family Institute for Data and Society, as well as we think about these things. And it is important for us to be deliberative about uses of technology. It is pertinent for us to think about, from a very interdisciplinary perspective, are the technologies we are producing, are they even inclusive? Right? As you rightly pointed out, there's goods and bads, the negative effects that we discover later, and we are in a course correction mode.
Right.
Do we have to be in a course correction mode later, or can we do something right? And it's not just about the ethical considerations of it. It's awareness of the risks. We do that with our vaccines and medicines. There's an ad that comes out that says, this is good for you. But then there's a fast talker person who says, blah, 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 all the side effects, right? But we still accept it.
Yeah.
Because the theory of beneficence says it's generally good.
Yeah.
Some may be, but it's good.
Right.
Could we have a theory of beneficence for AI? That AI is good. These are some, and I need you to be aware. We don't have that. Right. You have that for other scientific inventions that affect the human life.
Right.
AI is affecting human life.
Yeah.
We must create it, and universities are uniquely positioned.
Yeah.
Notre Dame is, I think, if not Notre Dame, then whom? Right. Going back to what Father Sorin said during the founding of a university. And the second aspect, I believe, is inclusion, where, as we think about Global Catholic University, the Global South doesn't have a voice in it, Lou.
Right.
We've spent time in Chile, Colombia, Brazil, Mexico, Africa for our research projects. And it concerns me that the wealth of language these machines are learning from are languages or cultural nuances that come from the web or the internet that's largely populated by our content.
Right.
How do we make them have a seat on the table?
Right.
And how do we think about democracy of AI, not the divide it will cause more? So these are the things that we absolutely do need to think about. And again, if we align ourselves to our mission, that's the call.
Stay tuned to the Notre Dame Day broadcast as we bring you more excerpts from interviews with a wide array of guests, all working to serve a world deeply in need.
Welcome back to Notre Dame Day 2024, a global celebration of all things Notre Dame. I'm Amanda Perkowski.
And I'm Eamon McEnany.
And we're coming to you live from Duncan Student Center for this 5th hour of Notre Dame Day broadcast, and we're going all the way to midnight.
That's right. We have an hour of fantastic programming for you still to come tonight, and our live Notre Dame Day broadcast will resume tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Eastern Time.
Eamon, I've had a blast so far this evening. We've had the chance to hear from so many members of the Notre Dame community who are living out the university's call to be a force for good in the world. And we've also seen several fantastic performers that showcase the talents and creativity of Notre Dame students.
You're absolutely right, Amanda, and there's still more to come. If you're just joining our broadcast, Notre Dame Day provides a unique opportunity for members of the Notre Dame family to support their favorite causes, clubs, and residential communities across the university. If you want to make an impact, just click on the green Make a Gift button at notredameday.nd.edu. You can find your favorite cause and make a meaningful contribution in just a few simple steps.
Coming up this hour, we will hear from 2 student leaders from the Shirt Project who will be here to discuss the recently unveiled 2024 design, as well as the importance of the Notre Dame, the Shirt Charity. I'll also sit down with my co-anchor here, Eamon, to talk about his work with City Lax, a nonprofit dedicated to changing the lives of students through lacrosse.
Really looking forward to that opportunity to chat with you about that. And later this hour, we'll have a performance by the Undertones and take you over to South Quad to check in on our Notre Dame Day ultra-marathoner, Joey Quinones.
But first, let's check in with Connor for an update on giving.
Thank you so much. So excited to give you guys an update here. Just over 18,000 gifts. We're in the last hour of our broadcast here this evening. Wanted to give, nice, Eamon's gonna be talking about wonderful City Lax later. Let's talk about and take a look at our leaderboards here and take a look at athletics. We've had some movement here in athletics over the last little bit. Obviously we've got men's lacrosse and women's lacrosse having great seasons and also doing a great job here on Notre Dame Day today. Track and cross country put in a little last minute kick here, finishing out strongly here the night. We got another hour to go. Hopefully they can cross the finish line here tonight and get ready for tomorrow morning. Also some great movement a little bit further down. I want to give a shout out to the cheerleading group. Always great movers on Notre Dame Day. Finally, we're going to check in on how our last challenge did. Check in on our We Are All ND funds. We had a big tie at the bottom and there was a large mover coming out of it. Wanted to highlight our Mariachi ND. They were actually the winners of our $500 challenge. And if you're thinking, we didn't win our challenge last time, we got to have a Hakuna Matata mindset here. We've got to be no worries. This challenge for the next hour, any club, any cause. Anyone who's going to be bringing in the next most gifts in the next hour is going to be our challenge fund winner. They're going to unlock that $500. So if it's a residence hall, if it's a club, if it's a department, if it's another athletic team, if it's another one of these We Are All ND clauses, maybe Mariachi ND can go back to back. Who knows? That $500 is up for grabs. Any club, any cause is available. Wonderful. So make those gifts. Here we go. Going to throw it back upstairs to Eamon. Back to you, Eamon.
All right, thank you very much. And each year, a committee of students works together to come up and unveil producing the shirt, a custom-designed T-shirt that the Notre Dame community can take pride in wearing throughout the fall football season. And this year, 2024, marks the 35th edition of the shirt. This unique tradition is about more than just Notre Dame game day spirit wear. Proceeds from the sale of the shirt go to support several worthy causes across campus. And here to discuss the Shirt 2024 and the importance of the Shirt charity are the president and vice president of the Shirt Project, Ryan Bland, and Molly Sullivan. Ryan and Molly, welcome to Notre Dame Day 2024.
Yeah, thanks so much for having us.
Thank you. Great to be here.
Awesome. So how did you each get involved with the Shirt Project, and what's the process for choosing and assembling the student committee?
Yeah, so I got involved my freshman year, as did Molly, and from there out we kind of rose through the ranks to being now president and vice president, and then at the beginning of every year we assemble a committee. This year it's 14 students, and we go through the entire process of making the shirt a possibility.
All right, Molly, take us behind the scenes. Give us a sense of what occurs behind the scenes while you're coming up with the idea and the execution of the shirt.
Sure. So we meet once a week for 2 hours as a committee. It's a really collaborative process. We go through a few different steps. First, we select the vendor who we're going to work with to produce the shirt. Then we select the color. We go through a really robust design process of really drawing inspiration and collaborating to create the final design. And then we unveil it to the community in our unveiling that happened on Friday.
Okay, Ryan, so the shirt was just unveiled. What goes into making this year's shirt unique, and what's the significance of all the elements of the shirt?
Yeah, we're really excited with how the shirt turned out this year. First and foremost, it's a gold shirt, and it's been 15 years since the last gold shirt, and only the third gold shirt in the 35 years of the Shirt Project as a whole. So pretty special year, and through the design of the shirt, we also kind of wanted to pay tribute to some other special landmarks that we're experiencing this year. So on the front of the shirt is the 4 horsemen, so we're excited that we were excited to pay tribute to that on the front, and then also just being 100 years since the Notre Dame's first national championship. We really just wanted to pay tribute to that through really the front and the back of the shirt as well, and just really emphasizing that gold through the gold helmet on the back too.
Molly, as we mentioned, obviously the shirt is more than just camaraderie on campus. It raises a lot of money. Tell us a little bit more about the work of the shirt and the charities that benefit from it.
Sure. So all the proceeds from the sales of the shirt goes to both the Shirt Charity Fund and the Student Enrichment Fund, which helps students with unexpected medical needs and also funds all the organizations on campus here for students. So really being able to give back to the community and provide to the student experience here is really important to us.
You know, I was going to ask if I could get a free one if I can name the 4 horsemen, but now I feel bad, so I'll have to buy it as well to make sure that everyone benefits it. But
yeah.
Ryan, what has been your favorite part of this experience? As you said, you've been part of this for a few years, so what's the most rewarding aspect of working on the shirt?
Yeah, I think it's really special to take part in this project alongside Molly and just a bunch of other students. We get really close throughout the process. And then I think now, having really left my mark on 3 shirts, and especially this past shirt, always being able to say for all the time that I have this shirt and anybody else who has it, that I had a role in making it what it is. I feel like I've left my small mark in Notre Dame history.
All right, Molly, really quickly, I saw the shirts all over campus today, but how could people not on campus get the shirt?
You can buy it online via the bookstore, the Ham's bookstore website. Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome. Great. Ryan and Molly, fantastic work. Thanks for joining us here on Notre Dame Day. And coming up, we will have so much more as we'll hear from a Notre Dame alum who is bringing innovative technology solutions to underserved communities in Canada. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after a short break.
Notre Dame Day gives the Ara Parseghian Medical Research Foundation the resources to save children's lives.
We found out our son Parker had Niemann-Pick type C at just 4 months old. It was devastating to find out because not only is the disease fatal, but there is no cure. And so we sat there wondering what we might do and how other families cope with this. We got connected with the Parseghian Fund and were amazed by all of the researchers and people that came together to support our children and Parker.
Each year, we use funds from Notre Dame Day to support high-impact research, develop therapies for a cure for Niemann-Pick type C disease, a cure for children like Parker.
It's thanks to the Parseghian Fund that Parker is now thriving, and he is doing better than anybody would have ever expected. I just hope they realize that they make our lives and our children's lives, and especially their quality of life, better each and every day.
Thank you for giving to Notre Dame Day and the Ara Parseghian Medical Research Fund. And thank you for bringing hope to families and children.
Family is everything, so when you go off to college, it can be scary. So much change and so many new faces. That's why in Howard Hall, family is our mission.
Notre Dame Day funds have enabled us to build an inclusive community.
Whether welcoming new and returning Ducks back from summer with family reunion,
celebrating the entirety of our community with the Tunnel of Love,
or coming together to break bread and give thanks to one another, the Howard Ducks always fly together. Whether you're in need of a laugh, a shoulder,
or just someone to spend time with.
Your generosity empowers Howard Hall to grow closer every year. Thank you, and
Go Irish!
Welcome back to Notre Dame Day. I'm Amanda Perkowski. Recently, Notre Dame's own Lauren Whitlatch had the opportunity to speak with ND alumna Nicole Brown about her work serving Indigenous communities across Canada by expanding high-speed internet connectivity.
Joining us now on Notre Dame Day is Nicole Brown, class of 2009, executive MBA, and CEO of FSET, a major information technology and services provider that delivers progressive and forward-thinking solutions within both the public and private sectors from their headquarters in Northern Ontario, Canada. Nicole is here to talk about their work with First Nations and digital equity in underserved communities in Canada. Thanks so much for joining us, Nicole. Welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Thanks for having me. I'm thrilled to be here.
Let's start by learning about why you chose Notre Dame to pursue your graduate business education.
When I was looking at business degrees, I was really focused on understanding value-based education. And for me, Notre Dame stood out as one of those institutions where I know that it was be more than just business, traditional business curriculum. And for me, that was very, very important. It was also strategic because I was living in Chicago at the time and I wanted to be able to quickly go back and forth to school as well as I was working full time. So it was a perfect fit and I'm thrilled that I have my education from Notre Dame.
I love that. That's amazing. I know I love Notre Dame and I'm here for undergrad, hoping to come here for graduate school as well. So tell us more about the region of Ontario where you work, the opportunities and the challenges.
So if you think about where Minneapolis, Minnesota is, we are straight north by 8 hours. So we are quite ways north. And our biggest city to the west would be Winnipeg, Manitoba, which is directly above North Dakota. So where I am in Northern Ontario is considered Northwestern Ontario. It's a very rural and remote part of Ontario. It's the furthest city in Ontario. And some of our unique challenges are also some of the great beauties of where I live, which is that it is rural and remote. Beautiful lakes, lots of wildlife, lots and lots of trees and bush, great camping, great wildlife. But with that comes significant challenges because where I am in Northern Ontario, it's very densely forest, but there's very few people. And so what happens is that the infrastructure that you would typically see in an urban city or even in a more densely populated area just doesn't exist here in the north. And so our challenge is, although it's rural and it's beautiful, and if you're a sports person, you will love being here in terms of the fishing and the being outdoors, running businesses, doing basic infrastructure things like cell, internet, and those even highways, things that you would take for granted in a major city, we don't have access to.
That makes sense. I understand that while much of your work is with large clients in the public sector, you also work with much smaller communities, particularly Indigenous communities, to provide much needed technological services. Talk to us about this and the general notion of digital equity.
Right. So digital equity really comes from lessening the digital divide. So when you think about infrastructure and you're thinking about major urban populations or even just populations in cities where there's more than 20,000 people, you have those basic needs met when it comes to internet, when it comes to cellular, when it comes to data. It could even be 4G or 5G. When you get into really rural or fly-in communities, and these fly-in communities are all across Northwestern Ontario, there are 42 communities across Northwestern Ontario that are fly-in remote only, which means that in the summer you fly in, and in the winter, if you're lucky, you take an ice road. The challenge with that is that the access is very limited. And what we were beginning to see during COVID was that the access to education for those in this more southern part of Northwestern Ontario had access to things like virtual schooling. My son was lucky enough to be able to sit next to me and have a virtual education, but those in the far north didn't. And we knew that that digital divide was going to continue because there wasn't digital equity, meaning that those in the north just didn't have the ability to have digital education and virtual school because they didn't even have the means of having basic internet.
That makes total sense. Tell us about the case study of bringing high-speed internet services to the First Nation of Pikinjokum and the connectivity to remote Indigenous communities spurred by that project at a critical moment.
So, Pikangikum First Nation is a remote community in Northwestern Ontario. It has the largest population in the far north in terms of remote communities. Pikangikum has approximately 4,000 residents that live in the community. And in 2019, before the pandemic, they came to us and said, we really need help. At the time, they did have fiber, but the fiber that they had in the community, I would liken it to there was fiber, and it would be similar to saying you have water in your hotel, but you know what happens when everyone turns the faucet on at the same time and then you don't have any water, you have a trickle? That's what they had. They technically had fiber, but they did not have enough to support the community. And as we started to really work through the logistics of what it would take to get them a bigger pipe, so to speak, more bandwidth, etc., what we ran up against was the big telcos were just not willing to invest. And it's an unfortunate reality that happens. And we just weren't willing to take no for an answer. We live in these communities, like we live in Northwestern Ontario, our someplace sport here. I'm a swim coach. Like this just hit too close to home. So we were determined to find a different way. And my husband and business partner, he just said, I'm going to get a hold of Elon. And our entire leadership team said, you're crazy. And then we thought, you know what? Maybe he will. And he spent the better part of 6 months working every single social media connection, every single way that he could to get a SpaceX attention. And finally, he did. And SpaceX came back to us and said, "We heard you're looking for us. What do you need?" And so it goes. We wrote a proposal. It got approved. And Pikangikum First Nation was the first Canadian community to be fully connected to SpaceX Starlink. And this was in November of 2020, when the pandemic was really in full swing. And at the time when our proposal was approved, the satellite band was not yet approved in Canada. So our role in this was advocating not only to our government to say this is a really needed technology, but was also, we were there to demonstrate what the technology would be able to do. And so we were working in tandem, trying to persuade the Canadian government to give the spectrum licenses, while SpaceX was also lobbying the Canadian government, all while we were teeing up on the back end how we were going to make these deployments happen in a flying community in the middle of the winter. You know, Canada, here where we live, our first snow is falling in October, and by November, it is very cold. So the logistics, I kind of laughed and said I never envisioned that I was going to be doing planes and vehicles and moving large pieces of equipment to the far north. But now we've helped over 110 communities. We've done over 4,500 installations. We've connected 136 schools, all the nursing stations in the far north. And as you can see, just by simply having a connection, opened up a world of opportunity and started to lessen the digital divide, which then leads to digital equity when it comes to education and access to healthcare, flying in remote court. All of these things that didn't exist in 2019 and 2020 now are commonplace in 2024.
Wow, that is absolutely amazing. It's so inspirational. Notre Dame's Mendoza College of Business has a motto, grow the good in business. And it sounds like you're doing just that.
I think we are. I mean, it's kind of funny because when people say to us, "Why are you doing this? It's not even your core business." One of the things we always say is, "But if we don't do it, who will?" And if we have the capabilities and we have the knowledge, if we have the know-how and we know the right connections in order to make these things happen, why wouldn't we? Why wouldn't we? You know, so for us, it's a sense of pride, but more importantly, we know that we have changed lives, and that's worth getting up and doing good work.
Absolutely. I know you have inspired me so much today as a young entrepreneur hoping to do business as well. So I just want to thank you on behalf of Notre Dame so much for joining us on Notre Dame Day.
Thank you. Go Irish.
Go Irish. For Notre Dame Day 2024, I'm Lauren Whitlatch. Stay tuned for more of this impactful stories at Our Ladies University.
Now let's check in with Zora Rogers down at our student corner.
All right, thanks, Amanda. Okay, so who am I joined here with today? What are your names?
Hi, my name is Ryan Lally.
I'm Ben Romanesco. And I'm Griffin Capisi.
And what group are you here to tell us about?
We are here with the men of Dunn Hall.
All right, Dunn Hall. So what does Dunn Hall do?
Well, that's a tough one. I think, Zora, I think a better question is what don't we do, right? We're a community on the east side of campus of 220 awesome guys. These are the guys, you know, you live with, you eat with, you pray with, you play sports with. One thing I think that kind of epitomizes that is that kind of holistic living situation is what's happening right now, which is pizza mass. Back in Dunn, after Tuesday night mass, it draws a big group of guys, and then they meet for kind of a deep theological discussion afterwards, accompanied by pizza. And that's actually kind of tied into what we're fundraising for here today. So, Ben, if you want to talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, so one of the things we're fundraising is for a new oven for our PDR kitchen, which is Pizza Done Right. We cook pizzas in the basement, and then we sell it to the guys in the dorm. And one of the things that raises money for is our retreat, which is by far the most well-attended on campus. We have about 120 guys out of 220 come to the retreat each year. We spend 2 nights overnight together, and we really focus on our motto, the competence to see and the courage to act during the retreat. And that's something that we push in Welcome Weekend through the retreat and the entire year, and that's kind of one of the mottos that makes Dunn who we are.
Very cool. I love that motto. It sounds like you guys do a lot. So why are you excited about this group and its activities?
Yeah, so Dunn Hall, just like all of us as a whole, just really enjoy like the sense of brotherhood and just love that we all have, just the support group that we have for one another, and just how much we love the dorm, and emphasizing the motto that Ben brought up, the competence to see and the courage to act, being a major point that we all like hold deep to us and is emphasized on the retreat that Ben had spoke about.
Can I kind of piggyback on that point? All these things are awesome, you know, all this brotherhood, this community, that kind of emphasized by the retreat. But one great thing about Dunn Hall is it doesn't just stay within the walls of Dunn. Sentinels have impacts, you know, in the South Bend community and even beyond. One example of that is one of our RAs just put on a 24-hour pottery marathon in which he was in the studio all night making pots, raising money to fund pancreatic cancer research, which is a topic very close to him. Or another example of that is kind of tutoring at St. Adalbert's, a local underfunded school. Ben, you were kind of involved in that. If you want to speak a little bit.
No, definitely. So each week we have about 4 or 5 Dunn guys head over to St. Adalbert's, and we help tutor the kids there, which is like an underfunded school. We also partner with them on the retreat. We help to pay for their 8th grade graduation, and they'll make food for us one night on the retreat. But no, it's really, really cool experience getting to build individual relationships with the kids at St. Adalbert's, and that's like something we really pride ourselves in, is like helping there and also having that reciprocal relationship as well.
Yeah, that's awesome. That is so inspiring. So how many people participate, and what would you say the impact is?
I can get into that one. I personally think that Dunn has a ton of different guys participate in the dorm. Like, we have all these different things. We have St. Adalbert's, we have the retreat. I could go on and on. We had 4 guys in Whisk open for All-American Rejects. We had I can think of a million things. The Dunn Dance Film Festival in April. We have the Dundies coming up, and like, what's really cool is, you know, inter-hall sports is huge. We have all these things that different personalities, it fits different personalities. We have guys who play sports for Dunn. We have guys who help with the musical aspect, and it brings together everyone into a brotherhood where like it's based in our like foundation in brotherhood and love. But it's really cool to see how all the guys who, like, you walk in the dorm and you know where they're from, you know like what their major is and who they are, and like it's really cool to see the different personalities work together to form like a really unique brotherhood.
Yeah. And one more thing to kind of talk about that impact. Like, these are all things like, yeah, so many guys participate. I truly feel that Dunn as a community touches a lot of lives, but I can personally say, and I think I can speak for these guys as well, like, I have found a sense of home and belonging in Dunn Hall. And so when you talk about the impact, I think that on every Sentinel's level is an individual impact that can't necessarily be quantified. So.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. Best of luck to Dunn Hall, and Notre Dame Day 2024 will return after a short break.
Notre Dame has this class called Philanthropy and the Common Good. It is funded by the Philanthropy Lab and Notre Dame Day funds, which we give in grants to deserving local nonprofits.
How it works is we split into different site visit groups, and we get to visit various nonprofits in the Michiana community, and then we come together as a class and decide which nonprofits really need our help the most. It's really fun and really rewarding to be able to help these nonprofits through the generosity of others.
This class is special. Over the past 5 years, we've had 115 students award over $342,000 in grants to local Michiana nonprofits. And as students engage these nonprofits, they learn valuable lessons about how they can promote the common good throughout the rest of their lives.
What makes this class so valuable is an awareness of the needs and awareness of how those needs can be met, but maybe at even a deeper level of the satisfaction you can get from being involved with the community. I think people who are engaged in this way are better citizens, better partners, better members of any community they belong to, and frankly, more fulfilled in their lives.
Notre Dame Day provides a huge boost to our efforts. We appreciate all that you have done and will do for us.
We are Philanthropy and the Common Good.
Through the generosity of Notre Dame Day, our team spreads the spirit of the Fighting Irish.
Whether constantly finding new and exciting ways to show off the blue and gold,
or learning and creating exciting new routines with innovative choreography.
The mission of the Pom Squad is always to ignite the passion and enthusiasm of the Notre Dame faithful.
In the stands and in the community, we strive to inspire, to show the next generation what it means to be the Fighting Irish.
We thank you for the constant support and energy you bring to Notre Dame.
Go Irish!
Welcome back to Notre Dame Day. I'm Connor Montijo here, and I'm with a brand new student club on campus, the Biotech Club of Notre Dame. Would you guys mind introducing yourselves?
I'm Maeve Murdoch.
I'm Jackson Meyer.
And I'm Ryan Conant.
And so I just mentioned brand new club. Why a brand new club? What are you guys kicking off here? Brand new, setting some history at Notre Dame.
Yeah, super exciting. We really wanted to educate science and engineering students of all the opportunities in the life sciences industry, and we typically do that through bringing in guest speakers and through career treks. It's been really awesome so far, and lots of students have been really interested.
Wonderful, wonderful. Can you tell me a little bit more about some of the events that you've done this year so far?
Yeah, so like Maeve said, we've brought in a lot of guest speakers, most of them Notre Dame alums, to talk kind of about prevalent issues in the biotech field, what they do as senior execs in both the life sciences and business side of biotech. And, kind of our cornerstone event this year was we did a big trek to Chicago where we visited 2 big biotech companies in the area, brought 40 students along with us to network with Notre Dame alum there and, other higher ups in the company. So that was super insightful, and a lot of people learned a lot there. So
that's great. A little bit of learning outside the classroom in addition to inside the classroom. Obviously, we're here. Notre Dame Day is about providing you guys funds to be able to go out and do this. Can you tell me a little bit more about what your plans are for some of the money that you raise on Notre Dame Day?
Yeah, so like Ryan said, we got to do an amazing career trek to Chicago this past fall in November. We had to limit it to 40 students, and we'd really like to bring more next year if possible, but do a similar trek. And then ideally, we'd really love to bring students to Boston and or San Diego as well to really visit those biotech hubs.
Wonderful. And it sounded to me like you mentioned a few alums had been involved in that. Tell me a little bit about the alumni involvement and how that's really helped kick off this club's start in its first year.
Yeah, alumni have been a huge part played a huge role in our start as a club here. We've had a couple Notre Dame alumni specifically that have gone ahead and come and spoken at early events that have really played a big role in kind of bringing in new members for the club.
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, this is the Biotech Club at Notre Dame, a brand new club here, doing some amazing work, engaging in an important field, and Notre Dame can be a leader in this space. So thanks so much for coming here and talking with us. Support the Biotech Club here at Notre Dame. Now back to you, Amanda and Eamon.
In 2005, City Lax embarked on a mission to develop and expand the game of lacrosse inside New York City public schools throughout a public-private partnership model. Now City Lax is a nonprofit organization dedicated to changing the lives of students throughout the game of lacrosse, helping them achieve success by supporting them both on and off the field. The CEO of City Lax, Eamon McEnany, is 1991 Notre Dame grad and former standout member of the Fighting Irish men's lacrosse team. Eamon, thank you so much for joining us tonight. And first, can you just tell us a little bit about the City Lax project and how you were involved?
Yeah, so I became involved because one of the greatest jobs I've had in my career is being getting to call college lacrosse games. I called 5 national championship games, and the founder of City Lax, Matt Levine, had met me, so he asked me to MC their charity event. So I got to learn more about the organization through that. I started volunteering for them. I joined the board, and now just recently, last March, I was named CEO. So this has been about a 15-year journey, starting as a volunteer MC to now being the CEO of this project that I truly believe in.
Well, congratulations on that CEO position. That's huge. And then can you tell me more about what the most meaningful part of being a part of the City Lax project is?
The most meaningful part of it for me is getting to go meet the students and watch their games and see how much they love lacrosse and how excited they get to play, and to hear their coaches say how much it means to them more than just playing a sport. If one coach says it, they all say it. This is something they truly have a passion for, so they know that they have to go to school. If you don't go to school, you're not eligible, and if you're not eligible, you can't play. So it helps them on the field and in the classroom. And I just love seeing so many teams from all over New York City, boys and girls, play this sport that has opened up so many doors for me.
That support system you have there just seems fabulous. And then I've heard that the Notre Dame men's lacrosse team actually recently had the opportunity to work with CityLAC students. Can you tell me a little bit about what they did together and what that impact was?
Yeah, so last weekend, or 2 weekends ago, the Notre Dame lacrosse team played Cornell on Long Island, and Coach Corrigan was great. We were going to have a chance to have the students from Eagle Academy in Brownsville, Brooklyn, come out and visit them, and they met the hotel in on Long Island where the players were staying for Notre Dame, and it could not have gone better. The Eagle players became such big Notre Dame fans last year through Pat Cavanaugh's initiative. Last year, Pat Cavanaugh donated $10 for every ground ball he picked up for Notre Dame. He donated that to CityLACs. So the kids in New York City became huge fans of Pat and Notre Dame. So for them to meet Pat and Chris and Liam Entenmann and all the great players on Notre Dame was a thrill for them. And it was also, I think, a pretty cool experience for the Notre Dame players to realize they had fans in New York City and Brooklyn, and it was great. You know, you saw Liam Entenmann talking to their goalies, the Notre Dame face-off guys talking to their face-off guys, Chris and Pat Cavanaugh signing autographs. So I think it was a great opportunity for both sides, for the Notre Dame players and the players from Eagle Academy in Brooklyn.
Yes, that seems like a great connection formed there. And obviously there's been a lot of improvements and growing connections, but where do you see the future of CityLACs?
So right now, CityLACs is based on the high school teams. We fund and establish high school teams in New York City public schools and underserved communities. What we want to do is get to the students earlier. Just this last fall and into this spring, we've launched Discover Lacrosse programs in gym classes in public schools in Queens, Brooklyn, the Bronx, and Manhattan. And that's really because we want students to start playing this great sport earlier so that then when they get to high school, they're better players, they understand how to play, and that they can maybe start playing it at a further level so they can use it even more, not just as a student athlete, but as a student and to play in college and to maybe go to better high schools as well.
Yes, and your love for lacrosse, I'm interested to hear, how did you get involved in the sport and then to continue on to play here for Notre Dame?
I was able, that's one of the reasons why I, care so much about CityLACs, because there was no lacrosse in New York City when I was growing up. I went to a prep school in Pennsylvania called the Hill School, and that's where I picked it up, had a great coach in Harry Price, and I was fortunate enough, to come to Notre Dame and play for Rich O'Leary and Kevin Corrigan, and that's where my love for this sport came because, I was able, to make the greatest friends you'll ever have playing a sport. You're an athlete, so you know how much that adds to your experience here at Notre Dame to have that, experience and bond, out of the classroom. And I just hope, other students can, I can pass this game along. And, the sport has opened so many doors for me professionally and socially, and I'm trying to do as much as I can to make sure that happens for the public school students in New York City.
Yes, the camaraderie formed through sport is truly like no other, as you mentioned. And then do you see the CityLACs model transitioning beyond New York to other cities, or have other programs already adapted a similar structure?
There are great programs all across the country. Owls Lacrosse, who Notre Dame works very closely with in Chicago, does an amazing job. There's Winners Lacrosse in Washington, D.C., Charm City in Baltimore. I could go on, but no one really has the scope of CityLACs. We are working, there are more than 3,000 public school students in New York City playing lacrosse now, and it's really because of CityLACs. We get them equipment, we pay for the coaching grants, the transportation costs. So, there are some great programs all across the country that are making the sport more diversified, but nothing at the level of CityLACs like we're doing here in New York City.
Well, thank you so much for sharing the story of CityLACs. What a wonderful project. Coming up, we have much more ND stuff ahead, and we're going to head over to South Quad right now to check in with our Notre Dame ultra marathoner, Joey Hinones, who is preparing to start an 18-hour and 42-minute run at midnight. We'll be right back after this short break.
Hey Notre Dame, I'm Alice O'Brien.
And I'm Lauren Whitlatch, and we hope you've been enjoying the ND Day festivities.
Today we're going to be walking around the campus and asking where people's favorite spots are on Notre Dame campus.
Let's take a look. What is your guys' favorite spot on campus?
Chick-fil-A. The lake. I really like the Morrison patio.
Thank you.
What is your favorite spot on campus?
My favorite spot on campus is my dorm priest FJ's room because we bake cookies there every Tuesday.
That is so much fun. Thank you so much.
I am here with the mighty men of Bomber Hall, and what is your favorite spot on campus? Bomber Hall! Well, make sure to keep on donating, and happy ND Day. Go Irish!
Notre Dame Day gives us the opportunity to do tons of fun things together and create an environment where myself and the rest of my teammates really become a family.
We ensure that anyone who's interested in water polo is able to join the team without worrying about expenses or dues or anything like that. Our goal is to create a holistic Notre Dame experience for all of our players. Through this program, we are able to go on spring break training trips to California, compete in the CWPA, and even attend the national tournament. Last year, we were able to place 7th at nationals, and we're hoping to head back this year to do even better. With Notre Dame Women's Water Polo, you really become a part of a family. This has been one of the most empowering experiences of my life, and I think my teammates can say the same thing. I think that the community and camaraderie that we have here is something really special and something that I haven't really found at any other clubs at Notre Dame. This upcoming year, we'll be celebrating the 30th anniversary of Notre Dame Women's Water Polo, and we are just so thankful for all the generous donors who have allowed us to get here and to keep this program going and keep it super strong.
Thank you for giving to Notre Dame Day and allowing us to become a part of something bigger than ourselves and having this be one of the most impactful Notre Dame experiences of our lives.
Thank you!
Welcome back to Notre Dame Day 2024. I'm Eamon McEnany. This next piece tells us the story of a friendship forged between two Notre Dame roommates nearly 50 years ago that transformed into a powerful and life-saving connection.
Our first year basically was spent arguing with each other, which we did constantly. I figured in order to make friends with this guy, I would just defer to his judgment, and everything worked out. That was actually pretty smart on your part, I have to admit.
Wasn't it the big man on campus competition the year before?
They say time is undefeated, but it never conquers memories or friendships. Jim Sullivan and Aaron Dwyer first met as Keenan Hall residents half a century ago.
I really wanted to do something about improving the social life of the dorm that didn't center around the consumption of alcohol, the wild consumption of alcohol. And so we worked together on a lot of things, including what became the Keenan Review. We launched it in our senior year.
There's not much at Notre Dame.
And it was deliberately a gift to the campus. And the Observer wrote an editorial the next Monday saying, this is what campus production should be like,
Yeah,
right?
I remember that. I don't know how many concerts I saw.
Like so many indie roommates scattered across the country, they were in each other's weddings and reminisced at a few home games over the years.
I lived in Dallas, Texas, and later Austin, so we didn't see each other as much.
If we were going up to Chicago, then we would go see Jim. If we were in a location where it was doable, then we would get together with him.
But in 2021, Aaron's daughter posted that her dad needed a kidney.
He turned out to be a really nice guy. I had a lot of people come forward and offer, family, friends, and there's 3-4 steps you got to go through to become qualified, and most of them got knocked out in the first 2 stages.
Well, of course, I'm going to donate, and then, I just broke down and started crying when I couldn't do it. So then our children did it, and they couldn't do it. It makes me want to cry just thinking about some of those things, but it was just hard. I thought he was just going to lose hope.
Jim is a very generous person, and when this came up, I knew that he would try and help Aaron out, and I knew it was going to happen if he could do it.
Are there any pictures of us in here?
While he waited to donate, tragedy struck Jim Sullivan's family.
Well, I have 3 children. The youngest is a boy who's a college athlete, a swimmer most of his life. He had graduated and was out of school about 8 years. And he was working out one morning and suffered cardiac arrest in the pool and died in January of 22. So for us, that was just a tremendous shock. And it took me a month or 2 just to get my head back on straight, thinking about this pending help I could give Aaron. And it really was a subject of a lot of prayer. After my head cleared and I began to think about this a little bit more seriously, the original commitment just kept shining through. I mean, my friend was in trouble and I felt a call to help, but I also heard my son's voice saying, "Dad, I'm fine. Live your life. Do what you need to do."
People who are a lot younger than we are, that it's not such a bad idea to share one of your kidneys. That would be great. We do have 2 of them.
The photos are faded. The lines on their foreheads are now deeper. And so is their connection.
Kind of distinguished. I want to make my family my friends and my friends my family. And I think it stems from Notre Dame. Because you couldn't help it at Keenan. You really do make the kind of relationships that last.
What a story. And now let's check in with Zora Rogers down at our Student Corner.
Thanks, Eamon. All right, who am I here with and what group are you here to talk about?
Hey, Murphy Smith with the MBA Entrepreneurship and VC Club.
Very cool. And so what does this club do?
Yeah, so we focus on 3 things: building and fostering an entrepreneurial spirit within the MBA program, partnering with Notre Dame Venture Capital to source, screen, analyze, and invest in seed and Series A startups. And then we also have a mission to go and compete in a national venture case competition. Last year we placed 3rd in our region, and next year we want to go back, represent Notre Dame, and win it all.
Wow, congratulations on placing 3rd. I mean, that's amazing. So why are you excited about this club and its activities?
Yeah, so there's so many good principles I've learned from entrepreneurship that I think are applicable to whatever job you have, and we really want to build a community around that entrepreneurship spirit. So I'm really excited about that.
And what's been your favorite part about being in this club so far?
Yeah, probably competing in the venture case competition last year. So just for the short story, we only found out we were able to compete a month before the event. Other teams were competing or knew they were competing like 9 months beforehand, so they had whole programs dedicated. So we mobilized pretty quickly, and I was really proud of what we accomplished. But I was honestly more proud of how Notre Dame helped us. We were coached by a Notre Dame alum who runs his own venture capital firm, and then the 1842 firm also helped us. And for those people to drop what they were doing to help us just made me feel like we were part of the Notre Dame community, and that was awesome.
Very cool. Well, thank you so much, Murphy. Best of luck in the venture capital case competition next year. I hope you guys get 1st place. Now, let's kick it over to Eddie Schuyler, who's with Joey Quinones.
Thanks, Zora. I'm here outside Fisher Hall with these fine gentlemen. Gentlemen, can we get some noise right now? Let's go. There we go. And we're here with the man of the hour, Joey Quinones, the rector of Fisher Hall. Joey, I mean, this is crazy. You're about to run for 18 hours and 42 minutes. Who does that? I mean, this is absurd. Take me through that. Why are we doing this?
Yeah, so like as a rector, like something I've always believed is that like people don't need instruction, they need a model. So if the expectation is that, I mean, and the reality is they're doing hard things every day. So how can I not try to do that myself and try to model or at least following their model of what we're doing here.
Totally. And Joey, you're an inspiration for these guys. I'm sure they'll say it firsthand themselves. This is crazy. You got all the snacks for it. How do you prepare for this physically? I know you're loading carbs all day long. You're taking naps. How do you personally get in that mindset to go run however hundreds of laps around South Quad?
So kind of just like through the day, just at least nothing I do today is going to make me more or less prepared for the next 18 hours and 42 minutes. So really the magic is done in the preparation. So like over the past year, it's just increasing the volume of running, extending myself, trying to do things that I don't think that I can do. So that way I have building out a resume of like outrunning my own self-doubt.
Right. And Joey, you told me before this, you used to not be a big runner. Obviously things have changed now. Whether you like it or not, you're about to get going. What does this mean for Fisher Hall? Obviously, it's coming to an end. They're going to tear it down. It's a sad day. I know all the fellas are soaking up the last of it this semester. But for you personally, what does this mean for Fisher Hall?
Yeah, I think base level, like the building may be coming down, but the community isn't. So this is just every time that we like come together like this. Ethan ran an Ironman earlier in the year, and just those moments of gathering like are who we are, and those moments of support, despite nobody really requiring it, is what Fisher Hall is. And that's like, our community has always been better than our building, and it's going to stay that way even when the new building comes up.
I feel like that should go on a t-shirt. Maybe not the Notre Dame Day one, but one like that. You talked about community. You got a bunch right here. Who's running with him in the first leg? There we go. See, he's not doing it alone. We got some brave soldiers, but that's coming up. But for now, we'll let Joey kind of stretch, say a couple prayers for the hamstrings, and we'll go to the Undertones, who are going to do a great performance for you guys. We'll be back with Joey in a little bit. Stay tuned.
Hi, I'm Laura Whitlatch.
And I'm Alice O'Brien. Happy ND Day.
Today we are going to be going around campus asking people what is their favorite Notre Dame tradition or memory.
Come follow along with us. What is your favorite Notre Dame memory?
Meeting my best friends in Baden Hall, Cody, Roll Frogs.
Let's go Baden, roll frogs. What is your favorite Notre Dame memory?
Meeting my random roommate who became my best friend.
Oh, we're rooming together next year. I love it. Thanks, guys.
What is your favorite Notre Dame memory?
So we're all in Welsh Family Hall, and our favorite is waking up on the first game day to everyone screaming and playing Shipping Them Up to Boston in the hallways.
That is a super fun memory. Thank you, guys.
It was so much fun getting to hear about everyone's favorite Notre Dame memories and traditions here on campus.
Thank you so much for following us around today. Make sure to donate for ND Day, and
Go Irish!
Supporting your favorite causes on Notre Dame Day is as simple as 1, 2, 3. Navigate to notredameday.nd.edu and locate the Make a Gift button in the top right corner of your screen. Once there, you have the option to either search for a specific cause or explore our curated selection of impactful initiatives, such as financial aid or student experience. You can even search by category if you'd like. Once you've identified the cause close to your heart, click on Donate, select your preferred contribution amount, and add it to your basket. Want to support multiple causes? No worries, just repeat the process and add them to your basket. When you're ready, proceed to checkout by clicking on your gift basket, and boom, you've successfully made your Notre Dame Day 2024 gift.
Welcome back to Notre Dame Day. I'm Zora Rogers, and it's my pleasure to introduce the performers for the hour, the Undertones.
Do ba do ba do ba do ba ba do 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 ba do
Sherry, can you come out tonight? Come out tonight. Sherry, can you come out tonight?
Why don't you come on
to my twist party?
Come on,
where the bright moon shines.
Come on,
we'll dance the night away. I'm gonna make you mine. Sherry, can you come out tonight? Come out tonight. Sherry, can you come out tonight?
If everybody had
inside, outside, USA. Inside, outside, USA.
Then everybody'd be surfing.
Inside, outside, USA.
Like California, yeah.
Inside, outside, USA. Inside, outside, USA. Inside, outside.
Everybody
Everybody's gone surfing. Surfing USA. When I had you to myself, want you around, all those pretty faces always made you stand out in a crowd. But someone picked you from the bunch, it was all it took. Now it's much too late for me to take a second look. Oh, baby, give me one more chance. Show you that I love you. Won't you please let me back in your heart? Oh, darling, I was blind to let you go, baby. But now since I see you when it's hard, I want you back. Yes, I do now. I want you back. Ooh, baby. I want you back. Yeah, 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 yeah. I want you back. Na, 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 na. I'll make love to you like you want me to, and I'll hold you tight, baby, all through the night. I'll make love to you like you want me to, and I will not let go to tell me to. Ba ba do ba ba do ba ba do ba ba do ba do ba ba do. Oh, so what are the ones who really care? In the end, they'll be the only ones there. When you get old and start losing your hair, can you tell me who will still care? Can you tell me who will still care? I want it that way, but we are two worlds apart. Can't reach to your heart when you say that I want it that way. Tell me why ain't nothing but a heartache. Tell me why ain't nothing but a mistake. Go tell me why I never wanna hear you say I want it that way. Baby, bye, bye, bye. I know that I can't take no more. It ain't no lie. I wanna see you out that door. Baby, bye, bye, bye. Don't wanna be a fool for you. Just another player in the game for two. You may hate me, but it ain't no lie. Baby, bye, bye, bye. Don't really wanna make it tough. I'm just trying to tell you that I've had enough. It might sound crazy, but it ain't no lie. Baby, bye, bye, bye. I fell so fast. Can't hold myself back. High heels, red dress, all by myself. Gotta catch I'm slipping into the lava, and I'm trying to keep from going under. Baby, who turned the temperature hotter? 'Cause I'm burning up for you, baby. Dum ba dum ba dum 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 ba dum ba dum ba dum 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 ba dum. Everyone else in the room can see it, but everyone else but you. Baby, you light up my world like nobody else. The way that you flip your hair gets me over. But when you smile at the ground, it ain't hard. You don't know, you don't know you're beautiful. If only you saw what I could see, you'd understand why I want you so desperately. Right now I'm looking at you and I can't believe you don't know. You don't know you're beautiful. That's what makes you beautiful. She looks so perfect standing wearing my American Apparel underwear. And I know now that I'm so down. Your lipstick stain is a work of art. I got your name tattooed in an arrow. And I know now that I'm so down. Hey, life is sweet as honey. Yeah, this bitch ching like money. Disco, oh Lord, I'm into that. I'm good to go. I'm down, man. You know what's up. Hey, so let's go. Cause I'm in the spot tonight. So watch me bring the fire, set the night alight. Shining through the city with a little funk and soul. I'ma light it up like dynamite. Whoa, whoa. Da-na-na-na-na-na-na, eh. Da-na-na-na-na-na-na, eh. Da-na-na-na-na-na-na, eh. Light it up with dynamite. Da-na-na-na-na-na, eh. Da-na-na-na-na-na, eh. Da-na-na-na-na-na, eh. Light it up with dynamite.
Wow, what a great performance to close out the first day of our broadcast. Now let's kick it over to Eddie Scheidler, who's with Joey Quinones.
Thanks, Zora. We are back with the man of the hour, Joey Quinones, the rector of Fisher Hall. We're about to go for a little stroll at midnight. No better time for it. Joey, any last words? You know, what are you feeling? Moments of encouragement. You guys got something for him? What's going through your mind?
It's going to be a long day, but we're going to have fun.
It's no longer night. That is true. All right, Joey. Well, I mean, if the hammies are loose, you're feeling good, you got the electrolytes in the system, I think we got to get this thing going. All right, can I get some help getting a little countdown? We'll do 3, 2, 1, and then, Joey, get that watch going, and we'll get going. It looks like a scene out of Forrest Gump right here. What? All right, get the Apple Watch going. Knees loose. Say some prayers. Let's do this thing.
Hasn't stopped.
No, let's go. All right, 3, 2, 1. Off he goes. Even though the air horn was a bit anticlimactic, we are in for a treat. They already got a good pace going. Joey's cruising through South Quad, and he's going to be here all night or morning, depending on how you look at it. But we are in for a treat. Stay tuned. We'll be back tomorrow at 10 a.m. to check in on Joey and his posse running. But for now, keep the donations going. We are done for the day with Notre Dame Day, but make sure to donate at notredameday.nd.edu. We appreciate all the gifts, but the more the better for places like this, Fisher Hall. We'd love to see it. God bless. Go Irish. Good night.
Dame.